Hello, everybody, and welcome along to RSL's continuing coverage of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, what used to be called VLN, still administered by VLM. And for the only time in the championship this year, we move to a 6-hour contest. This is live in sound and vision. The wonderfully named ROWE 6-hour ADAC Ruhrpokalrennen. So 6 hours rather than the normal 4, just adding a little more strategy. It's overcast at the moment at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It was glorious in qualifying, and we will run you through the qualifying in just a moment. Peter Snowden joins me, John Hindhaugh, for this. Morning, Silver Fox. How are you, Snowy?
Good morning. I take it that's my cue, is it? Good morning, Mr. Hindhaugh, sir. Are you well?
And you take a cue well. I am indeed. I know you've been looking at the qualifying sessions. I was watching it while you were still heading in. Extraordinary times coming in. Thought that Nicky Katzberg, the Belgian driver for ROWE Racing in the BMW, had done a brilliant job with a 7:58.405. Indeed, he had done a brilliant job in that car. That was the fastest time that we'd seen in VLN this year. And then up steps Chris Mees, the German, in the Audi Sport number 29, and only goes 2.1 seconds faster, 7:56.2. I think we can see that the weather conditions and the track conditions were pretty good this morning, Snowy.
Fantastically so. I mean, you said, I had a quick look through it after you said, I know we were sort of Skyping a bit earlier on, and it was incredible. I thought that Katzberg lap, you said that was probably the lap to sort of finish it all off and end all laps, as it were, at the point. But as you said, upstep Mees, quite incredible, and that putting that Audi on pole position. So wasn't quite expecting it. We had a little bit of controversy. I don't know whether you saw that in the pit lane a bit earlier on with the second place car, though, Alexander Sims, ending up facing the opposite way into the gravel on the entrance to the pit lane, and it looked like he had a coming together with the 708 325i of David Lantholer. With that, had some front end damage. So we'll see if that car restarts, as in the 708 car. We know the 99 M6 will be out there, but it was a shot you weren't expecting to see of one of the leading cars facing backwards in the gravel. Then you realise it was in the pit entrance, and you thought, "Oh, that's an interesting radio conversation, I would imagine, going on there, car to pit."
And to be honest, I think Alexander Sims in that number 99 ROWE Racing car had problems before that, because we did get an onboard of that car moving somewhat slower than it would normally do, with Alexander Sims, Nick Katzberg, Nick Yellerly, or Philippe Eng behind the wheel of that. Two Brits, an Austrian and a Belgian in that car, and certainly one of the favourites. Here's how they'll line up then when we get cars rolling. If this is your first time, we'll give you a little bit of an idea of what's going on. People going out of the pits at the moment onto the Grand Prix circuit, and then cutting. They don't go onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That would be a very long formation lap. They then cut through the back of the pits round the back of the pits on the Grand Prix track, and then they get lined up there for the start. We will have one pace lap, for want of a better word, if once everybody gets going. Beautiful conditions this morning for qualifying. And it will be the Audi Sport 29 on pole position with ROWE Racing's 99 alongside. Great run earlier on for the Manthey number 911, although they have finished slightly further down than they would have liked to, but they were outrunning the helicopter on the Dottinger Höhe. Falcon Porsche went well earlier on. Then the 506 lost a wheel. Right front wheel came off, and that caused a bit of consternation. The two ROWE Racing cars went out trying to improve, and there was a little bit of a close run thing coming out onto the circuit for Katzberg, and then ironically that blue 509 would play a part again later on. That was Kelvin van der Linde, the South African driver, who put the fastest. Sorry, it was Kelvin van der Linde who put the fastest time in. After Chris Meese had been going quickly earlier on in that number 29. But then, as Peter says, the 98 and 99 Rover Racing BMWs were out on a mission trying to improve, and there was damage to the front end of that number 99 car, which will start its race on the front row. The weather has slightly deteriorated. There's more dark clouds have come over, and the 708 blue BMW and the 99 getting together. It seemed to us on the way back into the pits at 708 rather than 709. In fact, sorry, that was my mistake. On the way back into the pits, using that cutout, the clouds came over a little bit towards the last 10 minutes or so of qualifying, and one or two people did improve, including, importantly, the Glickenhaus 004C that got out. Now, they yesterday had a very nasty incident. They were too loud. They had miscalculated rather badly, I think, on the sound that was coming out of the exhaust, and they were over decibeled. So they tried some fixes to cut the sound levels down, and it caused a little bit too much back pressure from the exhaust, which caused a fire. Now, they managed to get it put out from the driver, actually, some quick thinking, but the car then had to be stripped down. It was a long, long night for the Glickenhaus team. Other teams pitched in with some parts as well to help them get that car back on the grid and to help them attenuate the sound coming out of the exhaust from that V8 supercharged motor. That car did turn one lap this morning. Thomas Much took it out for an installation lap round the Grand Prix circuit. This is the bright red number 54 we're talking about. And then it did one lap, which it ended up the last time, and I didn't look right at the end of qualifying, but the last time I looked, it's the only car in the SPX class, but it was sitting 41st, which I know will not be where the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus guys would like to be. And they must have been bumped down a little bit more. 44th with the 8:41.259. It was Thomas Much who took that car out, local driver from Bitburg. Frank Moyer is in that car, along with the Spanish-sounding German from Leipzig, Felipe Fernandez-Laser in that car as well. But the good news is the race debut of the SC004C is going to happen today, and we'll have to keep our eye out for that as it comes through the field. As ever, big field, just under 160 cars, and I've got on my list, Snowy, and you can tell me if you think this is right. I had 156 cars. 3 that didn't qualify was the Cup 3 Porsche GT4 Cayman from BV and S Motorsport GmbH, the 77 V4 325i, the 337s rather, 777, the 266, that was the car that went into the on its outlap, I think, in qualifying. Peter Bonk put that car into the barriers, and it had damage around the bonnet and the front end in that Porsche Cayman S. It remains to be seen whether that car comes out. And a car that's definitely not starting is the 191 from Walkenhorst Motorsport, BMW M4 GT4. That's Ben Tuck, Jörg Brenner, Florian Weber and Dirk Tobias Wahl. That car we know is not starting. The other 3 that didn't qualify, we may yet see those at the back of their respective groups. So still getting on for 160 cars out there. So pretty much what you've been seeing with Bruce for the whole of this compressed Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series season.
I couldn't agree more. Shame to see that BMW not out. That's a shame, that. But it's only 3 cars. It's still going to be a lot of cars on the track. And of course, as you've just mentioned about Bruce and I covering these races, it has been somewhat compressed, to say the least. But I'm kind of liking it, especially when we had a double header weekend. That was a huge test of logistics and strategy and everything for all the teams and drivers involved to do back-to-back races a day apart. Quite incredible they did that, and so successfully. What is also interesting to think about is, of course, we talk about these races, John. This is a 4-hour race normally, and this one's 50% longer, so a 6-hour race, and they called it the sort of build up to the 24-hour. It's still only a quarter of the 24-hour when you think about it, and it's people that used to, the public used to Formula One, which is 2 hours or 200 miles, whichever comes up first, and it's a sprint, isn't it, by comparison? 4, 6, 24 hours. Just think about that, Al. An entire car lasting that long with different series of drivers.
Yeah, you make a good point actually about the 24 hours, because this is the really the last warm-up event before the 24 hours. This isn't the qualifying race. This is still a round of the Langstrecken-Series. Remember, the Nürburgring 24 hours is not a part of this series, but every year one of the races is a 6-hour, and it's about this time of year. We normally also get what's called a training race or a qualifying race for the ADSC 24-hour race as well. That won't happen now this year, so this effectively is the last chance for teams and drivers to shake down in a slightly longer format before we get to the 24-hour race, which is the week after Le Mans, 27th of September. So that is one to put in your diary, and we will have coverage of that here on RSL in Sound and Vision. The darker clouds have come over the Eiffel Mountains, and a number of the GT cars are heading onto the front row of the grid. It would seem to me as, what happens in this bit, which is very bizarre, is the GT3 cars and the cars in the first groups go round the cutout and onto the Grand Prix start-finish straight, as the Hyundai has done as one of the leading lights in its category, the i30N, which is the number 830, and that qualified in. Let's quickly scroll down here, see which one of us find that first. It's down in the second group anyway. If you're in the third group, you actually go out through the cutout as if you were going onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and then turn right down that short straight in front of the Nürburgring pit lane, the old Nürburgring pit lane that's sometimes used on corporate days, and then double back around using the end of the Dottinger Hohe to get lined up on the run from the Tiergarten onto the Grand Prix circuit. Coming down now to its start position is the pole sitting Audi for Audi Sport Team. Matthias Drudi, Chris Meese and Kelvin von der Linde are driving that car. 911 Porsche coming in as well from Montai. So the first MR Porsche right-hand drive built in the UK under license by RPM Technic from Tring. Was having a good look round that on, when was that? Thursday at Silverstone on a track day, and with Tim Harvey and the rest of the team overlooking that car, and with Nick Tandy having a chat about that car with an interview you'll be able to see on what is a busy weekend for us sports-wise this weekend. Today, it's Road to Le Mans as well as European Le Mans Series over on RS3 and in Sound and Vision at radio-show.co.uk. That's practice and qualifying and the race for both of those two series from Ricard today. And then tomorrow, we'll have exclusive coverage of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb on Mobile One's Facebook page. I'll be hosting that coverage from 1 o'clock UK time with a galaxy of star guests from all forms of motor racing, including NASCAR, endurance racing, and a few stars of the stage and screen, as well as coverage of that race to the clouds. That's 1 o'clock tomorrow on the Mobile One Facebook page, 1 o'clock UK time. So let's see if we can. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Pete.
I was just reflecting, John. Sorry, you're talking about Pikes Peak now. I was just reflecting on what you just said there about the training race that isn't going to take place this year. But what an extraordinary concept of 4-hour races, a 24-hour race that isn't part of the championship, but everybody thinks that's the focal point. And KCMG, for instance, are absolutely using this 6-hour race as a setup for that. We talk of doing setup or sitting a car with 2 or 3 laps normally. And this is one of the things that just still never ceases to amaze me about this Nürburgring 24-kilometre lap. We have a race that lasts in 4 hours, normally sort of 20-something odd laps. That's all we get to do. And the idea you need a training race as well. No wonder they don't need it this year. They've got plenty of hours out there.
Well, and they do, in fact, there is an element of qualification normally in that race as well. And I don't know what's going to happen with that for the ADAC 24-hour race in September. But this is the last endurance race on the Nordschleife between now and then. So this is the final chance now, and for the guys and the teams to go out there and give it a go. So that's good news. Coming into position now, Black Falcon, number 350, and I'm having to get used to some new. What's the word I'm looking for? Liveries. That's the word I was looking for. I haven't had enough coffee this morning. That's the 350, the Black Falcon Team Identica car, the 350, and that car well up the order, sitting as it is in the SP3. SP3, oh no, they say it's SP Pro it is actually. That's Marek Bochmann, Tobias Müller, Carlos Rivas and Mike Rosenberg in that car. And that is a GT3 Cup that's been Olaf Mantide. MR always means Mantide. So, Snowy, what have you been getting, 21, 22 laps, around about 7.5, 8 laps an hour in the, 28 laps in the 4 hours races.
Yeah, I was going to say 26, 27, 28 laps there, depending on whatever. And it's been very, very interesting. We'll come back to this much later in the race, of course, because it's a 6 hour, not a 4 hour. But strategy at the end, there have been some extraordinary calls on strategy. And of course, one extra lap ordinarily may or may not make a difference. Because let's face it, normally, let's talk about it. We look at one lap being about 1.5 minutes, roughly, as a sort of a figure, most circuits around the world. This is so different. We're talking a lot longer, and it can have such an effect on strategy, and that leave him out an extra lap. It's a whole different risk to do it, and there were some very, very good calls in the last race. There was some people with some strategists with very, very strong conviction to their courage of their convictions and sticking by what they did, and it pulled off a race win for the last race in NLS4. I'm just trying to find that 830 Hyundai for us still. Sorry, I cannot find it anywhere on our list. Number 830. I will find it. I know it's a competition between us which one's going to find. I found it, 46th. Got it there. It ended up 46. TCR Pro car. That was the one you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and what is that? Is a that Hyundai is racing in which category, Pete?
TCR Pro.
Right, okay, excellent. And that'll be an I-30N, is it?
Correct, that's the one you were mentioning earlier, so we said we'd find it for you. But yes, 46th on the grid, say in the second group.
I have to say, I had, thanks to Hyundai in the UK, the I-30N Fastback, which uses the same underpinnings as the hatchback, and indeed the Veloster, the Brian Herter Autosport race in Michelin Pilot Challenge in the States. And we took that to Spa, Johnny and I, for the ELMS, the last round of the ELMS, a couple of 3 weeks ago. 275 horsepower from a 2-litre turbocharged engine. This is the road car, by the way, with an electronic limited slip diff at the front. A variety of settings that included being able to take off the stability control to the point where it came up on the screen may tend to oversteer, which I really like.
That's fantastic. That's a great driver aid, isn't it?
Yeah, great. Even for a front-wheel drive car. Launch control, 6-speed. It's only in the UK, the i30N Performance is only available with 3 pedals and a gear lever, 6-speed, driving the front wheels, obviously. And in full Rice Krispies mode, by which I mean snap, crackle and pop, it sounded like a Group A rally car. It was absolutely unbelievable. And yeah, it was super comfy all the way to Spa and back. Plenty of room, even in the fastback shape, to get my Carrefour shopping in, and an element of the wine production of the northern Loire region of France was in there on the way back as well. And how about 40 miles to the gallon as well?
That's the sign of the times, John. That's how technology's come on. I'd had exactly the same. Only last week I was looking at somebody's road-going new van of a Ford make, and I looked inside it, and seriously, I just thought it was a car. It was. It wasn't a van. It was just a car. It was quite incredible. And you think, and the amount of performance and whatever. And you look at some of these new Fords, some of the Focus stuff, 3-cylinder engines with 150 brake. Yeah, 1.5 litre, 3-cylinder engine, 150 brake. And you're just like, that's motorbike stuff in a car, and it's powering an estate car. And the point being that you're making exactly is that technology's come on so much. That Hyundai, which is a factory entered car, that Velociter 830 there, it's an extraordinary piece of kit. And we focus so much on the SP9 cars, the GT3 cars, because they're the stellar ones. They're the sort of celebrity category of this series naturally. But it's not where the championships won. It's further down. And some of the other cars are extraordinary. You mentioned the Cayman earlier. There's been some great battles that Bruce and I've been talking about over these previous 4 rounds. Some of the Caymans and the 325i's, and that will focus on that. I'm sure the Pinkham Racing car number 650, that will be focused. The gold one that's nearly always on screen a great deal during this, and we get to talk about that. And it's not just all the GT3 cars up at the front, whilst that naturally draws the attention. There's something to keep us busy all the way down there.
Die gefährlichste Rennstrecke der Welt. Der kleinste Fehler wird sofort bestraft. Denn nur wer auf Qualität setzt, kann das Rennen gewinnen. Spezialfedern. Das Fahrwerk.
Right, so our TV colleagues just going to adverts there. We'll continue for RS1. It's Peter Snowden and John Hindhoff with our coverage here. The 8 hours, the 6 hours, sorry, I just added another 2 hours to it. Everybody panicked there for a moment. The 6 hours of the ROWE Racing Ruhrpokal Rennen. And one of the beautiful things about the VLN, and it's still the VLN who are the organising body, although the championship now called the Nürburgring Long Distance Series, NLS, Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, or Nürburgring Endurance Series in English, and I'm not necessarily sure why they felt the need to make two. We always just called it VLN in the past, but the VLN still are the overarching club, organising body, if you will, who look after the series. And the individual clubs from Germany are then organising each of the races. So this is where the names come from through the season. And you'll see a number of different motor clubs. So it's a bit like, here in the UK, it would be a bit like the BRDC organising one round, BARC, BRSCC, 750 Motor Club. They all get a chance to organise and take advantage of the entry fees from 150 plus, spreading the financial love on a shared resource that is the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And I think actually that is a really, really good way of doing that, to ensure that some of the smaller clubs still get their due desserts, if you will, from what is effectively a very, very lucrative set of races in Germany. So it's not all just held together by one set of organisers. It really works very, very well Indeed. All right, so the cars will be rolling off in a moment under slightly overcast skies at the Nürburgring, which means always that we'll be keeping an eye on all the various onboards, outside shots that we get. And thanks to our colleagues at Nürburgring TV and Vika for making sure that we get to see much more than just the circuit itself. We've got helicopter pictures as well this weekend, which you'll be able to join if you are in sound and vision. We understand it's a busy Saturday and you may be moving around. RS1 with all of the audio for you going right through the day. And if you want to get in touch with us, of course, it is at RSL_studio. At RSL_studio. Snowy and I will be watching that. And indeed, even if you want to speak to Johnny and Bruce, who are down in Ricard, the same thing. We always only watch RSL_studio. That's how it works. Right, we're going back to sound and vision. If you haven't tuned in, make sure you do now. The race start is just a few moments away on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
John, just something you said very quickly there, just mentioning about the different organising clubs, which is again is another feature of this this VLN, don't call it that, NLS series. You wouldn't know though. That we were commenting, Bruce and I were commenting earlier in the year that this was one of the early races to come out of pandemic, and one of our first races, and the system they set up in the paddock, which we'll go through a little bit more of, which I know you've seen. You haven't actually seen it in action live, as it were. It's quite interesting what's going to go through what we call the shopping mall, as we affectionately term it now.
The COVID carousel.
Yes, we did call it the Corona carousel to start with, and I thought there was an opportunity for a beverage to be sponsoring that, but perhaps not. But the point is that there's this organisation, you wouldn't know it looking in from the outside. You made that very valid point a few moments ago of, like in the UK, it's as if BARC, BRSCC, 750 Motor Club, whatever, are organising each round. You just wouldn't know from the outside, and there must be a fantastic template in place for them to be able to do that, and it's an absolute credit to all those organising clubs. As you say, it's in their benefit because it's lucrative for each one to go and do it, so they all get a fair crack at the whip. But you would not know it from the outside. It's just fantastic every single time. Seamless, slick, professional, as is the racing on the track.
Peter Snowden, I'm John Hindhoff. We are rolling for the first group, and here is how they are lining up. I'll give you the cars and their numbers. I'll get starting drivers for you in just a few moments' time. They're in behind the Porsche 992, the whites, the Carrera White, Grand Prix White, Porsche 992 safety car. It will be Audi Sport Team, the 29 Audi R8 in an extraordinary time of 7:56.253. Just unbelievable. 2.1 seconds ahead of Rover Racing's 99 BMW. Then on the second row, it will be Audi Sport with the 32 car with a 7:58.8. Very close after this, just that 2.1 seconds between the pole sitters and the rest of the field. Mercedes have their first car, the AMG GT3 from Team HRT is the 16 on the outside of row 2. Inside of row 3, Audi Sport again, it's the 20 car. That's the Nico Muller, Dries Van Ter, Fred Vervisch and Frank Stippler car, 7:59.2. So still under 8 minutes for the VLN version of the circuit, the NLS now, of course. That sixth position, BMW team Schnitzer, Augusta Farmers, Jens Klingman, Martin Tomczyk, Sheldon von der Linde, and position 7 inside of row 4 is the first car on 8 minutes. David Pittard and Jordan Pepper. Jordan did have a go to improve that 34 car. That is the Total sponsored BMW towards the end of the qualifying session. And let me see, I don't think he did, so I think that was David Pittard's time. 8th position is the Team Get Speed number 2 car. That's in its traditional red and white colours. Conrad have the Lamborghini Huracan for Axel Jeffries and Michele Di Martino. That is running in proper, if you're of a certain age, like Snowy and I, Franz Conrad in that sort of teal blue colour, that is the Conrad blue colour, and that is absolutely the colour of that Huracan GT3 Evo. Team HRT have the number 6 car in 10th position. That is the Patrick Assenheimer, Dominic Baumann, Dirk Müller, Mauro Engel car. Then it's the Triple F Racing Crew GmbH for Marco Mappelli, Andrea Caldarelli, and Giacomo Alto. That's another Lamborghini Huracan, the number 37 and 11th place. 12th for Rover Racing, Marco Wittmann, Lucas R, Steph Duffeldorp. The 98 car, 126 Octane, number 26 is the first Ferrari in 13th position. Falcon have their Porsche for Klaus Bachler, Matteo Cairoli, Peter Dumbrek and Martin Ragginger. If it rains here, Ragginger is outstanding, 802.8, so already 6 seconds away from the top time, although round here 6 seconds. Matty Campbell, the Australian, Matty Jaminet, Jam, and Lars Kern, the man who is the fastest road car driver around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, broke the record for Porsche in the back and forth that's been going on recently. Nick Tandy also doing some quick times with Lars when last they were here. That is the number 911 Manthey Racing. That's the Grello car, and that is in 15th position. Hubert Haupt, Phil Ellis, and Gabriele Piana for Mercedes AMG Team HRT has the number 17 car in 16th position. Phoenix have their Audi for Kim Louis Schramm, Jules Gunon, and Jamie Green, it is, of course, in the 15 Audi. Ferrari have the Hella Pagid Racing One 39 car for Christian Kohlhaas, Nikolai Rogoviu, and Mike Jaeger in 18th position. And we'll go down to the top 20 for you. Iron Force Racing car collection by TECE for Eile Earhart, Pierre Kaffer, Simon Reicher, and Jan-Erik Sluten. And in 20th position, Janine Hill and Jules Simchovek, the Swiss-rated driver, in 20th position. KCMG just outside, by the way, in 21st position for the 911 GTR. If I go down and give you some of the other pole positions, the mix of SP9 Pro and AM there. The SP Pro 350 car, which is the Black Falcon team Identica car, sits in 30 seconds. That is Marek Bockmann's car we were talking about earlier on, that grey coloured car. SP7 Paul, looks like that is the Porsche GT3 Cup car in 33rd position, the 62 H&R sponsored car. SP8T, and that's the category that Aston Martin and also Darren Turner back in that car this weekend, isn't he? That looks to me like the 181 car is on pole for that. That is, sorry, the 148 car on pole position for that. It's a Mercedes. And the Cup X is Teichmann Racing for the KTM Crossbow GT4, the 930. 120 Cup 2, which is the GT3 Porsche Cup classes. That'll be 9 and 11 Racing Team, 9 and 11 Racing Team, Tim Shearbath's team, the number 120 in 41st position. SP10 Hoffer Racing by Bonk, Michael Schrei, Michael Fisher, and Gabriel Piana also listed in that car as well. BMW M4 GT4, that's the 192 in 42nd position. The Cameron Glickenhaus 004C, Thomas Mudge, Frank Mayer, and Philippe Fernandez Laser, 44th position, the only car in SPX. TCR Pro is that Hyundai Motorsport Veloster for Mark Alexander Bessing, Manuel Lauch, and Luca Engsler in the 830 and 46th position. Only 2 seconds away in a TCR Pro car from that Adrenaline Motorsport BMW GT4. That just shows you how quick those TCR cars. Cup 3 is the 949. That's the first of the Cayman GT4s. Javier Zorg Rennsport, and that's in 47th position. Cup 3 is the 718 GT4 Club Sport. That is Team Ravenol. 917. That's a good 917, I suppose we should say for that. A good Porsche number there as well. Just skimming down. ATG is the 4Motors Bio concept car, which has got the Popstar Smudo in that. That's the 320 Porsche 11 GT Cup that is running on, I think, on gas power, that car, but alternative fuels anyway, down in 61st position. And I think Cup 5 I should find. That's the Team Adrenaline Pixum car. Stefan Kreuzer, Charles Oakes, Einar Thorsen, Philip Leisen in the 635 in 72nd position. VT3, have we mentioned a VT3? I'm not sure. That's a Cayman S. Yes, I think we have. Cup X, another crossbow for Teichmann Racing down in 83rd position. Got a few of those, actually, those crossbow GT4s. And V5, we've done a V5 for sure. VT2, no, we've done that. I think that's all your pole sitters. Oh, there's an H2. We haven't done an H2. That's a Renault Clio, the 614. That's Tobias and Daniel Overbeck, local drivers from Kempen, just down the road. Famous, of course, for the Schumacher karting. It's where you turn off left. So just up the road, not too far away. Anyway, turn off the motorway. They're in 113th position. We'll try and keep you up to date with all of the class leaders as we go through. At RSL_studio. Hello to Sarah Rigby, who'll be cheering on Aston Martins, particularly the number 160 Aston Martin GT8R with Chris Goodwood and Darren Turner in that car, as well as, now who's the third driver in that? I should know that, in the 160. This is the new version, of course, of the Aston Martin. It's Alex West, of course it is. Had to look for that. Sorry, Alex. That's the Garage 59 entered car. So, Snowy, what are we going to see? You and Bruce have been watching most of these this year. I've caught up with as many as I can when you've been commentating or when I've been in the studio doing other things. On the edge of, 7 or 8 laps, depending on Code 60, slow zones, etc. for the GT3 cars. Have we seen any tricky 2-3 lap stints and then somebody coming in for to get off strategy in the 4-hour races?
They did try it in the last round. I'm still stunned. Never mind what I'm going to see, John. What I've just heard of you going all the way down to the grid there. I thought you were going to get down to the 156th and final car that's qualified there for us. A stunning job. As you mentioned, only the 4 cars that are not starting. The 959 Porsche Cayman from the Cup 3 class, the 777 325i from the V4, the Bonk Porsche Cayman SP4T, and the SP8T BMW M4 GT. Talking of that class, the SP8T, a car after your own heart. I know I'm a bit of an Aston man. I'm amazed you haven't mentioned it so far. I'm sure we've got 6 hours of racing to go. I'm sure you will, but not that I'm going to be supporting Darren Turner and Chris Goodwin, of course. I would not be too impartial. But the 152 position qualified car 157 is the Alfa Romeo Giulia Quadrifoglio, which you will just love. Now, I'm amazed you haven't brought that up yet.
Yeah, no, I did see that in qualifying. No, thank you for reminding me. Nick Damon, who has got some RC racing going on, the British Grand Prix from Ware later on this weekend, Sunday, and Bank Holiday Monday, as it is a holiday weekend here in the UK. Nick will be very disappointed that I didn't mention that, as will Paul Truswell, who's another alphaholic, as is Johnny Palmer, to be honest.
And David Addison.
I haven't seen that car yet. I saw it on the timing screen this morning. I haven't seen it. I've seen a couple of race prepped Giulias, and of course there is now a Quadrifoglio Giulia Competizione for the street as well, which is over 100,000 euros, but is stripped out and carboned up. Looks fantastic. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing that car out on the circuit. And just great to see, Snowy, another manufacturer getting involved, whether that is manufacturer involvement or whether that is a private entry. It doesn't really matter. It's just getting them out here and seeing more variety and different shapes of cars, because there's no way you can mistake an Alfa, even nowadays, in the very homogenous design language that aerodynamics and safety regulations have for street cars, there's no way you can mistake an Alfa for anything else but an Alfa.
Absolutely, they've got their own DNA, and long may it so continue. It is a privately entered car, that one, to Mario Simoncini. He'd been one of the drivers, all Italian lineup of Mario Simoncini himself, Bruno Barbara, and Alberto Corobio and Ugo Vincenzi in that car. That's number 157. It did qualify in 152nd place. It only did with 4 laps of quality. Its best being a 10-minute 37.1. Just trying to compare that to the rest of the class. It's not out of pace.
What class is that in? SP8T, is it?
SP8T, correct.
So that is the same class as you mentioned as the Aston Martin and 1 or 2 AMG GTs. So that's a tough old class. A T standing for the turbo, of course. SP8. Closest thing is GT4, really, is what you're talking about there. Nürburgring specials, really, but that's where you'll see a lot of GT4s. At RSL Studio, hello, Johannes, our favourite Austrian, has already tweeted in. We were talking about that Veloster earlier on. He says it's a shame to see that the full TCR class is not getting as well supported as it used to at the NLS, but plenty of TCRs in other categories. SP3T seems to have a few refugees, and the reason for that, as Johannes rightly points out, is there's a free tyre choice there. So if you have an association and a financial assistance from a tyre manufacturer, then SP3T is where to go. There are a number of categories in this race series where there is a sole tyre supplier, and TCR is one of them. What we haven't mentioned, but we should do, is that there are limited spectators allowed in the arena area of the Grand Prix circuit. The organisers being very clear to say that they didn't want people out in the forests. Quite how they're going to police that, I'm not entirely certain. But from the overhead helicopter pictures that we are seeing, and I do feel like Chopper John at the moment. I feel like I should be doing the morning traffic news at the moment. Coming onto the Dottinger Hall, quite a lot of traffic at the moment, but it is moving. It does seem as though people have heeded that advice from the organisers. The leaders are coming down the long run to home, the Dottinger Hall, just passing the area where you come on to do the tourist laps in a moment or two. Down past, on their left-hand side, the public road, a couple of horse boxes being actually about the same speed as the safety car at the moment. And then to the further left of that, as the helicopter is right over the top of the field as they are about to stop weaving and start lining up 2 by 2. Just further to the left from the Dottinger Hör and the road is a place called Gottlieb Daimler Straße, and that is where all of the technical centres for the major manufacturers, tyre manufacturers, etc., that's where they are all based, so that they can take advantage of what was originally, remember, built as a test circuit, not necessarily as a race circuit, back in 1920s, to get the racing and the testing off the local Eifel roads, and a massive infrastructure project to build the Nordschleife that retained the character and the atmosphere of the local roads at the time, the old Eifel Rennen, the Eifel races. And my goodness, didn't they do a cracking job? And the manufacturers have a number of special days, pool days, manufacturer days, that allows them to test their street cars on the Nordschleife.
Just reflecting, John, as you said, as if we haven't got enough to talk about in 6 hours of racing. I repeat, 6 hours of racing. On one shot we had a moment ago there on my screen, we had 156 race cars, a helicopter, 2 horse boxes and a motorbike.
Yes.
It should keep us occupied, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
To say the very least. 2 by 2 they are indeed, coming up to Tiergarten, so we're about to start, John.
Yeah, it looks like they're forming up quite nicely. The Porsche safety car, which we won't see again. Any issues will be dealt with yellow flags. Oh, good jump from the pole position by the red and white Audi on the nose of midday Central European time, and off goes our pole sitter. Absolutely glorious start then for the Audi, just weaving a little bit to get heat into the tyres. Down into the first corner with the BMW, the Rover racing car trying to hold on. Here comes the Mercedes around the outside, or should I say the AMG around the outside. What a lovely run that was, and it's still side by side for second and third in the complex. And the Mercedes has gone through, takes second place. The second Audi trying to come through as well at the front of the field. So the front row starting Rover Racing BMW beaten to the punch by the team HRT AMG Mercedes number 16, the orange and black car. Behind there, I can see the Falcon Porsche coming through. Also the Lamborghini Huracan, distinctive light blue, teal colour there for Conrad Racing. And further back as well, the bright yellow AMG sitting in about 6th or 7th position at the moment. And in fact, going side, that is the Get Speed car, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes, it is. Not in the Vodafone colours this weekend.
No, correct. In the waspy colours. Yeah, the yellow and black. It's almost there, John. We never know what goes on inside a car there, but it's almost as if the Rover BMW, as it were, got caught napping there, because you said, we were about to say, and they're ready to go, and all of a sudden that Audi just jumped into the lead, just pulled away. I think that caught him out a little bit, which allowed that Mercedes to get a run down the outside. And if you can do it into turn one round the outside there, Bruce and I were talking about this on the last round, in round 4, of what's the favoured side, inside or outside. It's still, despite being a 6-hour race, that first lap, those first few corners are still your best opportunity. We're about to go to our second group starting in a minute, but do you favour the inside and risk it because you get to a natural pinch point and everybody's behind you, or do you go around the outside? Obviously it's a greater distance to cover, but the Mercedes AMG, as you say, got way there, and the number 16 got all the way around the outside from 4th to 6th in one corner, but 2, let's say. So great start for the number 16 Mercedes there, and those cars have looked so strong in rounds 1, 2, 3 and 4. Can they carry that through into round 5?
And it is the Hyundai that will lead them to the line for the second group of cars. That's the TCR that we were talking about earlier on, and down the inside gets a cracking start. Actually, that is the 930 car, the 830 car, sorry. Mark Bessing, Manuel Lauk and Luca Engsler. I would think that it'll be Luca or Mark that would have started that car. Haven't got that transponder information in front of me just at the moment. So that was 46th. The Zorg Rennsport Porsche was sitting alongside, and then I don't know what the collective noun for Cayman Club Sports 718s are, but there was a whole bunch of them there. BMW M4 in there is the 169 of FK Performance Motorsport, but that really is one BMW in a horde of Caymans. Audi TCR in there further back down, the bright green coloured car. Also the VW Golf GTI TCR of Max Kruse Racing. And not so far away, there should be an Aston Martin in there, the 176. That's the Guido Dumouriez. Michael Hess and Nico Verdonker. Sorry?
Did I hear Aston Martin? Did you say an Aston Martin?
should be one in there somewhere. I'll go get me Aston Martin Works Vantage overalls and slip them on if you want.
I'm amazed you hadn't got them on already. I assumed it was de rigueur already.
It's not cold enough, mate. And I'm not likely, even though I'm expecting excitement, I don't think I'm going to burst into flames today. Hopefully not. Anyway.
I don't know about that.
There's always time. Leaders well out. In fact, going through over the bridge at Adenauer and heading up towards the area of the track that is still inextricably linked with Nicky Lauda after that awful accident that really should have ended Nicky's career, but nobody told Nicky that. They're heading now, climbing up the hill from Bergwerk through that long series of left-handers where you're trying to put as little steering into the car as possible as the third set of cars comes to the line. This is the BMW Cup class, which is always tremendously impressive, and they are 4 abreast coming down to the first corner. Nearly 5 abreast, actually, as they head in. It's pretty clean, though, and the BMW, now called 240s, of course, which were built as 235, and specifically for the Cup class here, and then all the smaller engine front-wheel drive cars in behind them. That's nice and clean. The leading Audi has managed to just stretch away a little bit as they're at the Caracciola carousel for the first time. So about halfway around the circuit under slightly grey skies, not as nice weather as we had, not as pleasant looking weather as we had for qualifying, but the lead Audi is still the pole sitting car. Do I see a little bit of dampness on the circuit on the far side of the track as they go up towards ROWE Act?
Now, come on, John. That's the kind of thing I expect from Bruce. He always does that when it's sort of a first lap. Shall we throw a little bit of extra into it, shall we?
ROWE Act and then on to Wipperman. And down to one of my favourite places on the far side is Brunchen. Tricky entry towards Brunchen where you don't want to drift out too wide to the right-hand side, then cut the car back to the right for the apex, and you can run out onto the block paving and then start to climb through the ice curve. Always tricky under the trees there if there has been a bit of water, and then you're picking up speed towards the end of the lap through the insanely quick Flansgarden. That's where the leaders are at the moment, and we've got a Golf off on the Grand Prix track from the third group of cars. Looks a pretty stock machine, actually. Too busy watching the leaders, I'm afraid, to see what number that was. My apologies. But that looks like a Golf GTI with a very nice set of BBS alloys on, and we wish the best for everybody at BBS. That company in a bit of financial issues, we heard recently. I think that was the 155 MSC Zinzeg EVM ADAC Golf Mark 3 16 valve that went off. It was, sorry, the 616 from position 155. Always a bit of detective work goes on in these early laps before we get all the timing information coming through to us. 8 minutes coming up on the clock from a slow standing start. The leaders, slow rolling start. The leaders are on the dot to get her now and spread pretty equidistantly, and the AMG has held on to its second position. Still the BMW that was on the front row, the Rover car, in third, then the second of the Audis as they stream back towards us, headlights ablaze now. So,
John, you just mentioned very quickly, just going back to Cup 5 before those leading cars come into the end of that first lap. Very quickly, the Cup 5 cars. I mentioned the Pixum Adrenaline car, number 650, the distinctive gold one. That was right up at the front, but then ran wide on turn 1. I thought I was watching historic racing at Goodwood. He drifted all the way out into the runoff area and lost from first down to second to third to back to second in a power slide on the very first corner of a 6-hour race. Talk about commitment.
well, you know what that is? That's getting there rather too quickly and realising you hadn't warmed the tyres up, isn't it? Oh, lock up for
With the Aston.
That's the Aston. Yeah, now that's right in front of the leaders, so that must have already had a problem and probably been into the pits and back out again, I reckon, Snowy.
I think you're absolutely right. I think he's come out, seen that pack come through and tried to do his best to get out of the way. And was duly doing so, and then going on to the GP loops, trying to keep out the way there. So great driving, but just probably those released into the traffic of all the chances, and when they haven't even spread out yet, one lap in, and all of a sudden he's released into the traffic there. So I think he's doing absolute utmost to keep out of the way.
And was that the 157 car then, in that case?
I'm just looking.
It is the white and black Vantage for sure. Let's hope not.
No, 157 is the Alpha.
All right, okay. Well, that's definitely not.
Definitely not that. We were talking about distinctive looks. And yeah, Aston brand, Alpha brand. Let's not get the two confused.
Let's have a look further down. It's the 176 car. Nick Overdonks just brought the Pro Sport Racing car out. So what he will have done is either started from the pit lane or had a problem and done the Grand Prix track and come straight back in to the pit lane. At the front of the field then, it's still the Audi from pole position leading as they head off onto the Nordschleife for the second time of asking. Chris Meese behind the wheel of Audi Sport Team number 29 for Mara Engel for Mercedes in second. Then Nick Yeloli for Rover Racing. Then Winkelhock in the 32. Martin Tomczyk in the 42. BMW Team Schnitzer M6 is in fifth. Fred Vervisch in sixth position. Then Klaus Bachler for Falcon. Matty Goetz for Mercedes in the number 2 car. It's the Get Speed car in that Wasp, as Peter described it, livery. Behind him, it's Marco Mappelli for the Triple F Racing Group Lamborghini, just ahead of the Conrad Lamborghini. 37 and 7 make up the top 10. Ahead of the Octane Ferrari, the Manthey Racing Porsche. Hello to everyone in Australia, cheering Matty Campbell on. And he has started that race. He's sitting at the moment right in behind the Octane Ferrari, and ahead of David Pittard in the Valkenhorst BMW, who has a look round the outside on the Grand Prix circuit in the Total BMW. Check that. That was at the top of the foxhole. My apologies.
Now, that's been something he's been doing all these races, John. We've commented on this every time. He nearly always starts that BMW, that Valkenhorst BMW, and he is, if I say aggressive, I mean cleanly and professionally, but he is like a terrier, like a little pit bull dog. We've said that on each of these races so far. He can deliver some extraordinary opening stints in now, to the point that a couple of times when it was damp in the last round, we did question whether he'd even keep the thing on the island, but he did very successfully. And got a few places, and he seems to be able to do the same at the end of a race, but of course that's a 4-hour race. We've got another 2 hours, 50% added on this time just to make it different. But David Pittard in that Valkenhorst M6 has been an absolute star of these opening stints of the NLS so far this season.
David Pittard, probably a name that a lot of international viewers and listeners won't have heard of too much, but he's made a real reputation for himself very quickly, Peter, on the Nürburgring, and enhanced his reputation as an endurance driver, which we've known David for a wee while, but he's become a bit of a Nürburgring specialist.
Well, he certainly has, and I was talking only last week to Jody Fannin, who was in that car last year, and he was just saying just how hard David Pittard has worked and just at his craft to develop it. And as you said, you're absolutely spot on. He has become a real Nürburgring specialist. He's grown to like it enormously and taken to it and kind of gelled with it. And it's the results are there. It's showing when he starts those opening stints. I say not denigrating him at all, but Bruce and I a couple of times sort of held our breath, or a couple of times when he was monstering the curbs in the damp. That was the point of the opening laps of the round 4. And we just thought, blimey, he's working without a safety net, basically, but he's pulling it off. And the hours of dedication and studying to that craft, and apparently he spends hours and hours and hours going over data. And when somebody like Jody Fannin says of another driver that he spends an awful lot of time on data, it's quite revealing, isn't it?
Well, Jody is known to be a bit of a stat geek, so yes, absolutely agree.
I'd have just said geek.
I think he put his hand for that. He's our geek, though. He's our geek.
Absolutely.
The noise you were hearing in the background there was the sound of rotors, helicopter assistance. We've got air support for this round of the NLS this weekend, which makes me seeing fantastic views around the full Nürburgring Nordschleife. Just maybe don't quite hear quite as much of the car noise when we're hearing that. But if you are watching on radio-show.co.uk or any of the syndications, and don't forget, if you are tuned in at the moment on maybe on RS1, just on the audio, if you want to have a second screen, if you go to radio-show.co.uk and go to the race page, which has got the video, our enhanced timing is available there. It's what we use in the studio, including the strategy software as well. It will give you a real insight later on in the race into what's going on, and you can see what I can see at the moment. Let me run down some of the class leaders as we start to settle into the first stint here, with 15 minutes already gone, but of course Audley still about to finish the second lap of the race. Chris Meese leads, we know that, in the 29 Audi for Audi Sport Team. The Hella Pagid Racing 1 Ferrari is the SP9 AM leader in 14th position. That's the 39. The Pro Am SP9, these are all still GT3 cars, of course, is in 21st. Pierre Caffer, the obvious pro in that. That's the number 11 Iron Force Racing Audi. In SP Pro, it's the Black Falcon Team Identica car, that's the 350 Porsche, that's the GT3 Cup MR Manti Racing breathed on car, that's in 30th. In 32nd, SP8T is Janine Hill, who is leading in the Mercedes-AMG GT4 number 148. The SPX up to 34th position after starting 43rd or 44th is the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus 004C. It's the only car in SPX. Not worried about that. What Jim Cameron and the rest of the team will be interested in is how far up that car can get. Is we've got a battle then for third position, and through goes the Audi on the Dottinger Hohe, using the hole in the air that was made by the Rover Racing number 99 as they were coming up to Tiergarten. So that's a change. So now it's Audi, AMG, Audi, BMW, as we're already lapping cars coming to the end of lap 2. Down towards the first corner for the leaders. Let me continue with some leaders for you. The gas-powered T320 leads its class in 35th position. Cup 3, Team Avia Zorg Rennsports Porsche 949 is leading that. That's annoying, my timing screen just moved as I was looking down. Hyundai Motorsport GmbH with a Veloster, Mark Bassing, that wasn't a bad guess then, he is starting that car. 38th position for Bassing, and leading TCR. SP7 is the Huber Motorsport Porsche, the number 80, that's in 39th position. Cup 2, that is the GT3 Cup car, and that is the 120 Shearberth car that leads that. The Cup X, which is the crossbow category, the GT4s, 930 leads that for Teichmann Racing, and that's in 45th position. Andreas Gulden leads Max Kruse, or drives Max Kruse Racing's VW Golf TCR and SP3T, that's 47th. SP10 Hoffer Racing by Bonk M4 BMW, the 192 is in 49th position, and the Pixum Team Adrenaline BMW 240i Racing Cup 650 is leading their category. Walter Strajcek, by the way, I haven't seen the Opel Manta, but Walter Strajcek is racing in the OPC Cup class in the number 856 Opel Astra Cup car, and he's leading his class in 91st position. And there's a Peugeot RCZ that leads SP2T in 111th position, the 385, and so it goes. I reckon we've probably got something in the region of 22 classes in all, in the 160 or so cars. So we've given you the main ones there. We'll keep an eye on that as we go through. I'm John Hindhaugh, and this is Peter Snowden.
Thank you, John. Yes, I say an extraordinary number of classes there. Right up at the front, though, SP9 is one that we talk about, what we call the GT3 cars, SP9 Pro cars in this category. Audi Sport leading at the moment. Audi's first and third. Team HRT in the AMG, Mercedes in second place. Marcus Engel in the number 16 car there. Started fourth on the grid, currently up into second place. That's a new team this year, and it's grown out of the Black Falcon team. They're not running in the top SP9 category. John just mentioned they're down in some different categories a little further down because they're focusing on really a bit of the, I think, the 24-hour, but certainly on 2021 on a bigger return there with some new stuff there. So we'll keep an eye on those for next year and keep you updated on that. But for the moment, the HRT nearly won the very first round. They had a slight issue with that, but they're right up there. It is. I'm surprised that that the Rover Racing, sorry, the Valkenhorst BMW hasn't got a little bit further up. Been waxing lyrical about David Pittard there, and it's not quite
14th position at the moment, but only 16 seconds off the lead, and in a huge line of cars that stretches right up to 11th position for Mapelli's Triple F Lamborghini Huracan. And
two of the Get Speed Performance Mercedes side by side, the numbers 8 and 23, Maxi Vaxvier and Simracek's right side by side there. So they're 20 seconds apart, but they're running 18th and 19th. The Huracan currently just outside the top 10 in 11th place.
Well, that's dropped back. That's dropped back, hasn't it?
It has.
The Simcowick car was right at the sharp end, running in the top 10. That's the yellow and black car, and that's dropped back behind. Now, that is an SP9 AM, so my presumption there, and it is just a presumption, because I can't remember, because I'm getting old and senile, even though I watched qualifying, that was Maxi Book or Maxi Guts. I think it was
Maxi Book.
Yes.
You were going to say the opposite, weren't you?
No, I don't know. But interestingly, the driver lineup that I've got there doesn't include Simkovic in that. It was entered originally as a pro car, and I'm now seeing it on the timing screen as... No, forget that. I'm looking at the wrong car.
Now, John,
that is still up there. It's Maxi Gort who's in that car. Sorry.
That's okay. Something that it's way too early in a 6-hour race to predict anything, and also not our place to predict. But there's a car that I would suggest we keep an eye on. It had a stellar performance a few rounds ago, and that's the number 26 Octane 126 Ferrari 488 GT3 car, obviously in the SB9 class. Currently started by Luca Ludwig. It may be languishing, for want of a better term, in 10th at the moment, but it's a long race. That car had an absolutely amazing performance, especially driven by, no disrespect to Lukazik or Toyota, but Bjorn Grossman. It's an all-Swiss lineup in that car. And they had a fantastic performance in round 3, to the point of actually winning it outright. Unfortunately, disqualified afterwards for an incorrect compound left rear tyre, which wasn't on an approved list. And that my understanding of it was that the team were totally unaware of it, and the tyre manufacturer, Goodyear in this case, hadn't communicated to the authorities that there was a tyre that was permitted, i.e. quite simply an admin error, just one of those things of an administrative oversight. So they went and won the race, and it was a last lap job as well, which I know is slightly longer than the Nürburgring, but it was a last lap lunge to get the lead. And Bruce says I predicted it. I said it might well happen. I'm no soothsayer. If I was, I'd write down the first 6 numbers that came into my head and share it with you. But it did come through, and then Bruce was very happy to say that, so unfortunately it's now been disqualified, so the Ferrari didn't really win it. That's how it goes. But I will just keep an eye on that car. You just never know. I know it's early days to say that, but I'm just putting a little marker down there to say it's just something that may well just reappear. As I'm also convinced that Falcon Horse Motorsport BMW with Pittard at the wheel currently, that will get further up. 14th, you're right, it's not very far in terms of time. I'm just surprised so early, given his reputation of an amazing opening stint. It's still only 14th, which sounds a really odd thing to say in a 6-hour race, I know.
Yeah, Luca Ludwig, I was going to say young Luca Ludwig, but he's 31 now.
That's young compared to us, John.
Well, yes, it's a slip of a lad. Son of Klaus Ludwig, who has a superb reputation and history with the Nürburgring Nordschleife, of course. Great results here down through the years for Klaus. And when I was first getting started in international endurance racing as a cub reporter and commentator, Klaus was still absolutely in his pomp in the what was then effectively the World Sports Car Championship, driving those magnificent GT-based prototypes in the World Championship, and got a
great times and great cars.
Well, I think Mark Webber started with Klaus. Actually,
I think he did. Yeah, absolutely did. You're right. He most certainly did. John, just very quickly, just going back to Cup 5 for a second. We've mentioned the 650 Pixum Adrenaline Motorsport car. That is always up at the front. Can somebody tell the Pixum team and the Schnitzersalm Racing number 666 BMW? Oh, we've got somebody off on the Dottinger.
Oh, that's a big one on the Dottinger.
Yeah, on the right hand
side. That's one of the front-running cars as they were coming through traffic there. The leaders are over the start-finish line, first, second and third together at the end of the lap, and they are now less than a second apart. Mies, Engel and Winkelhock for Audi, Mercedes and Audi in that order down through turn 1. But that looked to me like an AMG GT that was spinning itself into its component parts. Now that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to shed the bodywork and various other pieces of the car to help dissipate energy. But that was a hard right turn into the arm core, which is barely a car's width, maybe a car and a half width away from the side of there, and you are flat out there. 170, 180 miles an hour in these GT cars.
Driver's out.
The driver is out of the car. It's a green helmet.
but it's front and back end. Very strange place to go off there, and a very strange incident. So
he's been off further down the track, Peter. There's a big kink in the arm core and some dirt, and he's either been tipped into a spin there, or
a tyre failure.
It's a tyre failure.
Yeah.
Is that one of the ROWE racing cars? Is that one of the ROWE racing cars?
I'm not sure. I was trying to look at it myself, John, but we've obviously got a slow zone through.
Well, the 99 came through. Where is the 98? I'm sure it's a front-engined car.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it is. I'm just not sure.
Code 60. Yeah. Code 60 on the Dottinger Höhe. The green helmet. If it is the 99 car, let's have a quick look.
Well, there was Nick Yellowy in that car, wasn't he? To start from, he started that car. If it is the 99 car.
Yeah, not sure. I'm speculating at the moment, but I can't see that. And he was in that early big group, but that's a very, very big accident and very high speed accident, and great to see the driver of that car, whichever one it is, that has got out. Now, I'm not seeing a car.
So there doesn't appear to be anybody else involved, which is, okay, as you say, John, quite right. It's going to be one of two things, basically. You're flat out there, so unless something's broken, which is unlikely, potentially a tyre failure. But as you say, looking at this, there's no tyre marks, and there's just a big
it
deformation
might be the
of the
number
barrier.
17. It might be the number 17, because that is an AMG, which I thought in the first place.
That's what you said,
that was. And that car has gone missing from the timing screen. It's showing in the pit, but I don't think it got. And that would be the Jelmer Berman, Nico Bastian, Gabriele Piana car.
Nico Bastian at the wheel, yeah.
With Nico, and Nico does, I think, have a green helmet. But that car is showing in the pits at the moment. No, that's a VW that's in the pits. That's the 49, which is... Now, I wonder if he's run into some of the debris, because the very lovely twin pipe exhaust on that Golf GTI, the GT tyre-sponsored car, has come...
Yeah, but it's got right rear damage, that car, with the rear PU there, the rear bumper.
Bit of lappery going on.
Yeah. So I just wonder if it's just been involved in that incident or not at all.
All speculation at the moment, but we know we've lost a car. So the engine noise you can hear in the background is that of the Get Speed AMG GT3.
And still one of the best sounds you're going to get to hear, isn't it, John? That deep bass engine of note of those AMG Mercedes. They're quite extraordinary. It sounds like a diesel train almost. I mean that in a complimentary way, as in it's just got loads of low-down torque and power. And we've commented a few times this year on the sheer punch and pace that car has onto the straight, certainly onto the GP circuit. Quite extraordinary.
Sorry, Peter. That's Mathieu Vaxivière behind the wheel of that car in 17th position, the number 8 car. And just going by one of the OPC Astra Cup cars,
complete with an AMG right on its boot. Yeah, look at
well, that's his teammate.
Yeah.
I think that's Sim Koviak in the other Get Speed car, the sort of yellow and orange and black car, as they were pushing through traffic, 189, 190, 200 kilometers an hour, as he goes up the hill from Brunchen, still climbing. The last of the three, the third of the three corners tightens on you a little bit as you're coming up the hill, and you do not want to be scrubbing any kind of speed up. 230 kilometers an hour as they head up through Kesselchen towards Klostertal, which is just a little lift in probably 6th gear, then down 1 gear.
Something going on at the carousel as well, John. We've got a yellow flag and a slow zone at the carousel now as well, so something from there. So we'll see when we get around to that what's just going on there. Somebody spatted out potentially on the way out, but again, speculation. We'll wait until we see. But there's certainly a slow zone and yellow flag situation overtaking at the carousel.
still trying to work out which of the cars is missing. It might be the 6 car. Reading the German now on the website. Let me see how far that's dropped down. That would be the Patrick Assenheimer car. That car has not completed its next lap, and it's gone a lap down. But that again is a Mercedes AMG. So my first instinct at looking at the remains of that car in the background by a long shot was that was a Mercedes. And the Assenheimer car is dropping back. We'll get something to you. 7:57 is the new fastest lap from the 3rd place Audi, the number 32. That the car that was started by Marcus Winkelhock. A lot of sons of in this race, which makes Pete and I feel very young indeed, very old indeed. I mean,
so I'll take the first comment. If it makes us feel very young, we'll go for that, John.
Well, so many. I mean, sometimes now 3rd and 4th generation drivers as well. I think particularly of Jade Edwards, who I've commentated on.
Yep.
I've commentated on a dad and a granddad. We've got young Sebastian Priault, and whilst I didn't commentate on his grandfather, I certainly commentated on his dad, and in fact his great-grandfather, Andy Priault's grandfather, raced as well. BMW battle at turn 1 as the 480 and the 510 swap around. The 510 taking the position. They're a bit further back down the field. The 510 is the Manheller racing car. Carsten Nechtes, Marcel Manheller and Yanis Waldau. And they are battling away in a class of 17.
Just looking at that damaged wreckage on the Dottingerhoe, it's even less clear what it is now because they've turned the car around, so we've got a head-on shot. We can't actually see what it is, John. I was hoping to be able to identify that for you, but obviously slow zone.
It's definitely an AMG. For my money, that's definitely an AMG.
I have to say, I completely agree with you. I thought that was my first thing. Said I can only concur with you. That's what I thought it was as well. But so big slow zone at the moment with the leading cars, the R8 Audi at the front with the fantastic orange Mercedes just there as well. The 2 Audis, 1 and 2 on our camera at the moment. I'm just looking at our timing sheet. I think it was slightly out of order. I think it was just
Assenheimer has definitely not completed that previous lap, so I'm going to go with that being the number 24, the number 6 rather. The AMG that Patrick Assenheimer started, that's a pro car for AMG Team HRT Auto Arena. Patrick Assenheimer, Dominic Baumann, Dirk Müller and Maro Engel. I mean, that's a really stout driving team. Out on the end of the lap then, through has gone the leaders. Mies, Winkelhock, Engel separated by a second and a half. Then Nick Yellerly for ROWE Racing. Then Martin Tomczyk for BMW Team Schnitzer. Klaus Bachler for Falcon Motorsports Porsche. Fred Vervisch for Audi in 7th. Then Jeffries for the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, just a 10th further back. He's got 7 seconds, so then there's a bit of a gap to Maxi Goetz. Then young Ludwig, as we're going to call him now, 31-year-old in the Ferrari, ahead of the second Ferrari, actually, the 39, the Hella Paget car, by about 11 seconds. Then Mapelli, Campbell in 13th, Pittard in 14th. Then Michael Christensen for Frickadelli Racing, first time we've mentioned the 31 car. That's in 14th position. And then into the pits. Now, this is interesting. Into the pits for the number 15 Pro car with Kim-Louis Schramm in the Phoenix number 15 car. Phoenix based basically in Gottlieb Daimlerstrasse that I was mentioning earlier on at Moospath, which is literally a stone's throw from the Dottingerhoe. Though I think you'd probably get locked up if you were throwing stones onto the Dottingerhoe. Falcon having a good battle at the moment as they go on to the Nordschleifer and the Hatzenbach. They're battling with the Total Valkenhorst car.
I was just going to comment on that, John. I'm just trying to go around the outside there. That's the number 4 car. with Klaus Bachler there trying to go around the outside onto the Nordschleife, which is very brave to get it done. There is two distinct parts of this circuit. You've got the Grand Prix loop, and there is a different rhythm to the two. I mean, that may sound slightly odd thing to say, but there really is quite a bit of different rhythm. You can get a lot of overtaking done on that GP circuit, and then it's a lot more difficult on the Nordschleife. It's narrower, a lot of traffic, but there's a great battle just behind that. So that's between the Tomczyk and Bachler, the Schnitzer M6 and the Porsche 911 of Falcon. But right behind it, you mentioned Vervish and Jeffries. The Huracan, absolutely, the Conrad Motorsport Huracan, absolutely monstering at the back of Vervish Audi R8. So that battle going on. So two battles in 4 cars there, only a few seconds apart. So a great deal to watch there. The BMW still coming under, the Schnitzer BMW Tomczyk coming under ever increasing pressure from Bachler in the Falcon Motorsports 911 behind, in a lot of traffic now. He's having to look one side. Just making, this is what we were saying so many times, John, about this race, that it's almost, you've got to try and convey this to people, that going past one of the Cup 5 cars, then was the number 650 gold 240 BMW there, with its back being illuminated by the flashing lights of the Falcon car. A load of mid-corner understeer there for Bachler.
And that was at the end of the Foxhole.
Yeah.
Now, the Foxhole is normally one line. So up at, and if you're in one of those Cup class cars, it's almost like driving a road car through there. And driving a road car through there driving any car through there at any kind of speed, the reason it's so difficult and it's so scary, and the reason you don't want to move offline, is because there is a camber. There is a camber on the road, like a normal road. So the middle of the road is slightly higher than either side. And because of how you're going down through the Foxhole, you're crossing backwards and forwards across that crown of the road. And that unsettles a road car, but it's got relatively compliant suspension. But you still feel it in a race car, and it's one of the reasons why you don't set a Nürburgring Nordschleife car up as stiffly as you would a car for just the Grand Prix circuit here. You really feel that change in the road surface, and it unsettles the car. And considering you're doing about 100 and plenty down there in a Cup car, never mind in a GT3 car, being unsettled with what is effectively driving down a street circuit, because there's no room at the side of the track there, that's not what you want. And you certainly, in a Cup car, are not going to move offline. Now, fortunately, both the drivers of the GT cars realised that there, and they were sensible enough to make room. That Falcon Porsche staying behind the gold BMW until it had the opportunity to go by, coming up to the forest section at the top of the hill.
And that's just one of the fascinating elements of this GT racing that we both so love, John, and that you've got a circuit like this, which is quite incredible, the amount of things it throws at you. But as we said, the GP circuit, nice and wide, it's a modern Grand Prix circuit. The Nordschleife, you dare say, dates from the 1920s. It's not only is it a bit narrower, but as you said, the runoffs to the side are so tiny, you can't make a mistake. Obviously, it costs you time normally, but time can be regained or lost, or that's that. But you've got a narrow little bit of tarmac, and a bit of grass, and all of a sudden you're off, and you've got a problem there, and you can't regain it. You could very quickly be in the barriers, so straight to the scene of the incident, as it were. And you don't want to be doing that in a hurry. But it's these top drivers in these GT3 cars. You've got such a speed differential between the cars. When they're catching up with those Cup 5 cars, for example, as we were just talking about there, the Cup 5 car, it's all relative. They're flat out in their class, and as you said, they're not going to move offline. Why should they? It is always the faster car's responsibility to get round the slower car. It's a rule of the racetrack worldwide. But you've got to think so differently, and you've not just got a long straight or a bit. You've got this Nordschleife where it's contours, undulations, gradients, uphill, downhill, left, right, cambers, as you said, all sorts into the mix. At the same time, you're doing, as you said, 120 miles an hour whilst waiting to get past something, and the guy in front of you that you're racing with has just taken that opportunity, or it's fallen the right way for him. He nips through, or he or she nips through, they get the place, and all of a sudden you fall into that trap, or mustn't fall into that trap of thinking, I've got to follow. It's a 6-hour race, and we're barely into it. Meanwhile, we're only just over half an hour, 40 minutes into it.
German commentators saying that was the Auto Arena Mercedes with the problem. Looked to me like a right rear puncture I've seen some onboard from the Falcon number 3, and I think Frank Stippler was right behind him in the Audi and just caught the back of him as the right rear tyre went, and of course the car slowed down. Car was pitching sideways anyway. Big incident for that Mercedes. I've just retweeted it. It's at RSL_studio, and thanks to Huub van der Nulft for finding that for me and sending that to us here at RSL_studio. Big incident for that AMG GT3. Chris Meese leads by a second now from Winkelhock, Engel, Jellily, Tomczyk, Bakler, Vervees, Jeffries, Goetz and Ludwig, or if you prefer, Audi's now first and second, 29 from 32, 16 Mercedes, slow zone heading up towards the Schweidenkreuz area at the top of the foxhole. Very slow zone indeed. In fact, that might be a code 60 at that point. Got one of the Unimogs out there doing some barrier repair. Let's see if we can spot the car from on board the Rover Racing machine. Yeah, barrier repair going on driver's right. And, now, what was that, red and white? Was that one of the crossbars that was sitting there? You've got to kind of just let that get into your head and let your head tell you.
Isn't that the AMG on Dottingerhoe?
Oh, is that the MG on Dottingerhoe? Yes, it is. Excuse me. You're absolutely right. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, the Unimog further back down is taking the kink out of the barrier that we were talking about earlier on. And that's got to be 80, 90 metres from where the car has come to rest from that initial impact, pitched to one side. Extraordinary impact there.
Say to move the barriers back at a fair way, and of course that's the next thing we've got to do is sort the barriers out. The officials using a Unimog there to quite literally pull it back again. It's been pushed one way by the impact of an AMG GT3 hitting it pretty hard, so that's got to be straightened back out before we continue racing and get the remains of that car out of the way. But one of the fastest parts of the circuit. Sorry, go on, John.
No, of course the thing is there will be people coming to us for the first time thinking, well, that's got to be a red flag to stop the racing if you're doing barrier repairs. You can't have people on the track. But the discipline here and the respect with which all of the drivers give the yellow flags or the purple code 60 areas, or in this case, we've actually coned off 2/3 of the Dottingerhoe as if it was roadworks on an autobahn or a motorway or a freeway, and all the drivers respect that. And the reason for that is that could be you. They understand the implications of not respecting that. Now, okay, that's on a flat, straight part of the racetrack, but normally it would be very, very quick indeed. But out in the forest, you cannot take liberties with yellow flags or slow zones or marshals or cones, because there could be somebody across the track. Remember, it's 9 minutes for the best part. Since you were last at that part of the circuit, anything could have happened. The other thing is, all of these drivers, although very, very experienced at the sharp end of the field, many of them international drivers, FIA A-class drivers, you have to have your ring permit to race here now, and ring permits can be taken away for discretion, at the discretion rather of the organisers, and they can be taken away permanently. They can be taken away and make you go back through the schools, or you can just be told you're not welcome here anymore. And along with that respect, Snowy, I think it's really, really important to make that point, that we don't get people taking liberties here. We don't get people trying to make up those odd few seconds like you used to do in karting. When the yellow flags came out, you practice driving with one hand above your head and driving with one hand to make it look like it's slowed down. They don't do that here. The speed limits are absolutely adhered to when there's something going on the track. It has to be for safety's sake. It's RSL and Nürburgring TV together from the Nürburgring.
tyres.
Here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Busy weekend for us this weekend. So still in the first stint for the cars at the sharp end of the field. We've already had a 7-minute 57 lap by the car in second. 32 Audi Sport Team with the fastest race lap at the moment. Sound and vision together. If you're moving around, RS1 has the audio for you, uninterrupted right the way through this race. And that means you can take it with you. We don't want you to be looking at video when you're driving in the car to the garden centre or the supermarket or wherever you're going today. Also, it'll save you a bit of bandwidth as well. Bluetooth your smart device to your car stereo, and you can listen to Snowy and I and the action all the way through to the checkered flag, which is still 5 hours and 10 minutes away, by the way.
Doesn't bear thinking about it, does it? So 2 hours in, we'll be starting an ordinary VLN round.
Well, exactly. Exactly.
Sorry, NLS, not VLN, my apologies.
VLN is still the overarching organisation, so I don't really have a problem.
Well, I do like that you mentioned about the number 20-odd plus classes earlier, John, and I do like that on the official entry list, if you read it, it may say SP9, but then the definition of SP9 is VLN 24-hour specials.
Yes,
as you go through the certificate, they're all still listed as a VLN something, a VLN engine capacity or with turbocharger or whatever. It says the code at the side, but it's still defined as a VLN class. And I think it's still going to be known as VLN to most people, to be honest.
Well, effectively, they are the people who write the regulations. So that's why you see that. And one of the joys of this type of racing is if you bring it, they will find a class for you. If there's not a class for you, they'll make a class for you. This is Glickenhaus at the moment, are running effectively outside any of the classes as we've started to see some pit stops.
I was going to say lead cars in, yep.
At the moment. So the 2 Audis have gone through, but 3rd and 4th and 5th. So HRT number 16, Rover Racing number 99, and Falcon Motorsports number 4 come in. Tom Chick is in as well. Axel Jeffrey's gone through in the Conrad. So this is at the end of their 7th lap. Now they do not fuel in the pit lane. They go through it. Sorry, they do fuel in the pit lane. They do not take service in the pit lane. It's been split up now. So you will see the cars dive into the pit lane and then turn right and disappear and not run down the pit lane, which is really spooky if you've watched this racing for a while. They head off into the back of the paddock where every team has its awning set up. And there's a one-way system with a roundabout at the pit out end. So if you are on the way back up towards garage 1 and 2, you have to go all the way down, round the roundabout, and then find your service area, effectively. Everybody has to transfer down the same amount of road, and then you pop back into the pit lane through garage number 2. Then you go and get your fuel at the pumps in the pit lane, as you would normally do. Slippery surface, rubbish on the track at the start of the Nürburgring Nordschleife there at the top of the Hatzenbach. So you still have the pistol grip pumps to fuel with. That's 1 per 2 of the pit garage doors, but clearly it's a lot less busy in the pit lane because all of the servicing, tyre changing and driver changing is going on behind the pit complex, therefore slightly out of our sight.
I think with a slight exception, John, of the SB9 class, they did that on the first meeting. I think the SB9 class is then moved to all their pit stop, servicing, driver change and fueling is done in the pit lane.
Copy that.
I think the 44 car there has got an issue. He hasn't made that right-hand lock into that
that's
garage.
The Glickenhaus. Yeah, it's the 54. It's the Glickenhaus. Thomas Much didn't quite have the lock to get the Glickenhaus around the corner. Fortunately, I don't think he banged into the concrete. He may have moved one of the cones. But that's garage 1 and 2, and that's the entrance and the exit into the pit lane. And then it rumbles down in the paddock, which is what the red and white car, which has so many different looks. Looks like a Honda NSX at the back. It's got the Ford GT flying buttresses behind the side windows. It looks like a Ferrari at the front. Glickenhaus using a variety of inspirations for that 004C.
And obviously with a very small steering lock on that car, a very minimal amount, because as we said, he struggled to get into garage 1 through the garage 1, and then they get to the carousel tyres, as we said. He's had to do a massive arc round to get that car round. I wonder if he's going to have to almost kick the back out and put a bit of power on to drift it round for a minute there. I thought we were going to see a bit of fun now in the pit lane.
That would have been
or
very,
in the paddock,
very
in the shopping
brave.
mall, as we call it. Yes.
That would have been very, very brave indeed.
It's going to go one or two
brave.
ways, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, I've seen drivers do that and get it right so many times, and yet I know if I was to try that, it could go very badly. The only time I've spun turn a car was an Aston Martin GT3 where was I? I was on the test track in Spain on my last lap, and I managed to get it a little bit pointing the wrong direction, but I did get it pointing the right way around, but I was virtually the only thing on the track there, so I knew I couldn't do much wrong.
But if you're going to spin a car, what a fabulous car go and spin an Aston Martin GT3. Come on, that
was the old spec car.
It doesn't matter. It was contemporary at the time. It's still an Aston, and it's an Aston.
I love that car.
Yes.
That was the first time I'd driven a GT3.
Well, it's entirely forgivable then. There's many a person that spun
Peter,
one of those.
do you know what I was doing? Here's why I spun the car. I was out for 8 or 10 laps at the end of the day, and the car had been being used very hard through that day. It was an Aston Martin Racing customer and test day, and we were invited along to go and do some interviews, and I was told to bring my kit. And originally I was meant to get in a GT4 car, but the GT4 car went sick with some crap brakes. So John Gore of Aston Martin Racing said, hey, we've got our test car here. It's nearly finished doing its customer runs for people who are evaluating the car. I haven't got a new set of tyres for you, but we'll put a bit of fuel in, go out and have a go. Okay, are you sure? Yes. So that's what I did. And the reason I spun the car was I got a fuel warning light on the dashboard, and it was annoying me. And I knew where the clear button was because I'd been told. And as I thumbed the clear button, I lost concentration for a nanosecond and spun the car on the second to last corner at, I can't remember the name of the track now, it's the one that's just up from Bilbao in the hillside. That was the purpose-built test track that you could flood as well. It's a great place. And I'd never been there before, I never sat in the car there. That car was just the most consumer-friendly car I have ever sat in, to the point where on 50-lap-old tyres, and never having sat in the car, never driven the track before, within about 4 laps, I was within a second of Johnny Adams' time. And that was the car. That wasn't me. That was absolutely the car. First time I'd driven a car with proper race ABS on it. The only other time I'd driven an ABS car was at Brands Hatch in the 1 year that Porsche Carrera Cup cars had ABS, when the 996s came out, and it was nowhere near as sophisticated in those days. In fact, Kelvin Burt said, if you get into the ABS, you're going off, so try not to. Whereas in the GT3s, of course, as you well know, you hammer the ABS all the way up to the apex, and if the little blue light isn't flashing, you're not pushing the pedal hard enough. It was a revelation to me. Revelation.
And what a
the guys who ring...
Sorry, go on, John.
The guys that ring the best times out of these are doing a fabulous job, because having said that they are consumer and driver friendly, yeah, to 90%, 92%, but as ever the pros get 100% out of them, and they get 99.8% out of them pretty much every lap, and that's where the skill is, and that's why the pros are pros, to be honest.
That's right, and that's the reason they're pros, and there's a reason they win championships. And what a fabulous experience for you there, John. I mean, great to have driven one of those GT3 cars at the time, certainly an Aston Martin badge on the front. Just talking of British race cars there, the Kramer Racing Ginetta G55 from the SB10 category there. Just had we saw this a bit early on, almost caught out coming out of the pits, as if he came out of the pits almost too quickly or tried to avoid some traffic, running a little bit wide there and down the grass a bit and rejoining. But that's the 188 Kramer Racing G55. Don't think it's going to be a major problem, but it was certainly a little bit of rallycross going on there. Meanwhile, back at the front, we've got a yellow flag, a new slow zone at Exmouler now. Oh, look what that is, but it's the Audi at the front, Audi Sport Teams 1 and 2 at the moment, Mies and Winkelhock at the front. Engel it is in the AMG in 3rd place. Rover Racing, Eng at the wheel of that M6. And then Lamborghini Huracan back up to, and then Jeffries now back up to the 7th. We've got the first two. We've got the Audis in the pits as we speak. Those two Audis just right on cue. Numbers 29 and 32.
One lap longer than those cars behind. So the two Audis, now they also head behind the wall. So there's a split here between the top category cars, or do they still have to drive all the way around before they come back to the pit lane, Snowy? You've
correct, they do. They do all the way
right
around still, yes.
Okay, so that extends the pit lane time. They are in the lane, literally. Stay to the left-hand side of the yellow line. And again, that's the Ginetta.
The 188 I've been talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now, very bizarrely, because we commented on how well organised this was, certainly from the very first round of this one-way system, and we've sort of rather amusingly and not rudely called it the shopping mall area, as in it's a whole concreted off area with a barrier between, so anything does happen. But not a driver yet in 4 rounds has had an issue getting their cars into the pit lane. Now we've seen 2 in quick succession struggling to get in. Nothing's changed that I'm aware of. In fact, I would say once you go through Garage 1, the left-hand turn into the mall area is even tighter. And in fact, there are tyres, white-painted tyres on the right there. The 2 Audi cars, a great helicopter shot here for us of the 2 Audis. It's like being at Le Mans here, John. You feel right at home on this one. The 2 Audi sport cars coming down to the pit lane. and try not to collect one another. It's the second place car that goes in front in terms of its pit garage. It is. As you say, everything's serviced in the car now. Driver changes on. We have made a note of these 7 laps because we'll need to keep an eye on this for later on when we get onto the fuel strategy later in the race. But 7 laps of those cars, as you said quite rightly, gone a little bit longer than some of the other cars. So, and now we've got the first 8 cars all pitted, one way or another.
Yeah.
So the Audis, the Huracan, the Ferrari. Notice that the Hella Padgett Ferrari up into 4th at the moment. So Get Speed, Audi, Conrad, Iron Force Racing, in fact 9 cars, Huber, Fricadelli, everybody's pitting, so this is the lap to clearly do it. So this is going to shake the order up interesting. Now number 99 still staying out there, that's the ROWE Racing BMW. That's currently in 12th place, that's the Eng in that car, number 99, in the M6 GT3 SB9 category car.
So leading at the moment then is the 155 Black Falcon SP8T. That's the only car that's gone through out of the top 12 and not having pitted. So they're going on to an 8th lap for that car, that number 155. What I'm interested to see, Snowy, is what the performance payout is for going in a lap earlier. So does a new set of tyres give you enough? Because they came in before the hour, just before the hour, but about 3.5, 4 minutes before the hours, the ones that came in first. The ones that have just come in have come on pretty much spot on the hour.
Yeah,
so
that 155 car can afford to run a bit longer because it's SB8T, isn't it, a GT4
correct
car, so that can afford to probably do an extra lap. Maybe even 2. They might go to lap 9. We'll see.
Yeah, very interesting. Cross the line then. Falkenhorst BMW goes through. That's I think that's Jordan Pepper in the 34 going down the inside at the first corner with a couple of Audis in close attendance. Monte Blanco, the responsible adult, reminds me that was where I drove the Aston Martin GT3. Cracking little circuit there. And I remember it, every moment of it, because it was such good fun. Through comes the ROWE racing car. That is the 99. So in behind that, the orange AMG GT3. And these guys are cycling through. That is I think that's the Maro Engel number 16 HRT AMG that goes through. They've all made a stop. Not everybody else in front of them have. So the stagger will unwind at the end of the next lap. But I'm very, this is tactically interesting from the SP8T leader. If they can get 8 laps and go to, what, something in the region of an hour and 10 minutes, Snowy, in 6 hours, that's going to save them a pit stop. If they're getting 10 extra minutes, i.e. an extra lap every pit stop, that will save them a full pit stop by the time we get to 6 hours.
And that's the key to it, as you say, the strategy now. That's why I've made a note of these laps here, so we can look at it when we get to our lap strategy table a bit later on the race. Mattia Drudi taking over what was the leading car, the number 29 Audi, and the 32 car. Obviously, they've got to cycle through who's pitted behind them, but Robin Fringe in the number 32 car right behind that. Conrad Motorsport BMW, my apologies, Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan I don't know quite where that came from. That's taken over by Di Martino, running in that now. So that's Michele Di Martino's taken that. The 7 number car. That car was, of course, started by Axel Jeffries. Only 2 drivers in that car. Most cars have 3 or 4, but that's one of the few cars that has 2 drivers. And of course, it's worth pointing out that in the SP9 category we have Fabian Schiller, who's the star of our last round 4 in the Get Speed AMG. He's driving 2 cars, jumping 1 car. So he's in the Pro car number 2. and of course he's in one of the other Mercedes as well, so he jumps in the two of them. That was the lineup he had last time. He did the Pro-Am lineup with John Schoffer and Maxine Hill in that car, Janine Hill in that car on the last race. Put it on pole by some extraordinary margin for round 4, but it was a Pro-Am driver lineup, so it was never going to be across there. That's the number 23 car is in that as well, the other Get Speed car. So Fabian Schiller, John Schoffer, Janine Hill and Adam Osaka in that car as well.
Thank you, Peter. Peter Snowden and John Heindorf with you, and the action from the Nürburgring. Fantastic clean-up work on the Dottinger Höhe for that AMG, just to underline that the driver of that car, the Auto Arena, Patrick Assenheimer, Dominic Baumann, Dirk Muller and Mauro Engel car, did get out of the car under his own steam. I've now seen some frame grabs, and it was Patrick Assenheimer, by the way, in that car, that suggests that car was almost on its roof. It was certainly right on its side, and there was a Porsche in there as well that had to avoid, and I'm pretty certain that the car right behind him when it happened was Frank Stippler in the Audi. Huge incident, right rear issue it looked to me from the onboard from the car 2 or 3 cars back, which was the Falcon Motorsports Porsche. Leading TCR, the Veloster, i30N Veloster, the car that sneaks into TCR, doesn't sneak in, it gets into TCR in a very odd way. TCR regulations state that you've got to have a 4 or a 5-door car. If you look at the right-hand side of the number 830, you'll see 2 side doors. So you think, well, okay, it's a 4-door car. Ah, yes. But if you look at the left-hand side of it, it's only got 1 door on it, on the driver's side. That's for a left-hand drive car, of course. So then all of a sudden, so you've got 3 doors, except it's got the hatchback, which is allowed to count as well. So it's back up to 4. It's been used to great effect, developed in the US, by the way, and used to great effect by Brian Herter Autosport. They were running the i30N hatchback, the more standard car, the 5-door car, but the i30N isn't available in the US, whereas the Veloster is. So having won a manufacturer's championship a couple of seasons ago, Brian Herter Autosport got with the guys from Hyundai Performance. Also, those are the guys who look after the rally cars as well. And it sounds easy to say they did a body swap. It's much more involved with that. The drivetrain and most of the pickup points are very, very similar indeed, from the Veloster to the i30N, indeed to the i30N fastback, excuse me. But as you'll well know, if you've done anything to do with engineering, it's not just a case of bolting the bits back on. They have done a cracking job, and in fact, I think I'm right in saying that at the last time of asking in IMSA in the Pilot Challenge, they were 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the TCR class with the Velosters, and they have been the car to beat for the last season and a half at least. And we are seeing some in other competition as well, as in here with that car that leads the TCR category. Not available, the Veloster ends in all territories, not in the UK, for example, in terms of the street cars. So Hyundai playing the marketing game and making sure that they have got a TCR category race car for wherever their customers want to race in the world, and that is very smart indeed. The i30N hatchback and fastback are available here, as we were talking about earlier on. The 2021 car, just with a nip and a tuck here, still 275 or thereabouts horsepower going through the front wheels, makes it a very, very impressive road car. And if you listen to RS1 for any degree of time, or indeed RS2 through our IMSA coverage, you'll hear our real world road test of that as I got behind the wheel of one of them recently and had a lot of fun. Just underlying how much technology goes into what might have been called pretty much a shopping car or a hot hatch a few years ago, under £30,000 in the UK, that fastback version of the i30N from Hyundai.
I think what you're highlighting, John, as well, is that the engineers will never cease to amaze me what they'll do to these cars to get things
Keep moving forward
from the regulations, etc. That clever use of thought of the doors there. Just very quickly while there, the fastest lap has been set by Robin Frins of a 7:57.777.
Right.
So it's a new fastest lap.
So that's him with a new set of tyres, but
Correct.
a full tank.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Yeah. Now the number 11 car, sorry, the 11th place car 120 911 is into the pits as well, as is our number 155 right. Black Falcon.
Well, that was the SP8. That was Correct. The SP8T car.
Yeah.
The Black Falcon has come into the pits at the end of its lap 8, so that's got a full lap or 2 longer than everybody else. That's left Nico Bastian in the number 17 Mercedes AMG Team HRT in the lead. Now, you might rightly say, well, I didn't hear you saying he got into the laps into the pits recently. Nico came in at the end of lap 3, and then he's done another 5 laps, and therefore he got his first pit stop out of the way very early on. And this is the kind of tactical, I suppose, equation that all these teams are working. So if they think they're going to be a bit short at the end, the likelihood is now that they've just done their short stint at the start of the race, Snowy. And now that number 17, a little bit off kilter, because he'll be coming in a couple of laps' time. So he's going to drop back down the order. But his team at Mercedes AMG Team HRT for the 17 car, they are already back timing to 4 hours and 47 minutes when the time expires. So they're thinking 6 hours down the road, and that's what you've got to do here.
Well, this is down to the strategy. It may sound odd this. We've got 4 hours, 46 minutes of this race to go. Just to reiterate that, 4 3/4 hours still to go. But it can be laid. You can literally lay the foundations right now of how that strategy works towards the end and what we need to do. And we'll go through the template a bit later on as to what difference that makes. But basically, a simple equation is that 1 lap more, you're required to 1 lap less, to give you 3 seconds more in the pits. So that's roughly the algorithm, if you like. And we'll go through that a bit later and we get to those final pit stops. And as we build up to that, it's an element of this that makes it so interesting as to who can do what, who can risk it. Can you run that extra little bit of that extra lap? And an extra lap here isn't the same as any other circuit in the world.
No.
Because it's, with an in and out or whatever, you're talking 10 minutes, 10, 11 minutes. It's a huge difference.
And a lot of fuel, you rightly say, and it did, where the leader is when, the checkered flag comes out and the leader controls the yellow flag at the top of the foxhole, Marshall's post number 95, sorry, for 90, as I'm hearing from race control. That is the top of the foxhole. And in fact, ozone there as well. So there's been an incident at the foxhole. And a little bit, and this is of course something else that affects how many laps we're going to do. Now, in our digital version of the NLS, no slow zones, no code 60s, so we roughly know that a 3-hour race is going to be 21 or 22 laps, 23 laps if the pace is really, really hot. And what makes the difference there is the track temperature and how much you get out of your tyres and how quickly the tyres start to go off, because you don't double stint tyres there in the digital world. It's a far more complicated equation in the real world with the slow zones, and it depends of course where you catch them, who you catch them, how you catch them, and where on the track and how much time they take out. But still, with 4 3/4 hours to go, and there's plenty of calculations to be done. Everybody will be doing it in pence. You can rub it out later is because they're looking at the timing and strategy software, which you can do too. radio-show.co.uk. You click on the picture on the front page that has this race on it. That will take you to a page that has the sound, the vision, and our enhanced strategy, timing and scoring. And then you can follow along as I am and see. That's how I knew Nico Bastian had been in at the end lap. So coming to another end of another lap for Nico, about the middle of a. He's got 2 more to go, but that is going to play out. We often use the analogy, Peter, when I'm talking about this is, again, you and I are much of the same age. You remember in the UK watching athletics back in the day, and it was the 4x400 metres relay always used to finish off all the big athletics meetings, and you would run in lane for the first 600 metres. So that was a lap and the first corner of the second lap. And whether it was Ron Pickering or David Coleman or whoever was doing the commentary for the BBC would say, and now we'll see the stagger unwind at the end of the first corner on the second lap. And that's what effectively we're talking about here. We're waiting to see how that stagger, how that tactic unwinds. Now, it's a choice here. It's not enforced, but effectively that's what's happening. You can't really tell where these people are. It's almost like they're running in different lanes. Somebody's running in lane 1 and somebody's running in lane 8 at the moment.
I'm saying the legendary commentator you mentioned there of David Coleman. There was a book of his faux pas. I'm not going to give it its title now. Kerry's looking at me and mouthing it, but I'm not going to give it its title on air. You know exactly why, Mr. Hindhoff. But
of course, it came from Private Eye, of course.
Absolutely, of course. And there was a great comment of his about a Cuban hurdler showing us his class, and I think we'll just leave it at that. Let you research that one in the background.
Alberto Juan Torina.
Well, no, you wouldn't. Talking legendary commentators, I trust you to know that. I thought I knew a little bit about it. Of course, you know a lot more. But yes, quite a try. Sebco and that era. So you're making me think back now. Sort of, it's almost
Snowy.
Chariots of Fire days, isn't it? There you go.
Well, not quite. I'm not quite that old. But when you come from the same part of the country as Brendan Foster and Steve Cram, and both of whom are massive Sunderland supporters, and who sat next to Brendan Foster once, and Jimmy Montgomery, our legendary goalkeeper from particularly from the 1973 FA Cup final, sat next to Brendan one day when we were at his testimonial match. And I've worked with Crammy as well down through the years, and I used to do a bit of athletics in my BBC Newcastle days.
Of course, the Great North Run, of course.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Gateshead Stadium. I was fortunate enough to be picked to run for the county at Gateshead Stadium in 800 metres back in the day. I was never any good at it. I just had to run flat out all the way around.
Well, it's funny. Bruce and I have referred to this NLS series about these teams and strategies and tyres and everything that goes on the circuit. There's so many variables. We've used the phrase quite often over the last few rounds of it. Never stop learning. You just never stop learning about these kind of. And I've just learned something for you. The idea of you being picked to run for the county in the Great North Run. I'm going to make an
800 metres. No.
Okay, right.
Meters.
Okay. 800 metres, all the same. It's like the legendary British racing driver who was a great runner and a county runner and champion his day, would you believe? One Gerald Marshall.
Oh,
Jerry
really?
Marshall.
Big
Yes.
Jerry.
Yes, Gerald Dalton Royston Marshall.
I was woefully unprepared for that. I'd never run on what was called tartan track on Ducat, the all-weather surfaces before, in and in above. But I regularly ran under 2 minutes for 800 metres, which wasn't too bad as a teenager. I think we've had another little incident on the Dottinger Hua with some debris flags out. The flag, the ones that look like Catalonia, yellow and red, often can mean fluid on the surface. Really, if you look into what in the UK would be the blue book, just means there is something on the circuit that shouldn't be there. And therefore, foreign objects, probably the best way to call it.
Now,
There
John,
is
we're just
another
talking
word.
about cycling through stuff. I'm just looking at the top few now. In this position now is the second-horsed BMW M6. Started by David Pittard, now with Jordan Pepper in it, and we said it was outside. That's 10 places higher than it was, and we said it was kind of for its normal pace. And when we say languishing, not meaning it rudely, but it was odd to be as low as down as 14th. It's now back up to 4th. So it's a Mercedes HRT at the front. Can I just point out the car that's in second place, Mr. Hindhoff?
Yes.
That's car number 26, the Octane 126AG Ferrari 488. Whilst he may well be at Paul Ricard with Johnny Palmer, I can hear Bruce sighing already in his day. He's mentioning that Ferrari again.
Bjorn Grossman behind the wheel, took it over
Correct.
from Luca Ludwig. Now, there's a common thread here, Snowy, with the cars you've mentioned there. The 17 Mercedes, Nico Bastian came in at the end of lap 3, so he's been in it now for 6 laps. Luca Ludwig came in at the end of lap 5, and so Bjorn has now been in that car for, 4 laps? 5 laps for KCMG since they were last in, although they haven't changed their driver. So Josh Burden, the Australian, still behind the wheel there. Jordan Pepper has taken over from David Pittard 4 laps ago. So the Valkenhorst 34 came in at the end of lap 5. At the Car Collection Motorsport, number 44, also came in early, although I think that was at the end of lap 4. Yes, it was. And that car, which has Mike David Ortman behind the wheel. So all the cars that came in on 4 or 5 laps have cycled to the front. So the performance advantage that they had when they came out of the pits, whether it was into clear track or whether they changed tyres, I would have thought that probably the 17 Mercedes didn't change tyres after 3 laps. They just fueled that car and therefore took the track position. Now, 4 or 5 laps, I don't know. It may be that these guys are going to do a stint and a half on these tyres at the start of the race, and therefore the time taken to change the tyres has been saved.
I can confirm that the number 17 Bastian-driven Mercedes didn't change its tyres. I watched that at the pit stop. It didn't happen. But of course,
right,
as you say, is there a possible penalty for that? Because they're double stinting those tyres on this circuit of all circuits. Lots of debris on the track there, just noticed on the GP circuit. Come back to that in a second. But those tyres can, of course, then go off. And as we well know, these race tyres they have a performance window for so long, then they say the phrase falling off a cliff, as in the performance.
Yeah.
It just doesn't go a little slower. It's suddenly dramatically slower, and it's a long lap, and it depends where in that lap that those tyres start to go off, how much further you've got to get that to the pits. So it's always a yin and yang, isn't it, John, of the balance between the strategy, that's kind of the third element, the physically driving the car for the driver. Lots of fuel makes the car heavy, but means you can do a longer stint, but lots of fuel, heavier car, therefore wears the tyres out quicker. And that's where you need a driver that can really look after those tyres whilst getting through the pace. And this is the thing, we hear about it in all sorts of levels of motorsport, but these cars, don't forget, they've got to do the entire race with a series of different drivers into it, which brings in yet another element into the equation, that some of these cars have 3-4 drivers in them. And you've got to set that car up, how stiff it is, how it handles, or whatever, so and so, for each of the drivers. And you've got to find a compromise. There's naturally going to be a compromise. There's no point in having one driver getting a spectacular time out of it if the other 3 can't get anywhere near it. So again, it's a compromise, and this is one of the things I absolutely love about endurance racing, that there are so many elements and there's so many variables. And then, just to make it fun, we say, rather than doing an hour race around Silverstone, let's stick you on the Nürburgring, probably the most daunting and biggest circuit, certainly the biggest circuit in the world, and do a 6-hour race. And there was a great phrase I found the other day, actually, John, that describes the Nürburgring, the green hell as it was known. It was Jackie Stewart that coined the phrase, the green hell. But he put at the time, he said back in, we're talking 45 years ago, and we're talking a 3-time Formula 1 world champion who wasn't scared of the place. But he said that in one lap, you experienced more anxiety and tension than most people did in their entire lives.
I'd agree. But endurance racing has been often described as a whole season of racing in one event, a 12 or a 24-hour race. And I agree with that. The Le Mans 24 hour up until relatively recently, it was the Audi guys, and always used to say when they were asked about Formula One, why don't you do Formula One? And Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich always used to say, because we get more racing at a higher speed, average, including the pit stops, in one race than Formula One do in their whole season. And we do it on, one year I think they only did it on 11 sets of tyres, or maybe even 10, with one engine and one gearbox. And, that meant something to them. Just a quick note, the Glickenhaus has just come back out of the pits after a 32-minute pit stop. So that clearly, notwithstanding the problems that Thomas Much had getting the car into the pit lane, that clearly wasn't as they expected. It is, I think, it is. Yes, it is. It is Fernandez Lazer who has just jumped into that car to take that car back out onto the lane. If you didn't hear about the trials and tribulations of the first race for that car, they were mighty in legion. They were a bit noisy and didn't pass noise tests, so they had to make some adjustments to the exhaust on the SCG 004C. The exhaust arrangements that they made created too much back pressure, which ultimately, I won't go through the absolute details of it, but ultimately caused a fire in the car, which thankfully the driver noticed. The onboard systems and the driver with an extinguisher managed to put that car out. And then there was the task of the overnight rebuild. Go onto their Twitter feed. They have some time-lapse photography of them running around like ants at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And with the generous assistance with parts from some other teams up and down the pit lane, from other manufacturers, they did get that car for a single lap in qualifying. But it is still a learning process for the team and the manufacturer, based in the old Highcroft Racing area factory at Danbury in Connecticut, Duncan Dayton's old place, which was originally a place showing me nominess here, because I have been there. First of all, it's right next to a private airfield, which is very handy for a bit of straight line testing. But it originally built turntables for the railway, so the workshop is a big circular building, extraordinary place. And Glickenhaus are building their street and their race and off-road cars there up in Connecticut. All-American effort there for the big V8 supercharged machine. Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
No, not at all. Sorry, John, I cut across you. I was just reflecting there. You're just saying about we've said about how much drivers have got to do, but having to put a fire out in your own car, it's really not quite part of the script.
It's never a good day, is it?
It's never a good day, is it? But have you not got enough to do as it is on somewhere like this circuit? Great battle. Daniel, just saw a few moments ago there while you were just talking about the American team there between Muller and Eng in the Falcon Motorsports Porsche and the Rover Racing BMW. Just 0.3 of a second apart across the line on the last lap, and absolutely duking it out there between the two of them. And two more different types of cars you couldn't get, a rear-engine Porsche and a front-engine BMW, but absolutely side by side. And that's becoming an even bigger battle now. So we've got some of the Getty Mercedes in there with the other BMW as well. So he's joining into it as well. So we've got 42, 911 and 2 now having a great battle a bit further down. That's Klingman in the Schnitzer car.
Clearly, Peter's snacks have arrived as well. I can tell it's being looked after by Kerry.
She hasn't moved a bit, don't worry. It's amazing to have her not under the desk. She was there under the desk for most of the qualifying.
I think you want to move on from that immediately.
Technical, I stress.
Too late. 4.5 hours still to go. Peter Snowden digging a hole for himself nicely there.
No, you were doing the digging.
Out from the Dodge, if I hadn't said it, someone else would have. Out onto the Dodge Lifer for the 911 Manthey Grello car. And that car was started by Matt Campbell, who stayed at the wheel after its pit stop, running in 15th at the moment. He's in between Maxi Buch ahead of him for Mercedes AMG Team Get Speed, and the Conrad Motorsport number 7 Lamborghini Huracan in that classic shade of teal blue. And I think, if I remember rightly, Peter said we'd put Michele Di Martino in that car at the pit stop, as Axel Jeffrey started that machine. Team Identica back out on the circuit in the 350. That car not part of the lead class. That's an SP Pro class category car for the 350 for that 911 GT3 Cup MR car. Got a bit of clear space ahead as they head down the foxhole. And, oh no, that's not the foxhole, Hindhoff, sorry. That serves you right for taking your eye off it. In Flansgarden, actually, coming towards the end of the lap, and the Kleiner Carousel not too far away. The road's snaking, the track snaking its way around the mountainsides, and of course using the aping the topography of the local landscape, backwards and forwards across rivers and public roads, so plenty of bridges there as well. Now onto the long Dottinger here for the 350, currently leading that SP Pro category, and at the moment that car being driven by Tobias Müller, I think, that started it.
Just noticing there, John, as you come dotting her.
Sorry, Mark Rosenberg. Go ahead.
There's debris on the track there, but Marshalls Post 197 we saw there with the slippery surface flag. I think
that's been there for a while.
Yeah, coming up dotting her into the Tiergarten. There's also a little bit of debris on the track there, I noticed, just ahead of that. So I don't know, it's just to signify that, to keep people to the left-hand side of the track there. But we'd noticed the flag for a while, but there's now some debris there. Looks like a little bit of bodywork off something, nothing too major, but there's a little bit of bodywork there. You don't want to run over that and pick up a cut in the tyre. But this battle continuing between these SB9 cars, and you talk about covering them with a blanket, it's quite incredible. So this is the... yeah, I know, you just said it exactly.
It's Matty Campbell, who's in traffic at the moment. He's got the Get Speed Performance AMG right behind him, and right in front of him is the BMW. There is a BMW. Is that one of the... Well, if that is the Schnitzer car...
It is the Schnitzer car, yes.
Right, well, he's dropped... Either they've gone forward or he's dropped back a little bit, because there should have been cars in between them, because it was Maxi Burke who was ahead of the 911 earlier on. And...
Yes, it's the number 42 Klingman Schnitzer car.
Yeah, got you. So there's been a bit of a change of position there, I reckon. And that's in the area of 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th. But in traffic, you might just lose and gain. 54's just gone now.
But the concentration levels in that, John, we were talking about two drivers in a front-running category car, SB9 GT3 category car, having to go through traffic there, 1 and 2 side by side in line astern. There's 3 of them there, and you imagine the possibility for the slightest error just to trip yourself up and catch yourself out. And those 3, Klingman, Müller and Burg, in the BMW, Audi and Mercedes respectively, just charging their way through traffic. I think they're coming down onto Dottingerhohen now, actually. I think that setup's coming. Was that like ITC? No, it's another Mercedes, sorry. I mislead you. But absolutely fabulous levels of concentration required, and professionalism and respect, as you've mentioned before, about these drivers sitting there in traffic whilst dealing with different category cars. And again, we can't stress enough, 150 plus cars start this motor race, and it's unbelievable levels of concentration and professionalism and respect for one another to all drive through and look after one another.
It's a long track, and you may say that, well, you know, they'll spread out during
the race. It's a narrow track, though.
But it is a fact of endurance race. And the first year I was at the Nürburgring, which was 07, to commentate on the race, there were 229 starters, I think, including some sub-2 litre cars, which you just don't get anymore. Almost a touch between the Falcon 911 and the number 99 Rover racing car as they were passing traffic out on the Nordschleife.
Well, he certainly blew him a kiss, didn't he?
There. If they didn't touch, it was very, very close indeed. The Falcon car at the moment being driven by Dirk Muller, and it's Thomas Eng behind the wheel of the Rover Racing number 99. By the way, Thomas Much it was that took over the Glickenhaus car. It was Felipe Fernandez started the car. So I got that the wrong way around earlier on, my apologies. So it was Fernandez Leza who had the problem getting into the pit lane. Thomas Much has taken that car up, but remember it has had a 32-minute stop in the pits, but that is basically undergoing its development at the moment, that car. Hubert Haupt is coming from second in the number 17 Mercedes AMG GT3, and that car then starts the second round of pit stops. That car, let me see what that was. That was a 7-lap stint for Nico Bastian, who started that car and has led the race. Although, of course, he's given that up now to Bjorn Grossman in the Octane 126 AG Ferrari. So the 26 goes through. I reckon he'll be in at the end of the next lap. It was Luca Ludwig who started that car and did 5 laps. So the 17 car is always going to be the car. The Mercedes AMG of HRT is always going to be the car, Snowy, that starts the round of pit stops. That means they should, all things being equal, and as Paul Truswell says, all things are never equal, but all things being equal, they should do their last pit stop first, if that makes any sense.
But the battle we're actually watching at the moment is Sven Muller and Drudy in the Falcon Motorsports and Audi Sport, Porsche and Audi respectively, coming onto the pit straight, swapping places 3 times, as you were just talking that last sentence, John. Back and forth, and there's obviously our cars right behind that, ready to join into that one. We've got Eng in the Rover Racing BMW, 0.1, 0.2, 0.1, and then there's a gap of, massive gap of 1.4 seconds to the next car, being the Muller in the number 20 car. These are cars that are running for just outside the top 10, but they are duking it out like it was for a world championship.
Yeah, Sven Muller, sorry, not Dirk Muller. It's Dirk Werner who's in that car for Falcon, along with Christian Engelhardt and Thomas Preining. Thomas, former young driver for Porsche, as is, or was, Sven Muller. I can't remember if he was kept on in that. Dirk Werner has a huge amount of experience. Say the same for Christian Engelhardt. So that's a very strong Falcon Motorsports team. They've moved from running 2 different manufacturers of cars. They used to run a Porsche and a BMW Falcon. They've gone all Porsche. And Klaus Bachler, Matteo Caroli, Peter Dumbreck and Martin Raginger are in the 4 car, both pro entries. I always thought it was an interesting experiment, or challenge perhaps is a better word, to run 2 completely different manufacturers of cars for the Falcon Motorsports. I understand that they are developing tyres and they want to get as much as possible. Falcon in the States, when they ran in the, what was then the American Le Mans Series, IMSA Series.
Right, John, the second place car, number 17 AMG HRT Mercedes into the pits. That's our second place car, so that's going to shake up the order a bit. And of course, the car that's now leading is the, dare I say, the Octane Ferrari 488.
Yeah, he's due in at the end of this lap, though, as I've said. So these are all proper stops. So again, what we've got, 4 hours 20 to go. So how does that work out in a stint? They've done, that'll be about, it's going to be about 4 hours 10 to go for them. But they are doing 7-lap stints. If they can get a 7-lap stint. Nico Bastian, did he squeeze out an 8 last time around? He might have.
I think he did.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting indeed. As Hubert Haupt has taken over that Mercedes and is now back out onto the pit lane. It's all going to come down to how many slow zones there are and how much fuel you use. Talk to Adam Christodoulou, who's in this race actually. He won the last digital NLS with a really interesting strategy over 3 hours in the digital world. But they're fuel saved right from the start and managed to do the extra lap at the end to make it an 8-lap stint, which was very clever of them. And you know this, Snowy, if you're going to fuel save on an hour-long stint, even though it's only, 7 or 8 laps around here, but it's still an hour-long stint, there's no point in your pits telling you halfway through that you've got to save fuel, particularly round here. It's not going to make enough of a difference. You've got to go out and start doing the lifting and coasting and the short shifting and all the other fuel-saving devices. You've got to do that from the moment you roll out the pit lane.
Absolutely, it's got to apply across the whole stint. Halfway through, half the fuel's gone already. So it's just, as you say, quite naturally, it's half the job, isn't it? And if anything, you've got to over-save fuel then, which isn't really going to work. So you're going to compromise yourself too much on lap time. So absolutely right, and that's where teams work together. And it's something that we see it in all levels of it, but especially in this endurance racing. Working it all out together, working as a team, and the driver has, in some ways, I wouldn't say it's the easiest job to do, but the strategists, don't underestimate what the strategists and team managers have to do in the pit lane of advising the driver, and then the driver's got to go and put it in place. They're the headline bit, they're the bit we see, obviously sitting in the cars out there on the track, but there is so much work going on behind that is absolutely key to what they're doing. And at the end of the day, a truly professional driver will do what the team tells him, not what the driver wants. And you were saying that a little bit earlier about those, and get that bit extra out of a car, whatever. Yes, they can do that. That is expected of them. But you've also got to be a team player. You've got to do what they tell you. And sometimes you might think against it. And we hear it most commonly in a bit of Formula One, because that's where we hear a lot of the radio footage of, are you sure they can do this? And drivers like Hamilton questioning the team, can we do this? And they stick with it, they know. And you've got to trust in your team, and it's a team effort, very much so at this level. And of course, that car's then going to be handed over to somebody else and then do another few hours out there. And that driver's got to do exactly the same. And it's an element of it, an aspect of it that I absolutely revel in, just watching how it unfolds. Right. It's like a whole new chapter of the book every time, isn't it?
Oh, completely agree. Now, you remember earlier on, the SP8T leader was the Black Falcon, number 115. Now, that car was off kilter because it's an SP8T, so it just go longer into the race. And we wondered how far that car would drop down. Well, they did a full 8 laps at the start of the race. The car has now held on to its lead in class from the Hangar Zero machine, which was started by, in fact, still got Janine Hill. She did 7 and now is just completed another 4 laps on this stint. And they are sitting in 33rd and 34th position. So that's a Black Falcon Mercedes-AMG GT4 and the Hangar Zero by JVO GT4. I'll spin through and just have a quick look to see where the Aston Martin Garage 59 car is. 4th in that class at the moment, behind the BMW M4 GT4. Darren Turner is behind the wheel for Garage 59, and they are red on my screen if memory serves. And he's been in for 3 laps now. They're sitting overall in 48th position. For a GT4 car, remember, that is. And I'll quickly give you a couple of other of the lead cars. In fact, I managed to get the right screen up. Lead cars in class. Pro-Am is the number 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche. SP9 Pro-Am is that Huber car. Hella Paget is racing in the SP9 AM category. That's leading the 39 car, the 21st and 23rd. 31st SP Pro, that's the Rosenberg-driven Black Falcon car that we mentioned earlier on. Huber Motorsport in 32nd with the 80 lead SP7 for Porsche. Another Black Falcon entered car, the Rossler car, that's the 155 we've been talking about. Teichmann Racing, 930 Crossbolt leads the Cup X class. Giorgio Piana's now behind the wheel of the BMW M4 GT4 that leads SP10 in 36. Cup 2 for Porsches, that's the 120 in the lead there in 39th position. Cup 3, I think that's Peter Terting behind the wheel of the Müller Motorsport Porsche 718 Cayman, the 979 in 43rd position. Schmudo has got into the leading, in fact, the car running in the 18G category, the 324 Motors Bio concept car, if you prefer, Michael Byrne-Schmidt, who is one of the group, the Fantastic Four, or Die Fantastischen Vier, as they are in Germany. Saw him perform once at a DTM event at the Hockenheim ring. I don't think he was racing as well that weekend, but he's in there as well. At the moment, 47th is the leader in SP3T for Andreas Gulden, for Max Kreuzer Racing in the VW TCR. As we start another set of pit stops for those runners who have gone a little further into the race. 830 Hyundai Motorsport GmbH Veloster with the 50th position leads TCR Pro. H2 is the Renault Clio 614. The Cup 5 category, the 240i BMW class, Pixum Team Adrenaline, that's the 650, that's the gold coloured car, looking like a special edition Spark machine or something like that. The Schmickler Porsche Cayman leads SP6, VT3 is 67th position, 474 team, Mathol Racing 718 Cayman. The Gitti Tyre Motorsport Audi GT4 leads SP8. The Mutchens pit lane AFC Sankt Vith, very close to Spa Sankt Vith, just across the border between Belgium and Germany, although that part of the world, the borders have changed relatively frequently down through the years. They are in the 270 car, they lead SP3 in 72nd position in the GT86 Toyota. SP4T, it's the MSC Minster EV DME, the Bonk van Remhorst car. That car is in 74th, that's another Cayman. Pixum's Cayman leads V6 in 77th place. The Manheller Racing 320i leads VT2. That's the 510 in 82nd. V5, Pixum again, Porsche Cayman. That's the 444 in 85th. In 97th, the V4 Pixum 325i leads. Volker Streichek still behind the wheel of the Opel Astra that leads their Cup class, the 98th position. Team Rally top in the RCZ Peugeot at 103rd position, leads the smaller turbocharged engine class SP2T. The SP4 BMW 325i is in 123rd position, that's a 252 Stockhausen car. The Subaru BRZ, the RZ if you're listening in the States, is leading SP5 in 129th. And the final leader I have at the moment is in 139th position. That is Thomas Musch, who leads for Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus after their 32 minutes pit stop. That is the 54 car in 139th position. And that, with still 4 hours and 11 minutes to go, is your leader as they stand at the moment. Although, of course, as I said that, the leader overall came into the pit lane and has now left again. So we'll see. I reckon the 31 Fricadelli machine is now the leader. I'll wait to see that confirmed the next time they go through a timing point.
I think you're right, John. That would be Maxime Martin at the wheel of that car.
It's a hell of a team, that.
It is.
Michael Christensen, Kevin Estre, Max Martin and Jerome Blekemolen. Normally Fricadelli have two entries, like a pro team and a pro-am team. Sabina Schmitz, of course, inextricably linked with that team, as well as Klaus Aubelen. I haven't seen if they've got a second car. I know Sabina hasn't been herself recently and at 100%, so we wish her the best. One of the real characters from the Nürburgring. Love talking to Sabina. Anytime you get the opportunity, it's worthwhile. And the stories she can tell about her and her sister, who is also a very good driver but never took it on. They are local to the Nürburgring, and the stories of the family cars and the Nürburgring on tourist fahren are legion and hilariously funny. So Sabina, if you're listening, get well soon. Hopefully you're back to full fitness and we'll see you in a car again soon as well, as the Glickenhaus comes back into the pit lane. Now, I would say that's a bit early again, but remember, we are talking about a car that is very much in the first flush of its development. Big swing out to get it into the back of the garage.
And it can't do it, John. Look, again, it's got that same problem that you said. exactly why you commented on it. It's swinging out left. It hasn't got the lock to get through there in one go. So he's got to stop that car, reverse it, literally engage reverse gear against the traffic, hence a yellow flag in the pit lane, and re-engage. It's almost a 2-point turn to get that car in to the garage 1 as we have to go into this centre at the moment. So that's really compromising it on a pit stop compared to a normal one where just straight line into a pit lane as normal. So that's the only car that's doing that. But it's twice that's happened, so it's clearly an issue with its lack of steering lock there. And you were commenting earlier that the car was kind of almost designed by committee, as in it looks at things different angles. So that aerial shot from the helicopter, it looked very much like a Ford GT to me there.
Yeah, there's certainly the aero, particularly with the cockpit and the way the air is managed around and through the major elements of the car. That's very Ford GT, as are those 45-degree buttresses behind the windows of the car on the back, on the C pillar, the ABC pillar, yes, of the car. Ford pioneered that with the Ford GT, and they were aerodynamic aids. You would not have been allowed those even on a prototype, because you're not allowed a wing surface that isn't parallel to the ground, and those of course were about 40 degrees, but in a street-based car like the GTE Ford was, in theory, they were allowed, and it looks like the house has gone down that route. I think that was only a 3-lap stint for Thomas Much, and therefore not a full stint. So whether that is a throwback to the fire and the overnight rebuild, or whether they are just now basically gone into full test mode and saying, let's go and do 2 or 3 laps to and then do some changes, then they've got to get miles under the wheels of that car. This is a development program for Glickenhaus, the American manufacturer. They've got a hypercar program that they're trying to get online as well for whenever next season's WEC starts. Although, of course, it should have started already, but the WEC has now gone back to calendar years rather than what I call the school years. September to June has only lasted for 1 year. This is the longest season ever, of course, for most people. So the 54, well, that looks like far more of a standard stop, Snowy, because they've actually brought it straight round into the pit lane. Jim Cameron standing alongside the car with the dark brown fedora in the blue under jackets, just looking down there. All COVID protocols being observed there with masks on. Want to see that car do well. Jim is bonkersly brilliant and such an enthusiast. Pole position for the previous version of that car a couple of 3 years ago here in the 24 hours when they went out in the single car shootout, which is fabulously entertaining to watch. Whole bunch of other pit stoppers now, Peter.
Just going to say, John, exactly that whole bunch of Fricadelli, Valkenhorst, Audi Sports, Falcon, Audi, Rover Racing, Manthey, and Team Get Speed, just to mention a few that are into the pit. So basically, most of the front runners. The only car that's still out there at the moment is the 32 fringe-driven Audi Sport R8. And Peter Dumbreck, somebody we haven't mentioned this, there's a name, Falcon Motorsports in the 911 in the number 4 car. He's still out there, Peter Dumbreck. Famous of all sorts of racing, to say the very least, certainly Le Mans. So, Fricadelli is on the front of our board, top of our timesheets. Of course, that's in the cars. Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW, driven by Pepper, is in second place at the moment. That's also into the pit. So we're going to take, of course, being such a long lap here, it takes a little bit longer for it all to shake out. Some great footage of the Glickenhaus there in the pits, ready to go out. The Rover Racing M6 in, up on into its air jacks. We're just coming up to very shortly 4 hours to go. So again, Snowy, the key thing here is that they haven't got to the hour. So, they're not getting in within an hour, and there's bad news for the Glickenhaus. That looks like it's going on the dollies and going back in. They were looking at the back of that car.
as the scissor door. Wow, that really does look like an older Ford GT from the low front angle with the slots in the nose.
Looks almost like a GT40.
But yes, exactly. Sorry, I should have said a GT40 rather than a Ford GT. You're absolutely correct. Peter Snowden and John Hindhaugh with you, coming down to the first third of the race having been completed, and this is not going to break down into exactly manageable stints for everybody. We've seen a few different tactics already, including some people who only did 3 or 4 laps at the start of the race and then broke away, came in early to try and get the shorter stop out of the way. We won't know how that is going to play out until we get somewhere inside the last hour of the race. Peter Dumbreck brought the Porsche from Falcon into the pit lane, and it's Robin Freins who's taking the Audi number 32 back out again. Peter Dumbreck's got out in the number 4 car, and as it stands at the moment then, has Freins been able to get out in the lead of that little run of second stoppers? I think he might have done so, as out goes Kevin Estra for Frickadelli, and that he's taken over the 31 car. And we'll give you a rundown of 1 or 2 of the other classes again in about another half an hour's time. They are on a very different strategy. So coming down to 4 hours and 2 minutes remaining, and the strategies are yet to play out as another round of pit stops is underway at the Nürburgring.
Tires.
car at the top of the timing screen.
I would agree with that, John. Yeah, we've got and
Confirm that in
Dumbrek,
a second.
Di Martino and Dumas into the pits as well. So that's cars 4, 7 and 18 from 3rd, 4th and 5th. Also into 1, 3, 4 and 5th places into the pits, as you said, John. I think you're absolutely right. That leaves the Get Speed AMG at the front with John's at the wheel. Again, we'll wait for all that to sort of shake itself out. Still the fastest lap of the race, still going to that team leading car, the race leading car, number 32, Audi Sport R8 with a 7:57.777 being the fastest. Well, that's of course done 2 pit stops. The second place car still owes us a pit stop, of course. The number 8, the Get Speed car, that's only done 1 so far. So we'll keep an eye on that for the strategy a little bit later on. Valkenhorst number 34 car that was, we said a little bit further down the order with David Pittard at the wheel, originally down to 14th, came back up to 10th and is now 8th, and indeed is in 10th at the moment. That's with Jordan Pepper at the wheel of that car. So quite a bit of going on in the pits at the moment, whilst I think the Get Speed car will be coming past us. What's that coming past the pits for us now? We're taking the overall lead.
Christy Jons.
Yeah, as you said, yeah.
Yeah, now that car has just gone through.
My apologies, it's number 23 in Janine Hill car I was watching. My apologies, John. I was wrong Mercedes, sorry.
That Jons car is due into the pits at the end of the lap that it's on now. That's only done 1 pit stop to everybody else's 2. So again, what we're seeing here is the difference in strategy and tactics playing out. The odd lap here and there will make a bit of a difference, but it's all, I mean, it will come down to that last hour and what happens there. The SP9 Pro-Am leader, Huber Motorsport in the GT3R, is in 6th position. That car is due in, I reckon, at the end of this lap as well. The Hella Paget Racing Ferrari due in at the end of this lap if it hasn't already come in. The R8 LMS GT3, the Klassen car, the number 50, which is sitting in 8th position at the moment, also due in. Iron Force have come in from the SP9 Pro-Am category 2nd position. So that was at, no, that's early. I reckon that's only, well, maybe it depends whether they've tripped lap yet. Pierre Caffer did 7 laps at the start. Earhart just completing 7 laps. All right, I'll give them that. So that's fine. But a very ragged looking strategy screen for me here with my little blocks, my little Tetris blocks that spread out from the left-hand side. And normally they look like a wall that wouldn't stand up, Peter. It looks like people have put bricks on top of bricks on top of bricks, and one push would knock them all over. But we are getting some interlock here. There's overlap, and that's because people are not doing the same things. Not at all. There's different trains of thought here with just under 4 hours to go.
Well, as we said this last time, the strategist, people are going to try different things, and there's a long way to go. As you just quite rightly, John said, if this was an ordinary, if there had been such a thing as an ordinary NLS race, which are 4 hours long, we'd only be 8 minutes into it now. So it's a totally different strategy. It's 50% longer, this race, 2 hours greater in duration. So it's a whole load of different thoughts and processes, weather, all sorts of things, and also, of course, how each driver may use their tyres and their fuel load differently. Some will use the tyres a bit harder to get the times out of the car. Some people, Fabian Schiller, we saw it on the last round, seemed able to absolutely monster the AMG, and yet the tyre just kept up the pace. You can always tell when the tyres have gone off because the time drops dramatically, as we mentioned earlier, but it just didn't seem to happen to him. So he was able to keep that pace, and more importantly, keep that pace through traffic as well, which is the key bit on this circuit, because as you say, they've got 3 different groups of cars, all the different classes, 20, I think 20, 22, 25 classes, I think we said, John?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah, an inordinate number of classes, and therefore the point being differences in speed differentials of drivers, and, Cup 5 cars, I was saying, those BMWs, they're driving to the best of their ability and machinery and the outer envelope of that, so they're doing their little bit as well, but you've got to try and keep out of the way, as we're seeing there. One of the cars keeping out of the way. I think it's one of the that's the Mercedes that was the taxi that we commented on last time that Bruce kindly called it, because it looked just like it was a road-going Mercedes that had been brought in, liveried and put onto the track. And you're trying to keep out of everybody's way, but also you've got your own race to run as well. It just there's so many elements to this.
Hello to David Drinkwater, lazy bank holiday weekend, watching and listening to RSL studio coverage of the Nürburgring. I've heard from Adam Christodoulou, one of the drivers in that AMG who had the big incident early on the Dottinger Höhe, confirming that Patrick Assenheimer got out the car under his own steam. Hello to Matt G, listening in on the other side of the world. Dr. Daniil, Rory, thank you for tuning in. Wilco as well. Sarah Rigby will not be moving until she knows how the Aston. We haven't seen much of the Aston actually in SP8T. And also thanks to Ian McCarthy, who confirms that in 2012 the number 1 Audi won Le Mans 24 on only 11 sets of Michelins in the race. He says, I think that was their most attractive car. And a fantastic era. Thank you, Ian. All of that coming through at RSL_studio. Hello to James as well, James Selma, and to the Racing Steward. Good to know that you're tuned in too. We're not even at half distance yet, barely tickled the first third of this race. And I was about to say after another set of pit stops, but at least we've got the top of the timing screen now all on 2 stops each. Well, I say that, of course, the Get Speed car, Christy Jons, has not yet made their second stop from second position, but should be in at the end of this lap. So we'll take that one out of it as we go down. So it's Robin Flying leads for Audi Sport, the number 32 team, by about 40 seconds from the Get Speed Performance out, AMG, which pits as we speak. It's just pulled into the pit lane and tripped the pit lane beam. Falcon Motorsports there, Matteo Caroli will go through in a second in the number 4 Falcon Porsche. Then the Lamborghini Huracan of Conrad Motorsport. Axel Jeffries back in that car. Now, he started that car and just checking to see how many drivers they've got for the number 7 machine. Well, they have only got the 2. Yeah, it's Michele Di Martino and Axel Jeffries. So they're going to do turn and turn about then for that. Okay, they get their money's worth. That's reasonable. In 5th position, net 4th, will be Richard Leitz for KCMG. KCMG running just stealthily snowy. This is a really important race for them. They're getting their data for the Nürburgring 24, which they're taking very, very seriously at the end of September, and I'm pleased to see them up there, but they'll be much more, I mean, they'll want to do well, of course, but I would think their target here is to get data and to get everybody settled in with the protocols and everything that they're going to need to do when they come back at the end of September.
Well, as you say, Joe, it's quite an odd thing to think about using a 6-hour race as a data collection, because it's quite an expensive way of doing it, I guess. But it is exactly that, and they will be studying all sorts of things. And you say that we'll be putting markers down of how the car performs, and they might even, as you say, they won't want to be uncompetitive in this race, of course, but they will try different things to see how that pans out. Different tyres, maybe different compounds, different fuel loads, all sorts of things. Different drivers have varying abilities in the car or pace on those different setups. And it's all just data gather, and then someone will go off and someone very clever will go off and do some number crunching with algorithms and all sorts, and be best prepared for the 24-hour race, which we say it's another 3 of these on top, so it's 4 6-hour races together. I know that sounds a really silly thing to say, but it's quite an extraordinary thing to think of. 24 hours, an entire day, night and day of racing a car, and what that car's got to go through.
And the thing is, it's a bit like going now. Was that?
I think that was John's into the pit, was it? Yeah.
In fact, top 3 on the timing screen have all headed in the pits. Jons Kolb and Koolhaas for respectively the 8 get speed, Huber's 25 and the 39 Hellapagit Racing 1. That's the SP9 AM leader. So that's the 3 leaders of the SP9 class, Pro Am and AM, all in the pits. So Luca Ludwig will come through in the Ferrari to take the lead, I reckon. And Luca has got, he's got 5 laps, 4 laps maybe still to do on that. For Sarah Rigby, this is the Sarah Rigby update. The Aston Martin is now in 38th position. Darren Turner at the wheel. That's 3rd in class, the number 160. And 2nd place is Janina Hill, who's I think has been in since the start for the Hangar Zero Mercedes EMG GT4, and they are a couple of minutes ahead now of Darren, and still leading that class is the 155 Black Falcon Mercedes in SP8T. Out on the circuit, battle internecine scrap between a couple of Audi Sport Customer Racing R8s, the yellow number 15 and the red number 44. That's Jules Counon and Indy Dunchi for Phoenix and Car Collection, battling over what at the moment is 13th and 14th. They'll go up a couple of places there, but that is a positional battle, and not too far behind them is Augusto Farfus for BMW Team Schnitzer. Augusto, who made his Aston Martin debut a couple of weekends ago at Spa in the ELMS. But proof were needed, Snowy, that you'll find a race somewhere around here. We were talking about the clumping, 159, 160 cars, whatever it was. As again, the 188 Ginetta can't quite get the turn into garage 1. I think they needed to have pushed those concrete blocks back a bit on drivers left. 159, 160 cars, whatever it was we started. But it is the very essence of endurance racing that no matter how big the track is, all of a sudden you'll hit a row of 9, 10, 11 cars, half of which are battling for position.
You think they'd get spaced out, wouldn't you? Because
yes.
it never falls that way, does it? And
no.
It must be in a driver's mentality. They come up on that and say, just my luck. We've got how many kilometres, miles, whatever you want to call it, of track, and I have to find you right at the point there. But of course, it's also the nature of this circuit, as you say, because it's so twisty, so many variations in it there that there really is no time. I don't think a racing driver really relaxes anyway. But Dottingerhoe maybe coming up to Tiergarten's a bit of a moment, although that's very fast and down a dip, so you've only got a moment or two to glance down there and sort of check dials and instruments and stuff and whatever. Of course, it's all digital these days. But you never get a chance to relax. And if anything, I mentioned earlier about the two sort of rhythms of the two circuits here. The one smaller GP circuit where the race starts at, just see the leading Audi going across the line now, starts that, and that's the Grand Prix circuit, which is, it's a great circuit in its own right. And then we hairpin left, the drivers do all onto that, the Nordschleife, and it's almost like take a deep breath and here we go. And this is the biggest part of the lap, of course, out there. You say through the forest, uphill, down dale, contours, and just having a very quick look on some of the onboard there. Something else you never think of: light and shade, shadows, as you're following another car sitting behind, trying to dive through the inside. And quite how those Mercedes and Porsche didn't quite touch that, I'm not really sure. As you said, we've seen that once before already, John, of so close that there's definitely some little bit of sort of blowing one another a kiss there, metaphorically as it were, but they're not quite touching one another, but you couldn't get much closer. But as you go down through those trees, bright and sunny, you can see all the Eiffel Mountains in the background, but all of a sudden there's trees hanging over and you've got a load of shade, and just at the bit where and that changes your view completely. And you've got
Massively. Down towards Callanhard now.
yeah, and a very, very restricted view in a racing car anyway, because we're full face helmets, hands device, hands seats as well these days. So there's quite restricted. You've got that little letterbox to sort of look through there, and all of a sudden that vista changes for you as well as you go drive into shadows. So the car in front is suddenly it's dark. It's like turning your TV off for a minute.
Do you favour a full face, open face, and if you do have a full face in a saloon car, do you still have a visor or do you have a peak on your helmet? What do you favour when you drive?
100% full face visor down. Having rolled a car years ago, the amount of debris and bits that can come in, I don't see the point in doing anything else, to be honest. I know opinions divided on that. I still go with full face visor down.
Yeah,
and obviously
I full face.
Yeah, night time. If you do that, then you have a clear visor. Tinted
Clear visor.
Clear at night. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried a full face with just a fixed sort of peak on it with a dark strip underneath that you could just sort of tilt your head down if the sun was in your eyes, and I kind of didn't like that. And with hands device as well, obviously your head movement is restricted forward, and that's what it's meant to stop you doing. So I went back to just having a standard visor, and I have a smoke grey visor or a yellowish tinted visor that gets rid of the worst of the sunshine if it is, but isn't too bad in the dark. I have been known to lift the visor up a little bit as well but I know what you mean. If you go over, then you're going to get all kinds of rubbish in there.
Well, I think the thing is,
see people with open face helmets. Which
I know, and some people do prefer that, and I get it. It's a personal preference, and if that's what people are comfortable with, that you've got to be comfortable. I just remember that from many years ago, a very senior chief marshal was saying that accidents and fire in particular respects nothing. Doesn't matter what category of racing it is, whether you're testing or anything, shaking down, or in a Le Mans 24-hour or Nürburgring race, an accident's still an accident. And I don't see the point in compromising. And certainly in these level of cars now, why would you? But it's a personal preference to say, hey, that was close, wasn't it? I heard
Rover
this
Rover Racing versus Valkenhorst as they are heading down towards the final run back to the start-finish line. The two BMWs from different tracks, different teams in very close running indeed. And I think that was the 99 and the 34 that were battling for 16th and 17th position. As into the pit lane, one of the Caymans, the very nice light blue coloured Cayman, heads into the pit lane. I've noticed that car earlier on. That is the 440 machine. That is sitting in second place in V5. Just diving into the pits. 26 the Swiss flagged Hop Suisse. The number 26 Ferrari is still the car that Peter wants us to keep an eye on, and why not? It's leading for Luca Ludwig. Luca at the wheel of that car for the last 4 laps around, so at least another 3 laps I reckon for that. It's gone Luca, then Bjorn Grossman for 7, so Luca did 5, then 7 for Grossman, ending the 4th lap of this stint for Luca now. And that car, you've got to think, let me see what's he got left with 38 minutes to go. He's got another 3 laps. That's another 30 minutes, let's say. It's not quite working for them at the moment. They're going to be 10 minutes short at the end if they keep doing that. There's Hubert Haupt, no, same. Fricadelli Racing, 3 laps into their stint. Michael Christensen to Max Martin to Kevin Estra. So that's another 5 laps. They're in a good spot. They're really in a good spot. But keep an eye on that 31. What you've got to be looking at is who can get as close as they can to the next hour of racing. So we're just under 20 minutes away for another hour of racing being completed. But don't forget, you want at least a lap beyond that when you get to 6 hours. So think about it being 6 hours and 8, 9, 10 laps, 8, 9, 10 minutes rather of racing. not just the straight 6 hours, because it doesn't end wherever you are on the Nürburgring. Two bright Grello coloured cars side by side. You couldn't miss them in the car park.
I was just going to say, John, exactly. Did you see those two coming down the pit straight there, weaving, tucking in behind one another, trying to get the turn one another? And this is for 13th and 14th place.
It's Lars Kern and Fabian Schiller.
Yeah.
Lars Kern, perhaps not as well known as a racing driver as he should be. He's very good. He's excellent round the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He has the road car lap record for Porsche, which is an astonishingly quick time. With off has gone the GT86. That's the 273. That is on the Grand Prix circuit, and he's got the rear wheels out of the gravel for that car, so half a chance maybe of getting that car back into the race for the team. Very Porsche sounding team, the 9 und 11, 9 and 11, but it's a GT86 for Wuppertal driver Uli Packeysen, Dirk Liesmeister from Wartburg, and Robert Kiel, also from Wuppertal. So 3 German drivers in the Toyota 86 there in the SP3 category. But for the moment, that car not going anywhere. Another class leader coming through at the end of a lap is the Veloster. Oh, did see as well on the Nürburgring last weekend, the new BMW M4 GT4 was being tried out, along with its road-going cousin, brother, sister, stablemate, whatever you would call it. And the new GT3 RS 992 Porsche has been snapped out, lapping as well. Lars Kern did a 6:47.25 in 2017. I think he's gone faster than that since then in the Porsche 911 GT2 RS, which was a 991.2 car, Gen 2 car with the Weissach package. Michael Verger's Radical SR8 time, a 6:48.28. Just on the Nordschleife, of course. Lamborghini LP770 four-wheel drive Marco Mappelli in 2018 did a 6:44.97. He also did a 6:52.01 back in 2016 in the LP640 Performante car.
And there's a name from the past, Michael Vergers.
Well, he's got 2 of the quickest times. He's done a 6:55 all the way back in 05 on the Radical SR8, and then the Radical SR8 LM, that 6:48 in 2009. There was a big controversy about whether that was a production car, but the Radical SR8 is available as a road legal production car. Evo magazine considered it to be road legal, but Sport Auto, who did the timing, said it wasn't. So
I would say it. I think it's stretching the boundary, shall we say, calling it a production car.
Well, I mean, but an Aventador LP770, the 911 GT2 RS with the Weissach package, they're not rolling off the line like that. They've all had a bit of tweaking, haven't they? So how far do you go down? Porsche 918 Spider?
I agree, it's academic, but it is, at least a Huracan and those cars are a production car in the first place. At least it's based on something a bit more, whereas the Radical, I'd have thought that was, I'm not doubting, I'm not saying it's right or wrong thing to do, it's not our place to judge, but I just, I would say it's definitely on the outer limits of believability, should we say.
I tell you what, there's a lot of cars going under 7 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars have gone under 7 minutes, going back to 2005, including that SR8, on road-going tyres. And that's not hanging about.
It's phenomenal, actually.
It's not as if they've done it on a tourist foreign day. with other traffic around, or you come round and there's somebody in a Land Rover Series 3 taking pictures, doing 5 mile an hour on the apex over a blind road.
I don't know what you mean.
It's happened.
Tell me about it.
640.3. I've just found that. I was looking at that table and I thought that wasn't quite right. For the GT2 RS MR, that was Lars Kern as well. It was in 2018. Tandy was there for that. Panamera has done a 7:29.81. And you were dead comfy doing that as well.
John, you mentioned the tourist forum bit and about the Land Rover taking photographs type thing. You may laugh, but the whole reason, you remember there used to be a bridge and a crossing at Thruxton Race Circuit coming out of the chicane onto the pit straight there, and there's now a tunnel. And one of the main reasons that got built, would you believe, was that on experiences, come and drive a Ferrari, come and drive an Aston, wherever it may be, on the end of a Friday, there was a gate system either side where it was cleared to drive across the track, and both gates were open. Across you went mid-session, obviously not in a race meeting, but during a school experience day. And one day, somebody driving across in a Cavalier, I think it was a Cavalier Estate, decided to stop halfway across, get out and take a panoramic photograph of the pit lane where he just enjoyed his driving experience as one of the Ferrari, and this will date it, 355s came round fairly quickly into the club chicane. The skill of that said instructor, who was an ex-Formula Renault driver actually, managed to avoid it by using a fair amount of the grass. And at that point, I think it was decided to invest in building a tunnel under the track and a traffic light system. That's a little bit of a local British stuff there for you. But it is quite extraordinary what some people might do. Meeting a Land Rover on the middle of the Nürburgring in a 6-hour race, though, was probably not what you're expecting in the script.
At RSL_studio, the 222 Toyota GT86, very interesting, I've just been told. Thanks Johannes for this. Known as, or nicknamed, Nata Heidi, Crackling Heidi, with a 3-litre 6-cylinder boxer engine. Presumably not of Subaru, because the GT86 and the Subaru BRZ share the same normally 4-cylinder boxer engine. Sounds like that might be a Porsche engine there. Meantime, back to that battle between the two BMWs. Add to that now the Audi Sport team of Frank Stippler. That's 10th, 11th and 12th now. Stippler, Pepper and Sims tied together as if the yellow and red Audi is actually towing the two BMWs. And then just behind them, Lars Kern, Fabian Schiller are catching up this 3-car train. 3.5 minutes to go. Nobody peels off into the pits, so it's going to go on for another 8 minutes or thereabouts.
You said earlier, Schiller driving 2 cars in this race, and the absolute star of VLN4 the previous round. Now, I think the Rover Racing BMW just got down the inside. The two BMWs managed to swap places there. So we're being towed along by the Audi. So a swap there for Rover and Valkenhorst BMWs. And that battle continuing behind there with the Porsche of the Manthey 911 and the number 2 Get Speed, and that's just swapped going into the corner and swapping back again, coming out of it. So change of positions in and out of the same corner there, and that battle continues as they get towards the latter part of the GP circuit. The 911 having to go all the way around the outside and trying to do the cutback and get across there, as they've got the last little bit of the circuit to do before they go onto the Nordschleife, where it can be even more difficult to overtake. But as you said, John, there's just battles up and down the order, and you've got a group of 3 cars battling one another, a couple of seconds behind that 2, and then in front of that 2 more battling there. So there's just action everywhere, and we're 2 hours into this race.
Not even half difference.
I know, exactly. Not even halfway yet.
Peter, do you remember? I mean, you will remember this, and I certainly do. I remember. I mean, I'm going to sound like a right old whatnot now, but
I'm older, so don't worry.
I do get people saying, "Oh, Le Mans last year was a bit boring. Oh, 24 hours of this, 24 hours of that was a bit boring. There was, a lap between the first 2 cars, or there was, a minute between the first 2 cars. That was a bit boring." I remember, I think certainly one of my first Le Mans, so from 89 onwards, it would be 3, 4, 5 laps. and you would think you'd had a decent race. And what's more, nobody drove flat out from the drop of the flag. Everybody was waiting for the last 4 hours, 3 hours to see what sort of car they had left before they turned the wick up. Sometimes you'd send someone off as a hare to try and break the other manufacturers. But what we see nowadays, and part of this is something that we were talking about earlier on, Pete, to be honest, the sophistication of the road cars on which these GT cars are now based, GT3s, GT4s in particular, is such, and the production tolerances as such, these cars are being raced as if it was, this is effectively six 1 hour sprint races, which are broken up by stops for fuel and tyres. And that's it. You would never have had that back in the day.
Absolutely not. It's a totally valid point you've made there of exactly how this genre of the sport has changed completely. You mentioned a while ago about the Nürburgring being built in the 1920s as a proving ground. Let's go back to the very beginnings of motorsport, 1907, first purpose-built racetrack in the world. Brooklands, built as a testing ground to allow the motor industry to grow and develop, and that's exactly what it was. It was embryonic in that. Now we're 100 years on from that, and even to say 20, 30 years ago, Le Mans it's an endurance race. It was still there for basically win on Sunday, sell on Monday. The manufacturers to develop their cars, showcase their technology, etc., and that all trickles down to the road cars. But I think in the last 20 years, 15, 10 and 5 in order, it's got so much more intense. You said the technology that's now coming down to the road cars, never just some of the electronics and suspension, a bit of, you were describing earlier the Hyundai, that the level of technology and engineering in that car, and it's quite incredible. But they now race, I've heard a driver describe Le Mans as being 12 back-to-back 2-hour races, which is exactly what
Correct.
We're saying of these one. And it's a sprint, as you said, about 30 years ago when it was Group C era, an era that you and I are very fond of. Yes, Porsche would dominate it for a while, as various teams do in other categories. They dominate, they're just doing it better than anybody else. But you would go out and you might set that hair, as you say, to break somebody else. Aston Martin famously employed Stirling Moss to do that in 1959, to break the Ferraris and sucker them into doing it, to let the other cars win, which they did first and second, as we well know. But it doesn't happen now, and the level of attrition to get something this complicated running at these speeds, and you look back to those cars, they were much simpler. I'm not just talking the wire wheels and crossbars era, but even 20 years ago, 30 years ago, the Group C cars, they look so basic now compared to a modern day GT car. And even in our time, John, GT1 cars of 15 years ago, some of the famous cars, so let's take the Dodge Viper, for instance, a very successful car in its day, winning Spa 24 hours and that kind of various categories at Le Mans, whatever. Those cars now, the times they're doing are being eclipsed by these GT3 cars, and that's only about 15 years ago. That's the level of advancement.
GT4s aren't far off, Snowy.
No, you're right.
GT4 cars aren't that far. But that Viper, you're talking about that Viper, that had a stick shift gearbox, which was imprecise to say the least. It came straight out of a pickup truck, that gearbox, and the only reason I spent the first 3 laps of driving one of those cars around Ricard, one of the Orica cars, the CISA cars, the white and blue cars, the first 3 laps I spent driving around thinking it's not very exciting, till I realised I was shifting from 3rd into 6th and not into 4th. It had so much torque it would do that. Then when I hit 4th and it took off, I thought, oh no, this is more like it. It was an extraordinary thing. But as you say, sophistication, no, absolutely not. You look now, even in the last 3 years, I was talking with the Porsche Works drivers in the RSRs, the GTE cars, the GT Le Mans cars, and talking with Tandy and Earl Bamber, who drove the 919s. The steering wheel now on the GT car is pretty much identical to, in its complexity, to the one from the prototype when they were doing their winning in the 919 hybrid. And Lawrence Vanthoor, who didn't drive the 919 in the period, when they got the new steering wheel, he was given the manual, the handbook for the new car, of which there was a separate handbook for the steering wheel functions, which was 48 pages. I kid you not, 48 pages, and things like brake bias are on little paddles by your fingers, up and down, so that you can move your brake bias backwards and forwards, your traction control backwards and forwards, your ABS. Sorry, they don't have ABS. Traction control and brake bias. You can move backwards and forwards on extra little paddles, as well as the gearbox paddles, as well as 5 or 6 rotary dials, and by the way, an LCD screen in the middle so that you know what you're changing at any one time. Oh, by the way, while you're driving in a pack of cars at 180 miles an hour, these guys are differently wired. Well,
they are. They've known no different. And yeah, if I'm indulging for a minute, I'll tell a little story against myself that you mentioned about the Viper there with the stick shift. I only drove one once, and it was a Spa 24-hour, and it did have a sequential gearbox change on it by then. And I hadn't encountered what they call mid-gas, as in a blip in the throttle system on the gear change. So I was heel and towing, still old-fashioned style, and couldn't understand why this thing was revving. This was on installation. That's the first time driving the car on a test day. And I couldn't understand. And the team said to me, how do you find the mid-gas? And I genuinely looked there like some medieval guy looking up at the moon saying, sorry, what's mid-gas? What do you mean? And it had this system where it blipped it for us. And that now, nobody could imagine not having that now, and how it works. And it's on road cars, and we're not talking.
Well, that Hyundai,
we're not talking that many years ago.
That Hyundai that I was talking about, the i30M Performance, that had what they call Rev Match. I had that on a 370 Nismo 4 or 5 years ago. And these are cars that they are not hundreds of thousands of pounds, dollars, or euros. That you can turn it off, which as I keep telling everybody, I've been heeling and towing since I was 13. I haven't forgotten how to do it. So
late starter then.
I'll do it. I know, indeed. It was on an H. Was it on my dad's HC Viva, or was it on the first Avenger that he had? I can't remember.
So a 4-speed gearbox.
Oh yeah, 4-speed. That's all you need. Yeah. That's all you needed in those cars. They didn't go any much quicker than that. But you're right about the technology, but it's also the reliability as well, and the production tolerances. Ian McCarthy's just tweeted at RSL Studio, and he's absolutely right. He says, "You guys, what you're saying is so true. We're now in an era of racing where a stuck wheel nut, or a fuel hose, or a slight mistake in a pit stop can lose a 24-hour race because the pace of the cars," and he's absolutely right, the pace of the cars is so similar, the pace of the drivers is so similar. Tyre technology is brilliant, and that's the big thing here in particular at the Nürburgring that has changed even since I've been coming here in 2007 was the first year that we did our commentary from here. He said, and Ian says, you're frequently, you're flat out and you are penalised, or at least you take a huge penalty for pushing the limits to gain what is effectively on an 8-minute lap, fractions of a second. There's no hanging about here. There's no taking your time. You ask any of these works drivers in the BMWs, in the Audis, you have to in sometimes be patient, but you can't be too patient. You can't be following an SP3 car for 3 corners. You have to let him know you're there. You have to put your car in a position whereby he basically can't turn into you, and you've got to claim that piece of road really early, because if you don't, you've just lost 3 seconds on that lap. 3 seconds on an 8-minute lap, it sounds like nothing. That would be like 0.2 of a second round Brands Hatch Ingy circuit, but you can't do that, because if you do that, you're not going to get it back, and that's the fine margins. And when people say to me, Hindhaugh, what was your golden age of endurance racing? And we talk about, like you've just said, Pete, Group C. Group C was a fuel formula. It was BOP by any other name. We didn't call it that, but it was a fuel formula back in those days, and it brought some great races, but those cars weren't driving flat out. Very seldom were they driving flat out, although I could tell you a Walkinshaw story about how they won Le Mans one year with a bit of extra fuel that nobody realised where they were getting from. That's, I think, the statute of limitations run out on that one. But that we're in a golden era of endurance racing right now, even with being in a bit of a transition at the very top of the sport at Le Mans with the top class of racing. But GT racing now in regional and national geysers with GT3s and GT4s, with TCRs being brought into being endurance cars in things like Creventic, Pilot Challenge, and indeed in this race as well. And TCR have done for touring car racing what GT3 and GT4 have done for GT racing, giving you a stable global platform where manufacturer-built cars which have an intrinsic value at the end of 2 or 3 years because the regulations are staying reasonably similar. It means that you can go and buy a car and race it for 4 or 5 years. It's like old Porsche Cup cars always have a value because you can race them somewhere. In the Porsche Cup Challenge USA in the States, we've got some 2014 cars that are still racing in the Gold Cup category. Well, you know, that's what you need if you're going to keep people in the sport, Pete. And that's, you know, in recent years, and you know this, you've been a big exponent of it. What's been the biggest growth area of motor racing in the last 10, 15 years? Vintage and veteran racing cars, classic racing cars. Why? Because your 1965 Aston Martin, you could have raced it 10 years, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, or tomorrow, and it's still, roughly speaking, in the same class. It's probably worth a damn sight more now than it was 25 years ago. But if you've had that car for that amount of time, you've done, you know, you've serviced it. Hopefully you haven't bent it, but you can still race it. And that's what we've got to get into people's heads in contemporary motor racing. Keep the regulations pretty standard. Keep them running for a long time, keep them consistent. The latest homologation of LMP2 is a 10-year homologation. Now, you can argue as long as the date is about whether there should only be 4 manufacturers. My personal opinion would be no, but you can't argue on a 10-year homologation where somebody can go and buy an LMP2 car and race it at Le Mans or in the top class of the ELMS and know that that car is going to be current and competitive for 10 years. And that's what we need to be thinking about even more particularly now, I reckon, in motor racing, particularly with the current COVID crisis. Right, I'll put my soapbox over here and let you speak for a bit.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I'm not really remotely sycophantic. I think you're absolutely spot on that, you know, stability is what you need in all sectors of the world at the moment. But exactly in this, because this is where, you know, people have to have made the money to go and do this racing, and it isn't exactly a poor man's sport. So to attract the sponsors, and it is the home, and it's in the DNA of endurance racing, the gentleman driver side of it, but they've got to have the right tools to go and do and make it worthwhile. So as you say, to have those manufacturers to build a car that's going to last for so many years, nobody wants something that's going to be out of date in a couple of years' time and get a couple of seasons out of it, because there's no value for money in it. There's just no point in it whatsoever. And I think it's a very valid point. And I think what's interesting you said about the reliability that of those cars, just going back to your comment on that, John, observations on that, John, that it's almost unheard of, and I've never really sort of thought it this way or expressed it until now, but the era you were talking of when Group C was a fuel-saving thing, let's not pretend that we're being run flat out, it was a fuel-saving thing, a balanced performance in any other way, or whatever you want to term it, that's what it was. But we also had unreliability. You had fairly highly stressed cars, some of them with some of the spices in the C2, actually with a Formula 1 derived engine that's working very hard and stressing, and unreliability wasn't uncommon for a car to have some kind of mechanical failure, for want of a better description. Nowadays, it's the complete opposite, where they're almost metronomic across all these categories. Look at this race now. I don't want to go and risk it now, but what retires? We've had one retirement really so far due to a tyre failure, unheard of. It surprised us. So it's almost as if the car is a constant, which means that brings into play, that's then reflected in even greater in this endurance racing that takes for hours to complete a race, the strategy, the team, all that side of it. So in actual fact, the driver needs to go out there and just do his job, because the tool he's using, the car, is pretty well reliable and bulletproof. There are exceptions. So that's when it comes down to driver skill, strategy, etc., because in reality, the one constant, unbelievably, is the car. Possibly the most stress element of the whole thing is actually the most compliant now. That then applies to the road, as you were saying, the car mentioned that you were talking about earlier. Look at the level of technology in these. My second point is, I'm going to throw this to you, John, for some point now or another time. I've got 3 and a bit hours to go yet, so we may get a chance to come back to it. If that's what we've seen in the last, let's say, 10, 15, let's be generous and call it 20 years, what's it going to be like in another 10, 15, 20 years' time? Or is that one for the sofa sometime?
Well, That's me and you with an adult beverage. Bit of a battle going on in the Cup 3 category at the moment between two of the Porsche Caymans, the blue and white number 966, battling for position with the car behind. It's the yellow and grey car as they head out on the Nordschleife. 3 hours and 15 minutes near enough still to go. Zach Parfitt worried about us not seeing what's going on the track. There's 3 and a bit hours to go yet, Zach. Nothing that's happening now. We're keeping an eye on it. It's not as if we've wandered off to the pub. In fact, I'll tell you that we'll be getting the lead car into the pit lane fairly shortly. In fact, it has just come into the pit lane at the end of another 7-lap stint. So 5 laps at the start for the Octane Ferrari from Luca Ludwig, then Bjorn Grossman, then Ludwig's taken it back over. So that's spot on time. The 17 also pitted. That's the other car that starts the pit lane run for the SP9 Pro, the GT3 cars. That's the Team HRT. Hubert Haupt brought that car in. And I think he might have squeezed another lap out of that. Nico Bastian did an 8-lap stint prior to Hubert Haupt getting into it. And that's making things very interesting if they can go one more lap. Because with 3 hours and 11 minutes to go, if they keep getting one more lap, they're easily going to get to their last pit stop first. Now, whether they can keep the pace up is another thing. At RSL _studio, Dave Alcock listening to the comprehensive list of trickle-down technology from LMP1H to GT3 to road cars. Surely that is a massive testament to the benefit of motorsport to improve today's road car in efficiency, reliability and functionality. We are talking about tolerances now, Dave, as you well know because you're involved in road cars that would have been unthinkable in a race car engine, let's say. Engine tolerances. You know, all of my cars run on 0W40 oil. 0W40, zero viscosity. And that's because tolerances in production car engines have come on massively. This from... who else did we have saying something about that? A few people mentioning just how strategic racing's come, echoing what Snowy and was Ian McCarthy was saying, wasn't it, earlier on as well. So still plenty of action to go, coming up to just halfway through this 5th round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. And the weather has cleared up a wee bit. We had a bit of threatening looking cloud. It wasn't like it had rolled its sleeve up and you know, and had balled its hands into fists. It wasn't that threatening, but it was kind of looking at everybody sideways. It was a bit, you know, really? Are you have a go?
Like, shall I, shan't I?
Yeah, exactly.
Shall I just throw something into
out.
the mix? Yes.
Sun's out. The Coronel and Leichter car in the pit lane. That's one of the GTI TCRs, the 333. And that car is getting, again, it's another car, and another GTI actually, another Golf GTI that is having attention around the exhaust area. We saw one earlier on and I thought that had maybe hit some debris on the track. That's running in SP3T for Max Cruiser Racing, and it is Tom Leitner and Ben Tom Coronel and Ben Leuchner. And that SP3T category has 9 cars. By far, the most of them are full house TCR cars. And that seems to be where the TCR category has migrated to. Now there's a category of TCR Pro, which is what the Hyundai Veloster is running in. So let's see who else stopped that time around. Well, the 17 car is back out again, and that was, I reckon, on time. And we're going to have to very much going to have to keep an eye on those guys because their pit lane strategy is very different from everybody else. It's got Phil Ellis behind the wheel of that car now, although he wasn't on my list to drive that car originally. I think there's been a bit of swapping around between the team HRT guys. But that is Phil Ellis behind the wheel, according to timing and scoring at the moment. Sorry, Peter, you were going to say.
No, I just reflecting there, John. Just saying that they're focusing on the window of the Tom Coronel car, and there's somebody like sort of Chris Goodwin and Peter Dunbreck. That's what you and I might regard as old school, as in they've been racing for a very, very long time. And if there's a motor race taking part in the world on a weekend somewhere, people like that are usually in it. Certainly Tom Coronel, and he's adapted to cars that were, as you say, stick shift and no traction control. And I remember the days when we had sort of 40 so data channels, and we thought that was a lot, and it was still a steering wheel because it was round. Which they're not anymore, as you say. They're now come with their own manuals. It's like
you see that the kids nowadays.
I know.
Won't believe it.
And I can't tell you this story, but I'll text you later or speak to you later. But I can tell you a Tommy Coronel story of sharing a car with him and a GT1 car, and you don't want to get in the car after him. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, bring your own plastic bag to sit on. Is that what we're saying?
Exactly. Yes, along those lines. Yes. Well, spot on actually. I was going to be discreet.
He wasn't. He's not the only one who's done that. Apparently, no. Johnny O'Connell was much the same as his Corvette racing colleagues would always tell me, which I find remarkable that anybody can do that whilst bolted in.
So do I.
It's just not natural.
Well, it's not natural, or Tommy Coronel isn't natural. I mean that in a very kind, benevolent way. He's not natural. He is supernatural. But I wouldn't mind. But his reasoning was, obviously you're plugging you in and you have a quick chat on the radio, and his quote was, "I've returned the favour," which was a little bit unfair because he'd actually got the wrong driver. So it was my previous incumbent that had done that to him, and he said, "Oh yeah, sorry to that, but you're still English, so it counts." And that was his reasoning. So there you go. The pleasure, the glamour of I should have listened at school to my careers teacher clearly, and got off and worked at Smith's or something instead.
We'd not swap it.
No, true.
We wouldn't swap it.
Not in a million years, actually.
One of the TCR cars just showing its pace at the moment, going past some of the other cup categories, including the number 226. A lot of people often ask us, what does it take to get into motor racing? Well, money for a start off, but it
lots of money.
It doesn't have to cost you a fortune. That 266 is the MSC Munster AV DMV Porsche Cayman S. That's the car that bumped its bonnet earlier on. Peter Bonk and Marco van Ramshorst driving those cars, and sitting in behind it is the 272. Which is in a different category, actually. That little GT86. And that car, I mean, these cars are relatively reasonable to run in motor racing terms. And what you've got to do is, I always think, Pete, that in a race like this, you've got many races, one of which is between the pro teams who are out there, drivers making money, some pro-am teams, drivers being paid by gentlemen drivers who want to get as far up the field as they can in the GT3 cars. But the gloriousness of endurance racing and mixed category endurance racing, like here at the Nürburgring in particular, Le Mans still to a certain extent, IMSA racing, British GT, ELMS even, at that level, as we get another tranche of cars coming in on time, is that the amateur racer can be out there on the same track as the McNishers, the Christensens, or nowadays, the whoever you would put right at the top of the field, you race against
Fabian Schiller
on the same track. Yes, all of those guys. Now I'm just checking all of those cars as they're coming in. That is second down to 11th, except for Jordan Pepper, who stayed out for Valkenhurst. And once again, Fricadelli go to the top. Kevin Estre, remember we said watch that 31 car. Estre should be in at the end of this lap, but they're stretching. They're getting 8 laps now. So Estre has gone another lap longer on his stint. Mark went 1 lap longer. Max Martin went 1 lap. Remember, they did a short 5-lap stint at the beginning. So now they've basically leveled that up to 3 7-lap stints, and everybody else is coming in. So this is interesting. There's more than one way to skin a rabbit, as the old saying goes. And everybody is looking at what works best for them. So who now has still got laps in hand? Well, 32 car coming. Indeed, I'm surprised at that. Thought they might have stayed out. They would have had a bit more fuel. What we don't know, of course, and we don't get that information, is Robert French came in at the end of his 6th lap on this stint, but I'm guessing then that he double stinted those tyres, and that stint then was not fuel determined but grip determined, and he was starting to feel the difference. Jordan Pepper in the 34 Valkenhorst car, he'll be in at the end of this lap, and that will be his second 8-lap stint after David Pittard opened with a 5-lap run. Axel Jeffries is back in the Lamborghini for Franz Conrad, and that number 7 car, well, he's got one more lap to go if he goes another 7-lap stint. Lars Kern is, I think, due in at the end of this one. Yes, he is. He's coming. So it's not yet reaching any kind of status quo. We're still seeing these teams and drivers playing out their own strategies. They're not so much worried of covering off everybody else, Snowy. What they're doing here is trying to project forward to the end of the race.
And we are just approaching halfway distance, so that's good point. We've got half of this to go still. So, as you say, just seeing what it brings up, and some of that as well. You mentioned earlier about one of the teams collecting data basically for the 24-hour as well, and using this as a test session, if you like. Perhaps a little bit harsh, but certainly a lot of data collection from it. Some of these teams will be using the first half of this race to see what their cars do, because it's that significant difference between 4 and 6 hours. Let's see what the cars do. We're literally just over a minute off reaching half distance of this race, and they will be finding out what the cars do. Weather staying. We've got one constant here. We've got the weather seems to have been obviously nice and consistent. We've had no drizzle. We had the last round 4, had a drizzly start, and then it dried out, so that alters things again. It's yet another variable. The weather stayed constant. We mentioned about the reliability of the cars. Yeah. They've stayed constant. The tyres are pretty constant. They know what they've said. They can really experiment with fuel loads and amount of times into the pits. And as you say, it's so different in this race because one lap isn't like anywhere else. You've got to have a whole different mindset and way of thinking for the teams in the pits. Strategy. Yes, John?
Yeah, and on our point of how much do you have to spend to go racing, the 743 dark blue BMW, take off the race numbers and their Dixel Advanced Brake Technology sponsorship on the side, that's a road car. You would not know that was a race car. And that BMW,
look what's behind it.
Yeah, and coming up is a state-of-the-art Audi customer racing car, and going through. Now, they're in the same race, but they're not racing together. But what you've got is you've got to go at it with the thought that BMW number 743, which is going around very happily, and their drivers are on the ragged edge in that 325i. They're in a class of cars that's pretty much all BMW 325i's.
Eine Legende.
And
die gefährlichste Rennstrecke der
there's
Welt.
21 cars in that
Der
track,
kleinste
in that
Fehler
class.
wird sofort bestraft.
Also
Denn nur wer auf Qualität setzt, kann das Rennen gewinnen.
Yeah. 21 cars in V4. Production between 2 litres and 2.5 litres. Effectively, they might as well just say that's the BMW 325i class. And being able to take a car, and how many of those are sitting around out there? How many out there are sitting around that you could strip out, that you wouldn't have to pay a lot of money for? Okay, you've got to put cages, you've got to put all the safety bits in. But you are not talking millions of quid there. You are not talking tens of thousands of pounds. I bet you could put one of those together for 10 or 12,000 euros if you found a car that was a little bit unloaded. And we'll get your ring licence in that and go and race it. You know, that value for money motor racing, particularly if you live within a towing drive from the Nürburgring, and the NLS is the perfect thing to go and do once every 4 to 6 weeks, isn't it?
Right, John, you sold it to me. When did we start?
Where would the 968 go in that? Where would the 968 be?
Well, there you go. So we've got a break between us. One track prepared already with a roll cage in it already. Just saying.
Well, there'll be a class for that. That'll be the up to 3 litre road cars.
Do you think there's a class for old past it commentators?
I think we say old bastard cars now.
Not at all. Not at all. No.
For the 968.
I'm referring to myself, of course. Yes. Yeah.
I think we're fine as commentators. It's just the driving that. Although I know you are still sharp and honed with your racing skills. My problem is that I do so little racing. It takes us half of the time that I'm supposed to be prepping for the race just to remember how I've got to go and race again. Which is, in fairness, where things like Base Performance Simulators, Darren Turner's company, helps. If I can go and get an hour or a couple of hours there just to remind me what I'm supposed to be doing and to get the concentration up, then that makes a huge difference.
Well, let's tee it up and we'll have a go. Although you mentioned Darren Turner, actually, as you mentioned that we're racing. I race old stuff now, and still with the Aston brand, but wire wheels, crossbar tyres, drum brakes, and whatever. Very kindly last year at Spa, 6 hours support race in the Woodcock Trophy. Darren Turner sent.
Paul Ricard. So under 3 hours to go now. Peter Snowden and me, John Hindhoff. So anyone who stops in the top class now, like Frickadelli and Valkenhorst, they've just come in. They're starting to look already, I'm sure, at what sort of lappery they've got to do to get them to the end. As it stands at the moment, Matteo Caroli, no, check that, Axel Jeffries has gone through and not stopped at the end of that lap for Conrad Motorsport GmbH. And that teal, blue and black Gebhardt sponsored car is on the Grand Prix circuit now, just starting another lap, which will be, I reckon, well, this is interesting now because we're starting to see it play out in terms of strategy. So he's going to complete 8 laps on this stint. He's got right up his tailpipes at the moment. The number 4 Falkland Motorsport, Matteo Caroli, on the same pit strategy now, those two. There was a slight difference at the start. Axel Jeffries did 7 laps and Klaus Bachler only did 6. But then Michele De Martino did 7 for Conrad, where Dunbrecht did 8. And now Jeffries, Axel Jeffries and Matteo Caroli both on their 8. So they've kind of balanced themselves back up again. And this is what Peter was saying earlier on. Peter, this is what you were saying earlier on. Half a lap, 8/10 of a lap, 9/10 of a lap round here is not good enough. So if you just had a bit of traffic in the wrong place, just had a bit of a scrap when you didn't need it, just used a little bit too much fuel, that 8-lap stint, which is theoretically possible, very quickly becomes a 7-lap, and you've got to make that decision really, really work for you.
Exactly. It's that we're just watching it on board there now with the ROWE Racing BMW once again. That's just, I think, just down the inside of the Porsche out of the carousel there, and it's you said there's so much to think about it. It's one of the things that I always try and, when you and I talk to people that are not involved in racing, and try and explain what it is that we do and what a racing driver does when we talk about this, and they don't think they're athletes, or don't realize how busy they are, how much they've got to do whilst driving this car. And it's not dissimilar to sort of fighter pilots, RAF pilots, and US Air Force, etc., across the world. How much information you've got on board all the time. You've got the third dimension in an aircraft, you've got you two-dimensional in a car, but there's so much information.
Well, you hope so.
Yeah, well, yes,
You hope so.
yes, okay, yes, okay, fair point.
We did have we had a slightly airborne AMG GT3 earlier on, didn't we? Yeah.
But it saves on tyre wear. But again, I could mention an ex-Formula 1 driver whose son is in this race now, who we raced with once at Monza, and he was asked a question of did he take any curb, and the answer was no, a flat no. And then a photograph appeared from one of the photojournalists with the car, probably I wouldn't say half a metre in the air, but certainly a substantial all four wheels in the air. And in his laconic French accent, he just said, "Or maybe I take a little bit of curb." Yeah, and his son's racing today in this race.
That'd be a goon on, wouldn't it?
Correct, spot on. I knew you could work it out. Yes, yes. Well, sorry, go on.
Sorry. Quick note of thanks to our colleagues at Nürburgring TV for A, the pictures, and B, for the addition of a very pleasant extra camera angle here. This is the heli cam that we've got this weekend, which allows us to see a lot more of what's going on the Nürburgring. Very impressive pilot in the blue helicopter. I haven't seen quite enough of it to decide what it is yet. See if we get it from another external shot, but he's enjoying, the pilot's enjoying following the racing cars around. Well, we did have the Manthey Porsche outrunning it during qualifying down the Dottinger Höhe.
Let's hope he's worked his fuel load out then.
Well, I presume he's had to go away and come back, Peter, because I've noticed we haven't had heli shots for a little while in the studio. 99 ROWE Racing, BMW 11th position. Alexander Sims behind the wheel of that car. He's got about 2 seconds on the Pro-Am leader. That's the Huber Motorsport 911. They're not in the same category, of course, with SP9 GT3, as you might want to call it, split up into Pro-Am and Am. The SP9 Am is the Ferrari leader, is the number 39 Ferrari, which is running very well at the moment. That car is just outside the top 10, 14th position for that car. Second in that is the Iron Force Racing Audi in 20th position. Peter.
Just watching for that helicam, as you're saying, John, the 99 ROWE BMW. Just the way it's great aerial shots, not only of sitting behind the car normally, we've got this aerial shot illustrating to us perfectly how you can scythe the way through the traffic there. And just one perfect example there, came up behind a Porsche, went to go one way, the Porsche decided to get out of his way, and in an instant he had to brake, check up, as they'd say in America, hold position, go back in again, no lock up, no anything, but that thinking on your feet all the time, that could so easily just be not only cost you time, but it could be a race-ending incident there. And that's the level and the pace at which these drivers at the front category, the GT3 as you just called them, the SP9 category, are having to think all the time. You expect the car to stay where it is in front of you, and he didn't. And he didn't jump out of the way or whatever. He just saw the BMW coming up behind, and I think he was trying to be considerate and courteous and keep out of his way, which actually the thing he didn't want him to do, stay where he was. He'd already looked like he'd committed from, let's say, 2 car lengths away, and within that distance of just 2 car lengths at that closing speed, had to change direction, check up, and go the other side of the car without any incidents. And it all just looked so seamless. But in reality, I'd have loved to see the in-car footage of that, because I bet there was some...
It was busy.
I bet there was busy, yes. There was a little bit of work going on there, to say the very least. Coming up to a slow section now, they've all just backed up, just watching that.
That looks like coming out of Brunchen.
Yeah, it does,
still getting used to the helicopter shots as they climb up the hill. I'm pretty certain...
we've got a car stopped on the track there, on the apex there, yeah.
Is that a car? Is that an intervention vehicle? Can't tell.
No, it's got a wing on the back of it, so it's...
Oh, yeah, okay, good point. And quite a lot of oil dry down as well, further up the track, so somebody's had an incident. They've got one of the pickup trucks out that lays down the sand, etc. Michael will know this. Michael Werner, who looks after us from the TV, and a couple of slow-moving vehicles. Oh my goodness! A very badly damaged Cayman, I think I'm going to say there.
Or was it the Ginetta?
Oh, could have been the Ginetta. That's a great call, Snowy. The 118 Ginetta.
Yeah, I only just saw it at the last minute. It just looked like a G55.
Red and white.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I think you might be. I think you might be right. We'll get a chance to. Not quite, as the
wrong camera angle. Yeah.
Number 2. It's going rather too quickly. That was. Oh, actually, that wasn't where I thought it was. Then that was coming down from Callanhard. Yeah, it was coming. So that with that right-hander. See, when you can't see the rise and fall, and you're just looking at it from above, I find it more. So that was Callanhard that just after Callanhard that all of that had happened. Michael Werner might know this, and I know he's listening to us in the TV suite. I don't think we've had a helicopter before for one of the NLS races. We normally get one for part of the 24 hours. I don't think we've had it before. This is a great addition to the coverage, so thank you. However that's come about. And it leads me on to remind everybody that the 27th of September, that weekend, is the Nürburgring 24 this weekend. One weekend after Le Mans. That's the easiest way to place it in your mind. So, as it was last year, just the weekend after Le Mans. And the start of the 24 hours, particularly when we start getting in double yellows at the carousel as well. So maybe that's 2 incidents, Snowy, there, because this would be coming up towards Brunchen.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, John. Yeah, I think it's two separate, because they're slowing right down again, so there's 2 separate incidents. Yeah, good call.
So the start of the 24-hour race, when the leading cars get into the back of the field, so basically at the start of their second lap, the helicopter shots look like a police chase. It is absolutely extraordinary when you see them charging through the traffic. It is something that is difficult to behold. Not sure what that was for there. Through Brunchen now and starting to climb the hill. Okay, maybe not. So get that in your diary. Tim Barnes says, I'm watching the race. Are the cars allowed to go flat out past the recovery vehicle? I understand yellow flags are waved. Are they supposed to reduce their speed? They do, and they are monitored, Tim, on that, because all the cars have got GPS on them nowadays. Every car in the field has got GPS. And the race control, race director, can spot that, and if you haven't slowed down, or there's a marshal's report, and the marshal's report, by the way, is low, doesn't have to be supported by video here, which seems to be a slightly worrying trend at any other motor racing circuit. If you haven't got it on video, then you can't prove it. It used to be in my day, and Snowy's, that every marshal, whatever their job was, whether they were waving a flag or as an observer or whatever, was a judge of fact. So at the end of the race, when they collected the incident reports, which were written down, if they had said number 73 Heindorf overtook under a yellow, and I said, oh no, I didn't. Well, no video in those days. If Marshall's word was law, absolutely right.
You're referring to the days when it was pen and paper, John. Yeah, but top 3 cars. Top 3 cars into the pits now: the Conrad Falcon and KCMG Lamborghini and
perfectly
2
on
Porsches.
time. I'm happy with that.
Yep. They're following your strategy. That's good then. So that's Jeffrey's.
No, I think I'm following theirs, actually, literally. But that does mean that those top 3 cars, Jeffries, Cairoli and Richard Leeds, have all got an 8-lap stint under their belt, and that's the second 8-lap stint for both the Falcon Motorsport Porsche and the KCMG Porsche. That's the first 8-lap stint for the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. But Axel Jeffries did a 7-lap in his first stint, so he may well know where he went wrong there. This means that Bjorn Grossman will go through in the Octane car in about a minute's time to take the lead. And in fact, he has done already. My apologies. He is due in, well, he's not due in for a while. He's got probably about another 5 or 6 laps, depending on how he makes his go. Ian McCarthy has sent me a nice little screen grab that says, and Gareth Evans, who is an aeronautical expert, tells me that is a Eurocopter AS350. That's a squirrel, isn't it? An A350, AS350, sorry. I think that's a squirrel. Very nice colour of blue. Dario had one that colour for a while. So, battles continuing, strategy playing out, and all the while cars having to be passed. It might not be for position, but as Snowy said, the levels of concentration here are phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. 17, bright red AMG is Phil Ellis in the HRT Mercedes. He's running in 10th on the Grand Prix circuit at the moment. And what I'm just looking for, big slide by the, now I think that was the Audi squeal of tyres. You don't normally hear with slick racing tyres. No, it wasn't. It was the 25. It was the 25 Porsche on the Grand Prix circuit. Sometimes you hear incidents happening before you see them, and that was certainly the case there.
That's
for the dark.
So Bruce's favourite driver, Rocco Torrepadula, in the Huber Motorsport car, and we've got the 930 spun as well.
That's one of the crossbows.
Yeah, crossbows. That's
the leader.
Yeah,
that's the Cup X leader. The Cup X leader, yes, the white and pinstripe 930.
Yeah, 90 degrees across the track at Tiergarten. Not a place to be sitting there, but at least it's literally visual. Everybody can see it. Well, at least everybody can see it. They've got it going again.
And that's Georg Griezmann, who has got that car pointing in the right direction. And note that the yellow flags came out, and the next car along, one of the BMW 325s in their own class here, of which there are 21, as we were mentioning earlier, immediately slowed down. Yellow flags are still out, and maybe something on the track there. It looks like some dirt was dragged onto the road, so that looked to me as though Georg Griezmann had a bit of a moment off on the left, just beside the edge of that Armco, which is actually what you aim for. It's bright orange painted because it is an exit point from the circuit, and you aim for the edge of that with the left-hand side of the car, and hopefully you're going fast enough that the car drifts away from it. That's what the guys in the GT3 tell me, which I find completely mind-boggling.
It's quite normal. What I was surprised at there was that he was facing out. If he'd lost it on the way up the hill and lost the back end of the car, it would snap right and face. And if it's assuming it's only gone 90 degrees, which it may have done 3/4 of a spin, another 180 on top of that, because otherwise it would have been facing inside the circuit. It was facing out, so it's a slightly odd position to have been parked cleanly on the edge of the track there. So it's a very odd. I'd love to have seen the build-up to how he ended up being stopped and stationary in that position. So, but he's got it going again. So that's all that really matters.
Peter Snowden, I'm John Hindhoff. Busy weekend for motorsport. Thank you for judging that we were worthy of your time this weekend. Plenty going on in 2 and 4 wheels around the world, right up to the very highest level, of course. And in sports car and endurance racing, still 2 hours and 40 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring for round 5 of the NLS this season. This effectively a warm-up race for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, not part of this championship, but run under broadly similar regulations and categories, and no qualification race for this year. White flag on the circuit means this, through the Tiergarten means something moving slowly, and there was debris on the track. There's a circuit vehicle. It is one of the intervention Audi estate cars. I think they've been having a look at the barriers. I wonder if there was just a little tag on the barrier by the KTM crossbow last time around.
Well, there's a couple of cars, a couple of those intervention cars, one just gone past the pits and one just coming into the pit. So there's obviously a couple of things out there, and that would sort of lay credence to what I was saying, John. I was quite surprised how that KTM ended up where it was. There was no visible damage to that car, though, so it wasn't as if he'd gone off and sort of lost it big time and collected the barriers all the way along, but it was in a slightly strange position to be pointing 90 degrees out onto the track, having really sort of landed where it was. But it did get going again. If you notice when he came down the pit straight, he was jinking left to right to get bits of debris and gravel out of it there, and depositing it all over the circuit. So at least it gets it off his tyres and out of the way. It will. Otherwise, the first time you hit the brakes, the whole lot shoots forward and fills up everything in it. You think something catastrophic has happened, whereas it's just it's enough gravel to build a patio normally. One little spin like that. Never mind if you beach it properly. The 160 Aston being featured. We haven't seen much of that or much footage of that car out there. Okay, that's at number 160. That's the Garage 59 car that was started by Alexander West. I think it's we had Darren Turner, so I'm guessing it's probably Chris Goodwin in the car now. I just have to look down the screen to find that. But Chris Goodwin, a man that yes, is Chris Goodwin in that car. Used to do the hot laps at Brands Hatch for many, many years, until a certain Ron Dennis said to him, "You're never going to make any money doing this," and picked him up at McLaren. He had a long, long career at McLaren, and which is now, I think he left them 2 or 3 years ago, and now with Garage 59. But again, not a bad lineup there. It's a whole British team, Garage 59. Alexander West, Chris Goodwin, and works driver Darren Turner. And again, Darren Turner, somebody that's just aligned himself with the manufacturer, Aston Martin, and synonymous with them, and had some stunning performances, and been driving again another one of those sort of Tommy Coronels, and that's always racing somewhere, synonymous with Aston Martin. And of course, as you mentioned, John, this base performance simulators, and grown a whole other business along the side there, and developing young drivers. So a busy man.
Yeah, and embracing drivers, diversifying into other careers, always been something. Darren and Aston Martin ambassador, as well as developing cars for Aston. Base performance is going great guns. Talking to him about that. He's also been developing the British touring car hybrid system for the new iteration of BTCC race cars. So he's been fairly busy as Dazzle. Very well respected as a test and development driver as well as a racer. Doesn't always go hand in hand. We all know drivers who are exceedingly fast but can't tell you why, or drivers who will drive round the problems of cars without, and still be brilliant by the way, but without offering any suggestion as how to make them better. Which is, so, in some ways, is actually even cleverer. And I'm not naming any names at all here, as again traffic playing the part for the Get Speed performance number 2, as they were going through into the Kleiner carousel and out towards the Gallows Hill corner, in that battle for position between Fabian Schiller and I think that's Dries Van Tour ahead of him in the 20 Audi Sport R8, isn't it? Yes, it is. Now heading on to the Dottinger Höhe. But in some ways, you've got to take your hat off to drivers who are super quick and will drive around any problem, because they can just do it and they adapt very quickly. That's not Van Tour ahead.
The problem with that is, John, that it frustrates the heck out of engineers. Because they want the information, they want to know why it's doing it or how it's doing it, and if you just go, or if they just go, I don't know, and it just does it, and it's not terribly helpful. I remember years ago Patrick Head saying that he found Mansell, whilst incredibly quick in that Williams, sort of building up to his World Championship winning years of 91 and 92, that he described trying to understand Mansell driving through Copse Corner at Silverstone, and Mansell wouldn't focus on the setup at the back of the car at all. And his view was very simple: if the front went through, the back had to follow because it was attached, and it was that simple. And Patrick Head literally tearing his hair out as an engineer, saying, "But it's not that simple, Nigel." And to Nigel, it was, because it was attached, therefore it had to follow. And I love the simplicity of it, but I can see the flip side of an engineer just, I've built you this wonderful Grand Prix car that I want to make better. As far as I think as Mansell was concerned, it was quite good enough already.
Starting to heat up now a little bit with just over half the race gone, and a decent battle between Phil Ellis, Lars Kern, and they've just headed off onto another lap. 17 bright red Mercedes ahead of the BMW, ahead of the Manthey Racing Porsche, and right in there as well, the number 2, Fabian Schiller. So that's 6th, 7th and 8th. There's been a bit of paint traded there as they're on the Grand Prix circuit at the moment. And you've got to think to yourself, how important is this right now to be putting yourself and your whole race in jeopardy? Well, Fabian Schiller's only just got into that car a couple, maybe that 3 laps
And it's happened,
ago.
it's off.
Oh,
Schiller's
there you
off.
go.
Exactly on cue. He just outbraked himself, just tapped the back of it, did the front damage, and it's off, and it's into the gravel now. Whether it's any
Straight
more
into
than
the
just...
pits.
No, it hasn't. He's come around, as you can see, there's trim hanging off the side of it. You're absolutely spot on. Great call there, John. Exactly as you're saying it. How important is it at this point? And we've waxed lyrical all through this race about drivers thinking, and of all people, I'm surprised Fabian Schiller just doing that there and catching that out. But oh no, it's Ellis wanting to hit the back of Schiller. So my apologies.
Yes, correct.
That's why. Yeah. So sorry. Unfair to Shaven. So I was absolutely right there. It wasn't Fabian. My apologies. But just caught himself out. But it was almost inevitable, as you said, John. And it popped it through the gravel. It depends what else it's now done. The collateral damage to it now. Oh.
So
There's
that battle, and we're a long way away from the end of the race. They've all been out there for 2 or 3 or 4 laps and working their way through traffic on the Grand Prix circuit, and very lucky indeed not to have done more damage to that number 2 Fabian Schiller in the AMG team Get Speed car, not running in their bright red Vodafone colours this weekend. And he's coming up on an incident which is... That's one of the Porsche Cup
that's one
cars.
of the Porsche Cup cars, yes, exactly.
I think that was the...
I think you're right.
I think that was the leading car. Is that the Black Falcon car? Was that the 350?
I think you could be
The
right,
SP Pro winner leader in the GT3 Cup MR. I think that was the 350, that multicolour shades of grey car. So all of a sudden, having been in a relatively static-ish, like the middle overs of a 50-over match or day 3 of a test match, with just playing things through there in the middle couple of hours is what normally happens in these longer races. But all of a sudden there's been an explosion in excitement and incident there as drivers have been starting to push and clearly causing incident just on 3:30 at the Nürburgring, with the clouds again beginning to gather, and that's the KCMG car going slowly as well, isn't it? The 19 coming into the pit lane. Now that car, now please tell me that all that's the matter with that is they've pushed it 1 lap or half a lap too far. No,
something's wrong.
Imperatori's only been in that. Imperatori has only been in that car for a lap and a bit, so this is coming to the end of his 2nd lap out. That car doesn't seem to be tracking straight.
No, it's not. It's crabbing. There's something wrong on the near side.
And I'm putting 2 and 2 together and making 142, but there's an Audi moving slowly on the Dottinger Höhe as well. Has there been a coming together here? Oh, dear me. It's all gone up in the air, and the Dottinger Höhe is not a place to be going as slowly. And that's another car.
Is it the Audi or is it the Mercedes?
Oh, that's a good call. Which was the car that was hit.
Correct. I think that's Fabian.
So that'll be right rear damage.
Correct.
That'll be right rear damage on that car. If it is, Snowy, that's brilliant call, mate.
Well, let's see if it's right yet or not. Yes. It's certainly. I think it could be the Audi.
It's definitely an Audi.
You know, you're right. So,
Mike, I've got to say, by the way, the number 2 Get Speed car has very quickly caught back up again with the cars that it was racing. In that car at the moment is Fabian Schiller. So he is pushing very, very hard at the moment as it's gone quite dark over the far side of the circuit. They're heading up the hill now from Brünchen through those left-handers that gradually tighten, where you really, really don't want to have to lift off. It's a left front issue for the 19. That car's been off because the
mirror,
left door mirror, is hanging by its control wire, and They've managed to get it onto the dolly jacks, and then that car's going straight in to the garage.
And
It's
there's
missing a tyre.
rear three-quarter panel damage on that car as well, just behind the door. So it's obviously had some fairly hefty contact from something. So I'm guessing what's happened there, whatever it's contacted with, whether it's another vehicle or the barriers, John, what's happened is there, I'm suspecting it's potentially actually barriers, you know. It's damaged the front tracking and done the rim, which is then...
And it's the Audi Sport number 20. It's the Audi Sport number 20.
It's got front right damage. That's got front right damage. So have those two collected one another?
Well, and that's Vantour in that car. Again, you know, my dad was a detective, so I heard these kind of discussions going on plenty of times in my youth. We need CSI Nürburgring to give us the physical evidence.
That's a whole new channel there.
Yeah, whole new channel. Right front tyre damage on that number 20, confirmed on the ticker, the information ticker on the website. What it doesn't say is whether there was any contact which precipitated that. The other thing I would say is that Alexander Imperatori's normally a pretty safe pair of hands. Left front tyre gone, cause or effect? Did the tyre go and put him into the wall, or did he put it into the wall and take the wing mirror off?
I'm just intrigued by that damage. I think it's a very good train of thought there, John. All sorts of possibilities. You say it was just circumspect at the moment, but it's that there's left damage to the rear three-quarter or just behind the door, which, you think about it, there is an odd place on a Porsche, because you've got those flared rear arches which didn't appear too damaged. It's almost as if somebody's actually collected it in the side. I just wonder if somebody's just done an outbraking manoeuvre and just tapped the inside of it. Who knows? Until we see it, we don't know. But something certainly got on two of the front-running cars there. Suddenly, it's in the pitch. You say it's a whole excitement suddenly ramped up. Number 29 Audi still out on track. Just a little view on that. It's the second place car, Van der Linde, at the wheel of that at the moment. The Octane 126 Ferrari with Grossman is at the wheel. That was the car that, or the driver of that car, Grossman, had such a stunning run in round 3 of this series. Just a couple of rounds ago. And they've done 24 laps apiece and 3 pit stops each for the top running cars, so it is fairly reflective and indicative of what we've got at the moment. So we've got Ferrari leading 2 Audis, Porsche, BMW, 2 Mercedes, Porsche, BMW and Ferrari top 10. So Ferrari top and tailing the top 10 running cars at the moment. Grossman and Van der Linde it is at the front, 22 seconds apart between them. Ferrari and Audi R8, Audi Sport team that really have been at the front of this pretty well since the beginning of it. Been the two teams to sort of get 2 cars to get ahead of here. The Lamborghini dropped down the order a little bit now. That car was the Conrad Motorsport car is in 14th at the moment. Di Martino at the wheel of that. And unsurprisingly, the SP9 Pro category dominating the front of the field there with the top 18 cars. It isn't until we get to Alexander Colburn, the Huber Motorsport 911 in SP Pro Am, number 25 car running in 19th. So that's the first car. Westbrook in the Phoenix Racing Audi in 16th at the moment. Its sister car being driven by Schramm at the moment in 12th. Just popped up to 11th as I speak. David Pittard back in the number 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport M6. And the top 11 cars have completed, 12 cars now completed 12 laps. Daniel Grossman is at the top in the 126 Octane 126 Ferrari.
Yeah, and he is due, let me check, into the pit lane. I reckon, Snowy, I think he's got 2 more laps.
I was just going to say, I bet it's 2 laps, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Van der Linde in second, and who's in? Christopher Haase the Rabbit Man. They've both done 4 laps, so they've got another 3. Max Martin, now he's completed 3 laps, but they've, for the last 2 stints, have got 8 laps out of the 31 Frickadelli car, so he might be as many as 5 laps away from the pit lane, that is.
Yeah, but still a long way to go. We've got 2 hours, 22 minutes and 20 odd seconds to go. But we could have 2 hours, 22 and 22 all the way through.
Stop that now.
Sound like Richie Benno, don't I? Yes. Welcome to the SCG. Yes. Let's not go there. 11th man and all that. We'll get off onto a whole different tangent. Don't look at. You mentioned test cricket. It set me off.
Oh, but you know, I think if you're into endurance racing and test cricket go along the way. Van der Linde then cutting his way through traffic in 2nd position. He will inherit the lead at some stage, but not for a couple of 3 laps yet. Slows down as he comes into another incident area, sitting in behind one of the Caymans.
I'm loving the sound of the Helicam engine in our ears.
Oh, that's more barrier repair. So that's is that a Flugplatz? Is that the run up from Flugplatz? It's so difficult to see. We've got a code 60 zone at Flugplatz and Callenhard it's Callenhard exit, isn't it?
Yeah.
We said sort of, yes, it is, because that's the hairpin at the bottom as he's heading down the hill towards listen, I really get thrown out by looking at the helicopter. Yeah, it was that was the hairpin heading down the hill to the bridge at Adnau. So yeah, that's Callenhard exit, where we've got barrier repair going on driver's left. That's where we saw the big incident. We think that might have been one of the Ginetta G55s, possibly the 118 car.
I'll have a quick look for that, John, to see if we can get. I think it's the only one in the race, actually, the 188 car, the Kramer Racing entry. Yeah,
118, I think it was, wasn't it?
188.
Oh, no, sorry, 188. You were right. Yeah.
I feel like it's like a Good Morning Vietnam with this helicopter in the background.
I know.
I'm expecting Robin Williams to burst out.
I'm loving.
Or you say good morning Nürburgring or something out loud, John.
Yes, well, the sad person to me knows all of that pretty much all the way through.
It's a shared curse. Don't worry.
I used to play samples of that into dance music mixes when I was working from vinyl, by the way, from the vinyl album.
Fantastic.
Through then the Caracciola Carousel for the 2nd place car. The Ferraris is 23 seconds up the road for Bjorn Grossman. Remember, Grossman driving with Luca Ludwig, just the pair of them in that car. Chris Meese, Luca Trudy are sharing the 2nd place car, that number 29, with Van der Linde, who's behind the wheel at the moment.
So a bit of a pause just here for a while. They've got these couple of slow zones where we pick up the pace, but fastest car on the circuit still remains with that number 32 Audi with that time of 7:57.7. Set quite early on, in fact, in the first stint of the race, wasn't it? That was set by Robin Fringe in that car. Great time,
Robin. Yeah, and we have seen the fastest time in the VLN this year in qualifying. I thought Nicky Katzberg was good when he put in the 7:58.4, but my goodness, Kelvin van der Linde, Chris Meese, Matthias Drudy in that car, and I think it was Kelvin who put in the 7:56.2, 2.1 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Just a quick catch-up, by the way, before anybody tweets to me. The Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus, which had a fire yesterday, was rebuilt overnight. We've reported that, but I accept that people are coming to the coverage all the time. That's also had problems in the race, where it did a decent stint from the start of the race, and then came in for around about 30 minutes. It's had a couple of longish stops since then as well, and 23 minutes and a 13-minute stop. So clearly not everything has been resolved, but remember, they had to try and rebuild that car after an onboard fire overnight, and you never really know what's happened there until it happens. You never know what's gone wrong and what's had damage. So those guys very much playing catch up on the car. It keeps throwing them a curveball, but what a great way to learn the car, learn its systems in its competition debut for the 004C. Jim Cameron, just a brilliant bloke.
I was just going to say, actually, what a baptism of fire. Then I realised actually it wasn't meant to be.
Well, no, it was.
I wasn't meaning to be that corny. My apologies. It was just a set phrase, isn't it? And I suddenly thought, oh, that's possibly a little bit too topical for that one.
I mean, it is just unbelievable how much work has gone in to everything that they've done, whether it's the off-road cars, the road legal cars of the race cars that they build up in Connecticut there in the US. And everybody is just so enthusiastic.
Great heli cam shot of some people, spectators in the grandstands. First time it's been allowed this season, as you mentioned, John. Just a limited number to start with, so just gentle lifting and easing of the COVID guideline. Well, not the guidelines, but the lockdown areas that you can and cannot do. Obviously, not allowed onto the Nordschleife or into the wooded area, the bigger part of the circuit. No. But nice to just see, albeit just dotted and not quite as normal, but good to see that we've got people sitting in the grandstands again, and that things are getting back to a relatively new normal, stage by stage. And it does change sort of week by week and month by month, and it's just good to see progress in the right direction.
And all of this will be being looked at. Jim Glickenhaus, by the way, sorry, I said Jim Cameron there. Jim Cameron is the man at the head of Mission Motorsport. And there's another Jim Cameron who's head of General Motors as well. Sorry, Jim Glickenhaus, I knew it was Jim Glickenhaus. Jim's got a fantastic attitude towards everything. He used to work in the movie business. He accepts a challenge, relishes the challenge, and he says that he wants to go motor racing. It doesn't always have to make a business case. It's better if it does, of course, but there will be customer cars available, even right up to the Le Mans top category car in LMH. Oh, big slide for the 99 Rover Racing BMW, with Alexander Sims behind the wheel of it in 5th position, and somehow he managed to grab that back just as he was heading towards the transition onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He's chasing the Frickadelli Porsche, which is Max Martin back at the wheel of that, and that's 4th and 5th position on the Hatzenbach right now. They've got a bit of clear road ahead of them for a couple of corners, and I just wonder if there was something on the circuit there, or whether there might even be a drop or two of rain. It has darkened up, maybe temperature has dropped just a wee bit. Behind them, the battle for 6th and 7th and indeed 8th position is heating up as well, with Lars Kern, Fabian Schiller and then Phil Ellis all within, what, a second and a half of each other. And I don't mean a second and a half between each one of them, I mean a second and a half between all three of them. The two yellow cars are the 911 of Lars Kern for Mansai Racing in the Porsche, and Fabian Schiller in the number 2, the Team Get Speed Mercedes, and then the red number 17 is the Mercedes of Team HRT, and that's Phil Ellis. I'm so unused to seeing the Get Speed car in those bright yellow colours. Meantime, further up the road, the number 99 has now caught Maxime Martin in the Frickadelli in what is at the moment a battle for 4th position. But actually, in real terms, that's a battle for 3rd, because Luca Rudy, I think, is about to pit, or may have just pitted. And wait till we get to another timing point, and I'll see if the number 29, no, the 29 did get out. Luca Trudy did get out in second place. So the Ferrari that leads, Bjorn Grossman, has got 32 seconds of a lead. And this is where we're starting to see the strategy that we've been talking about all race. And now it starts getting even more interesting. And these battles start to mean just a little bit more. Still 2.25 hours to go. As they head through Callan-Harden into the code 60 area, that battle for 4th place. So Grossman, I reckon, has got a couple of laps. Van der Linde has got a couple of laps. Haase has got a couple of laps. Max Martin has got 4 laps in this Frickadelli, the red and white Frickadelli, which is just going through the barrier repairs and all of the cleanup beyond that, which is clearly a lot of essential fluids from a car that hit the barrier very, very hard. Hello to Randy Sherwood, watching from San Diego, California. He's tweeted at RSL_studio. Starting to get even more interesting now. Down through the hairpin on the run down to the bridge at Adna is the 3-car battle now. That's Kern, Schiller, Ellis, Manthey, Mercedes Get Speed, Mercedes AMG HRT, all inside the top 10 this Snowy. And you get the feeling now that as we're coming down to the last 2 hours, so 2 more pit stops here is what you're hoping for. You don't want to have to make a third. Unless you're about to stop right now, you'll have to make a third. You want to get inside the last 2 hours before you make your next pit stop. And it's starting to feel just a little bit more as if they're playing for keeps at the moment. Just looking at the cars through the traffic, the sort of passing manoeuvres that we saw even a little while ago, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, when people are thinking, right, I'm not sitting behind anymore. This is go time now.
Would you say, John? I love the fact that you use the phrase that as we come down into the final couple of hours, as if it's the end of the race is nigh. It's still 2 hours of racing to go.
16 laps, though, is all we're talking about.
With number 20 Audi in the pits there with a lot of front end damage. We'll come back to that in a second. Just very quickly, John, you mentioned about the number 99 Rover Racing BMW having that moment at the back, and I noticed Alexander Sims in that car. It was as if that, well, it did. I know what happened. That the rears locked up. It's what caused it. And it was almost as if, I'm not suggesting he did it, almost as if he'd gone down a gear too low and just locked it for a minute. Might be something on the track, might not be. But as you said, let's see what comes out of that in the future. But it was a very odd. It just, as you say, it was a rear end twitch. He just locked up the rear wheels for a moment, and in that sort of braking zone, you expect the front end to lock up. So I'm just guessing maybe it was going down the gearbox, which is a bit surprising in this day and age with the way these gearboxes work. You can't be clumsy with the clutch because they don't work like that. So again, we'll just. Yeah, but my point is it symptomatic of something to come?
Yeah, well, that is a good point. There's only so much you can do, and if you do double shift by accident, and that can happen, particularly if you're getting bumped around, you can sometimes double shift. But most of these gearboxes, they won't let you pull a shift that you can't do, but that only means that it won't let you shift down and over rev the engine. If you pull 2 instead of 1 and it's still within the rev range, that could potentially happen.
Yeah, you could have a mechanical lockup still. Yeah, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
unlikely somebody of the caliber of Alexander Sims would do that.
Well,
I'm just saying that just seeing it from inboard, that's what appeared to happen. What the cause is, I don't want to know. We're only speculating, but it did. That's what it looked like from inside the car very quickly. But
through Witterman, airborne at Witterman, and then starting to build up pace. This is the part of the circuit for this battle for 4th position, where if you know the track, you can make up so much time because it is so quick on the Flansgarden. Now compromised there by traffic, but traffic doing well, using the indicators of the traffic as they came through Flansgarden, the slower cars indicating the way they were going to go. It's really important that you get that, and that's not past that side, that's the way I'm going. I'm moving slightly to the right, I put my right indicator on. Now there's a similar battle further up just a little bit further up the circuit between the Rover Racing and the Frickadelli. They're already onto the Dottinger Hoa and if the number 99 of Sims was any closer, he'd be able to smell Max Martinez's aftershave here.
I think he can.
Absolutely unbelievable. The bonnet on the BMW's moving around in the vacuum, in the stiller air behind that Porsche. He can't see anything past the Porsche. He is driving as close to the wheel tracks underneath the Bilstein Bridge and now down the dip. Wait for the braking. It's so late. Oh, I wish we'd stayed on board there for a moment so that you could have heard how late they're braking. Shaving the edge of the Armco on the left-hand side through the takeoff and to complete another lap. And this is going to continue. Those guys aren't due in. Sims should be coming in. Sims is coming in. This is the end of his 7th lap. So, in fact, that's his 8th lap. I think Sims did a stint and a half on those tyres because he did a 5. And that, I reckon, will be an 8-lap stint for him. The Frickadelli car will stay out. Grossman has come in from the lead, as we expected. Haase has come in from second. Ooh, now that's a bit early for Haase. That's only 6 laps for Haase. I did expect him to go a bit further. And look at the time, Snowy. 2 hours and 7 minutes. That's not good.
Still not the hour, as you say. Still not on the hour.
For the 26 or the 32, the Octane or Audi Sport Team 32.
But by your reckoning, John, that's Alexander Sims in that number 99 Rover BMW. He has done 13 laps on those tyres.
I think so. I can't believe that unless they had an issue and therefore they had to pit, like a slow puncture or something like that, and on the first set, I don't see why you would do a 5-lap stint there. And obviously, we don't get the tyre data here as we do in some series. And is it my eyes? Is it the way the cameras are racked in the car, or does it start to look just a little bit darker now on the pit straight?
A little bit ominous, I would agree.
Oh, that's all we need now. All we need now. At RSL _studio. Let's have your thoughts about what's going on here. How are you reading the tactics and the strategy? You've got access to the strategy software via radio-show.co.uk. You see all the information that we've got here. Whilst we're in the pit stops at the sharp end of the field, I'll quickly give you some of the other categories and who is leading them. Black Falcon SP8T leads with the 155. It's a Mercedes AMG GT4. That's in 31st position. The SP Pro leader is still a 350, so that wasn't that car at the side of the road. SP7 still the Menzel Huber Motorsport Porsche. It's the 80 car in 30th. The number 1 SP10, last year's champions, Pixum Team Adrenaline in the BMW, 33rd. Cup 3, 976, Porsche 718, FK Performance Motorsport. That's a new leader there. Wasn't them last time around, I mentioned that. The SP3T, Max Kraus Racing, still leading with the Golf GTI TCR. That's the number 10 car in 47th position. Cup 2 for Porsches. Porsche GT3 Cup, that's the Gouda number 120. Frank Engsler behind the wheel of the Hyundai Motorsport Veloster leads TCR Pro. SP8, the GT Tyre Motorsport GT4 Audi now leading that. Cup 5 is the M240 Racing Cup. That's the 650. That's Sindre Setsat behind the wheel of that. Now, Sindre Setsat is a massively impressive racer in the virtual world and races in the digital version of this championship to some effect. Not in the top class, in fairness. He likes to race further down. 26 cars leaking something from the
left rear. Saw that, yeah, going out of the pits as it turned right. I saw things.
Is that just over-fueled?
Potentially.
It was round a right-hander. I don't know which side the fuel fill is on a Ferrari 488. Woe is me, I've never had one to find out. I suppose you can set it up for either direction, but not sure about that. Pixum 650, the gold car, still leads M240i Racing Cook. It's still the Renault Clio that leads H2. That's the 614 car down in 70th position. The SPX category, we know, is Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus with their issues today. Let's have a look at a couple of the other categories. SP40, that's another Porsche Cayman 718 GTS. Brand new set of Michelin's gone on to one of the cars in the pit lane. SP3 is the EMC Sankt Vith Toyota GT86, that's the 270 car in the 85th position. Walter Strajček, well, Walter Strajček's name's been against the 856 car for the whole race so far, but that could be Walter. I know what he's like. Get him in a car, just want to get out. That's the OPC Opel Astra J Cup class. And the Peugeot RCZ still leads for Team Rally Top in SP2T. That's the majority of the classes there that we've rattled through for you.
Now, John, interesting, just watching the 99 BMW go out of the pits there, as he turned right, he slithered and almost swapped ends, and I think that's probably on the fuel from that 126 Ferrari. So I think you're right, that fuel was coming out, the excess fuel coming out of that Ferrari, because as he literally left the pits and tried to turn right, he just lost it completely. So whether that Ferrari is continuing, whether it's being overfilled and continuing to deposit fuel on the track, I don't know. Whether it's just a little bit of an overfill and a few litres that's to come out, but one way or the other, you don't really want that on the track. To say at the very least, it will evaporate fairly quickly at some point, I guess, but it certainly caught out our 99 BMW, I think, which has got Katzberg back on board. Yes, indeed, Katzberg back into that car. So on board once again with the AMG of Collard and Vassier and Johns. 220, 230, 240 Ks as we go down into sight there. Rear wing moving around, absolute precision on the wheel. Brake pressure, almost maximum brakes into there, down to 100. 240k down to just on 100k, so 140k knocked off there. Not massively high rev in these cars, pulling up 6.5, 7,000 revs. 240, 250 kilometers once again. No other car in sight. Hard work, the physical workout to just the brake pressure required to slow that big Mercedes down the race taxi. Just coming up to almost exactly 2 hours of this race to go in a matter of seconds. So into our final third, which seems an odd thing to say, but final third, 2 hours to go. So over the length of a Grand Prix, an ordinary Grand Prix to go, having done 2-3 of those lengths already. Ludwig it is that's leading currently in the Octane 126 Ferrari, so the car that we saw definitely depositing some kind of fluid from the left rear as it left the pits. We're guessing it's fuel, certainly by the fact that the 99 BMW then seemed to slither on that a matter of moments later coming out of the pits. So caught that out, not a major problem, but it certainly would have caught the driver out completely in it. Would have completely surprised him on that, Nick Katzberg.
That's Peter Snowden, I'm John Hindhaugh, and we are now inside the last third, an hour and 59 and 51 seconds still to go, and still the strategy to play out. The pace picking up again with fewer full course cautions, but still that big repair job going on at Callan-Hard. That's keeping the lap times around about 40-45 seconds off where they should be at the front of the field. And in the next 2 hours, we'll find out exactly how that will affect the strategy and particularly the fuel runs for the cars at the front of the field. Last 2 hours then of the 6 hours. This is the only 6 hour race in the NLS this year. It is the Rover 6 hour ADAC Ruhrpolkan-Rennen live on the RSL network of audio and video channels. Well, Peter.
Yes, I was just. Well,
you'd have been talking about, you'd have been reading off the results with Jonesy now on a standard race. This extra 2 hours, and particularly this long repair at Callan-Hard, that's throwing in an extra little wrinkle to what is going on. We've got a slight opening up of what's been going on, but it's still these odd pit stops. In comes Fabian Schiller and Phil Ellis.
Yeah, both Mercedes.
Now they've come in together. Now that's interesting. That's 7 laps for Schiller. That's spot on. It was only Maxi Goetz in that number 2 Mercedes that did a 6 lap at the start. Phil Ellis, I reckon that's another 8 laps. So that's Nico Bastian, Hubert Haupt and Phil Ellis have all in their substantive stints, because Nico Bastian did a little 3 lap stint at the beginning. They've all done 8 laps. And look at the time. It's under 2 hours. That means after this pit stop, they've only got 1 more pit stop.
And also look at the track, John. At certain parts of it, so around towards the end of the lap, it almost looks like it's a damp, greasy track. And I've seen nothing descending from the sky, no wipers, nothing obvious yet, and the lap times haven't reflected that badly. They're still, the running cars are doing 8:03s, 8:02s. It's a little bit off the pace. Well, that's probably a bit more where they are in the race than anything else.
Well, they have been doing 8:45s because of that code 60, but that's been withdrawn now at Callanhard. So you're right, an 8:04 last time around by David Pittard, who's now back in the 34. That's NASCAR's fastest lap of the race so far. That the car I'm talking about is the 34 car, which is the Total sponsored car. As in comes, that's the number 5 Audi. Is that Richard Westbrook driving that? It is. Phoenix
yes,
racing
Phoenix.
the light blue car. So he's in. I see what you mean, though. There's almost a sheen on the top of the tarmac, even in the pit lane. I wonder if it's just got cooler, because as you say, we're not seeing any evidence of precipitation.
It's quite deceptive, isn't it?
Very. So just after 4 o'clock in the Eiffel, and under 2 hours to go. And again, so these are the penultimate stops for these teams. Now there is, as always, a very complicated sliding scale of how many laps you do to how much you stop is, but that is waived for a stop inside the last 40 minutes. And so what we're looking at here is the potential of some people. Now, those who stop now will have about 50 minutes to go at the end, maybe as little as 45. Those who haven't stopped yet, and remember, we've got people here who's still going well, the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, he's got another 3 laps to go yet. So that's, that's 3 8, that's 24, 25, 26 minutes. Man, that's going to make their last stop a short stop, because they won't have to full fuel it.
And John, just to throw in another curveball and a variable into the equation, the precipitation from the beginning of this race has gone from 1% to 15% about now.
What, in terms of the chance of precipitation, yeah?
Yeah, or rain, yes.
Yeah, but that still means that there's 85% chance it won't rain.
True, but it's still a lot more than it was.
I'm a glass half full type of guy. Or in this case, 85% full.
Well, it depends who's buying, because if it needs filling, then you need it half full, you need it really full.
Well, that's very true. As somebody said, it doesn't matter whether you're a glass half full or a glass half empty guy. I look at it from the engineer's point of view. It's just the wrong size glass. So Fricatelli back in the lead for Max Martin, with 7 seconds behind the bright Grello, as they call it, at 9:11. Lars Kern Manthey Racing. Kern will be in at the end. I'm surprised he didn't stop this time. This is going to give him an 8 lap run. So Kern will be in at the end of this lap. Martin, possibly 2 more laps. So Max, again, they're going to be getting close to just on 100 minutes to go. Possibly under 100 minutes to go. What a shame. The 616 GTI, that is the Mark III 16 valve. That's the car that we saw spun off, I think, on the first lap, wasn't it?
That's the one, yep.
Nose into the barrier. And he's gone off at the start of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Oh, I see what he's done. He's pulled off on the way on to the start-finish line. Normally, if you're on a tourist day, you come up through the Tiergarten and turn right. There's a pit lane just where the driver has jumped out and got over the wall. So within sight of the entrance to the pit lane, how galling is that for the number 616? After that first incident, they had been circulating quite well. And after the first lap incident,
It's got to be in pretty terminal to park it there, hasn't it? Because you'd have thought he could have coated. You can't block the pit lane clearly, but it's
true.
Maybe that's exactly what he's done and thought. Actually, I better not park, better not block the pit lane if he can't get any further. It's got no power, can't get any further. So perhaps it's a very, very courteous thing to do to pull it out of the way there before he goes and blocks the pit lane completely.
Just want to see how far up the standings they got with that Golf. And I can't at the moment. What did I say? That was the 616?
616, yeah.
Yeah. I'll start from the bottom. There it is. He was 6th at H2. And laps off the rest of his category. Some laps off the rest of his category. 4 laps off the rest of his category. He was all the way up into about 151. Actually, I think he was above that till a moment or two ago. I'm going to say he was inside the top 150, just to make him happy about that. The Cup X class, exclusively for GT4 KTMs with the Audi engine. GT4 style performance in those cars. Pretty sophisticated little machine with a carbon fibre monocoque chassis. The clamshell bonnet that flips up and away and makes it look like a spaceship. And there's a newer GT2 version of that. They've gone from the 4-cylinder Audi engine to the 5-cylinder Audi engine, and that is going to be an amazing thing, putting out 700 horsepower plus. Change the front end and the aerodynamics a little bit on those cars. They have their own crossbow series in Europe, which is very well supported. We had the chance to see it and talk about it at Mugello last year when it was supporting the Creventic 24-hour series, and it was tremendously exciting and entertaining with the closed cockpit GT4s, the open cockpit cars, all battling together in different classes, Pro and Am, different states of tune for some of those engines as well. Another good way to go racing. You can buy yourself a whole season, and the cars are all run by KTM, so it's effectively a works run series. Just at the moment, nowhere to go in the hats and back for that KTM, as the Audi in behind it is trying to get through, heading down towards Flugplatz now. Should be able to pull over and go down through the twisties and make the difference there. Still more traffic to do across the bridge. Flugplatz, so called, not because the car's got airborne there, because up on driver's left at the top of the hill used to be an aerodrome and a glider base. All the names around the Nürburgring mean something. They've got great history. The car with a track that's been here since the 1920s, you'd expect that. Some of them, of course, referencing the towns and villages that the track winds its way around or past. Others referring to geographical or topological features. Through comes the Conrad car again, Snowy. So
very slowly.
That's staying out. Now, is that a bit slow there?
Yeah,
that
definitely
didn't
slow.
Look up to speed.
The Falcon Porsche just shot past it.
Right.
So that's definitely not up to normal speed there on the pit straight.
No, I'd agree. So now the option here is, does that clear on the number 7 car? And that was a pass for 6th position, by the way. Michele Di Martino's given up that 6 to the Falcon Motorsports car of Martin Ragginger. So does he do the control or delete, or does he peel back in at the end of this lap and come back in the pit lane? Because what you don't want to do is go out onto the Nordschleife and have something fail out there.
Well, he's keeping up with it. So, sorry, John. He's keeping up with the Porsche that's now headed.
Did he just let him go then?
One of two things. He either did Control-Alt-Delete, as you suggested, on the pit straight, or he had something. I don't see why we would let him go, because he's almost starting to hunt him down again now. So it's almost as if it did something very odd on the pit straight, but it definitely slowed, didn't it?
Yes, it did. And they're on exactly the same pit stop strategy. So maybe a bit of fuel saving sitting in behind the Porsche, I don't know. Into the pits last time around, as we suggested, Lars Kern in the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche. That's another 7-lap stint. Von der Linde in the BMW 42 Team Schnitzer, 7-lap stint. David Pittard, that was just a 6-lap stint for Valkenhorst and Pittard. Also in the number 15 Phoenix Racing Audi, Thomas Schramm with a 7-lap stint. I reckon Ragginger, depends how hard he's pushing. It'll be 7 at the end of this one if he decides to come in. Same for Di Martino. Both of those cars have done 8-lap stints. Indy Donchi, did he pit last time around? Yes, he did. In fact, he's just come in. This is starting to get very interesting. This is where your pieces of paper start to come to a head. I'm watching it on a computer as it develops. You almost have to see this in 3D, don't you? 707 with a problem at the carousel. That is one of the BMW 325 class cars from memory.
We've got a code 60 at Langstrecken as well. It's now sorry, so that's now been downgraded to a slow zone.
They're very quick, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the
literally as I said, it changed.
Yeah, Florian Quandt, Olivier Friese and Maximilian Hackländer from Germany in that 325. I love that 325 class. I think it's a brilliant idea. I really do.
So we've got what appears a yellow flag session going on to, onto Tiergaard, onto the pit straight, because then it's a green flag as they come onto the pit straight of the Grand Prix circuit, and that's where they've picked up speed again. Yeah,
and that is exactly what has been pointed out by Yoda's uncle. Of course, the 616. Thank you, Yoda's uncle. The 616 is parked not quite out of harm's way. So yellow flags starting the pit straight, and he didn't quite get back on the throttle quick enough, and there Ragginger did, and he's taken the position. Don't think at the moment that that's a massive issue.
Is that what happened to the Conrad Lamborghini as well?
Correct.
Slow down.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
So he's followed it, and Engelhardt didn't.
Well,
sorry, Ragginger. Yeah, exactly.
It depends where the green flag was. You have to be right on your mettle here. Right on your mettle.
Well, the green flag I saw is right on opposite the pit entrance, not the 60k line, but the entrance where the pit wall starts to build, literally. So it's only just after that 616 Golf is parked up there, but of course it's a long way over on the left-hand side. I'm not saying drivers shouldn't be able to spot it, but you're looking to the right-hand side as the car there. I'm just saying it's one of those things. And yeah, caught out there. So whether they have to give that position back or not, I don't know.
Hello to Gary Owen watching in South Africa, loving the heli shots on the big screen there. Echoes a lot of us when he says, shame we don't see a McLaren in this championship. We have seen McLarens in the 24 and the odd run out in this championship. McLarens and Ferraris, for some reason, Ferrari never won here, but they haven't done a lot of entering either. It's good to see a couple of privateer Ferraris here, but it's I've never understood, and no matter who I've asked, within this championship or outside of it, I really don't know why there's been so few Ferraris down the years.
Well, of course, Octane's win 2 rounds ago, which was obviously then excluded, but that was the first one for 3 years, in 2017, since a Ferrari last one here. So exactly what you're saying, John. Just not it's almost like it doesn't really suit in it. It's one of those sort of enigmas.
Sorry, yes, they haven't won the 24 hours is what I meant there, but they have won.
My apologies.
NLS.
Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
No, you're absolutely right. I was.
Yeah, you're talking event. I'm talking circuit. Sorry, mixed messages.
Yeah. No.
It's it just, the point still remains exactly that it just doesn't seem to suit Ferrari stroke McLarens. And I can't, like you say, I can't find why. I do sense there that there's a bit of homework for me to go and do and talk to some people that race those things and say, why don't you come and do NLS? So I can see myself making some phone calls this week.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
It's a great helicam shot of the 929 crossbow there, Adidas.
That's the leader in class at the moment.
Yep.
Sorry, no, it is not. My apologies. The crossbow category not quite as close as I thought it might be. Cup X at the moment is led by the 930, the Teichmann racing car that we were watching earlier.
All three entries are Teichmann racing, aren't they, in that class?
I think so, yes.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
And I think the 929 is the second place car. Yes, it is. That was the car that was down the Dottinger a moment or two ago. They're very, very sophisticated cars. You don't need a lot of power when they are so light with that carbon fibre construction. The KTM Crossbows normally run a version of the 1.8 Audi turbocharged engine, 1.8 or 2 litre. And as I say, they've gone to 2.5 to get the extra horsepower. And the 5-cylinder, the old Quattro off-beat burble that you get from those multi-valve 5-cylinders.
One of the best sounds in motorsport ever.
Oh, agreed.
Yep.
Totally agree with you. And those 20-valve engines, that I remember them crackling through forests in the northeast of England. Music to my ears. 700 horsepower plus is what I'm being told by KTM they're expecting for that GT2 version of that car. GT2 starting to take off now. Porsche straight in. Audi have got a version now. Looks like KTM are evaluating a car at least. It's still a production prototype or production prototype that we've seen racing in the Creventic series. So an hour and 40 minutes or thereabouts to go. Here's how it stands at the front of the field, with at least a stop for everybody else, for everybody at the front of the field. And in fact, the Manthey racing car in second should be in next time around. I would expect to see that Lars Kern car in the pit lane. The Frickadelli car should be in. Yes, it is. That car is in. So perfect timing for that car as we're starting another set of pit stops for the cars that have cycled through to the lead. But remember, it's not all about the cars that are in the lead now. It's going to be all about the cars that are in the lead in 101 minutes time, or at least when the checkered flag comes out after the time elapses. Frickadelli in the pit lane. Martin Ragginger for Falcon has gone through onto his 8th lap. Right, that's very good. Good news for them. That's cutting down how long they're going to have to be stationary on their last stop, and it gets them within the window at the end of the race where they don't have to do the mandatory time in the pit lane. They will be able to do that pit stop in the time it takes them. Very interesting. So the question will then be, they'll have about 40 minutes left. That's 5 laps. Will they change tyres or not? That's all still to play out. Live from the Nürburgring, round 5 of the NLS for 2020.
Tires.
RS3 is the ELMS weekend event, the 240. So, inside the last 100 minutes, 95 minutes to go, and now the pit stop strategy, the fuel strategy, the saving strategy, and the tyre strategy has all started to play out, because we're at that part of the race where everyone has a stop left. Now, the differential here is how long that last stop is going to be. Not everybody will stop at the same time, but even if they do, they will not all need the same amount of fuel to go to the end. Maxime Martin pulled in at the end of the last lap in the number 31 Fricadelli Porsche and handed it over to Jerome Blekemolen. Martin Ragginger is still in the number 4 car, but he'll come in at the end of this lap, and then that car will need a splash before the end.
John,
yeah, they're going to need 2 stops, aren't they? My apologies. That's not just one more stop for them.
Exactly, and I think interestingly enough, we mentioned earlier about the reliability of cars these days. Technology has advanced over the last few years, and how that affects strategy and thinking and whatever. And we mentioned what that also affects and relates to is that the cars are now driven pretty well flat out. I'm going to surmise that laps or hours 4 to 5 in this, or thereabouts, or 4.5 to 5.5 hours, roughly where we are. 3.5 to 4.5 where we are, is almost a consolidation bit. I think people did ease off a little bit. I'm talking maybe 5-10%, probably not even 10% actually, just to see what everybody else is doing. And I think there's a little bit of gamesmanship going on there between the teams, just to see what everybody else does. We've all done 4-hour races, so they're all pretty well aware of one of the strategies. So something that stands out all of a sudden gets noticed. And I said we saw some real conviction of courage of convictions last time of the team holding on to their strategy, and it was quite brave. And Bruce spotted that one, and boy, was it right. It was quite a clever one. But I think people have just settled down for the last perhaps 45 minutes. It's almost bizarre to say, driving around at this speed, the teams, the drivers, the whole lot together going, let's just watch what everybody else is doing. It's almost like that sort of the cyclists in the velodrome, isn't it? Waiting, and then that last hour and a half, right, let's just go for it. And it's once you're committed, you're committed. As you said, you can't tell a driver halfway through a stint to start fuel saving.
Well, and the other thing about that, Snowy, is in that stint, you had that barrier repair just south of, just beyond Callanhard, and that will have helped them in terms of their fuel mileage. Quite a few teams did get into the 8-lap realm at that point because it took quite a long time to do it. I misspoke earlier on. We're in the same realm now where everybody needs 2 pit stops to the end. And Ragging has just taken his penultimate pit stop. The last pit stops, some will be a near full load of fuel and probably tyres. Some will be perhaps only half a load of fuel, maybe just for 4 laps to get them to the end, 4 or 5 laps. And then the question becomes, do you take a new set of tyres? And what performance premium does that play for you? Down into the first corner for the number 26 Ferrari, 3rd position. Make that 2nd position at the moment because Ragging has just pitted for Luca Ludwig. Just 2 drivers in that Swiss-entered number 26 car as he carves his way past the mid-grey number 50 Audi. That's the Classen SP9 AM Audi, privately entered car, sitting in a very creditable 29th position, 26th position, and 3rd in the SP9 AM category. All right, Patrick Pilet has pitted the 18 KCMG Porsche, and we still don't know. 91 minutes to go, Snowy, and we still don't know who's got it right, because what we can't know is what the weather's doing. It looks a bit darker, the headlights look a bit brighter, the temperature is certainly dropped, and that will help the tyres. So anybody who is thinking about doing a stint and a half on a set of tyres to get to the end from about now, well, that's certainly going to help if the temperature has dropped.
So much to play for. 90 minutes to go, as you say,
Oh.
John. An hour and a half to go of racing still. And we're talking about this as being the sort of the final
the
knockings
draft.
of the race. I know. And those two, the yellow Porsche and Mercedes, just been absolutely glued together. It seems to be a feature of this race, these two cars. And you couldn't get more different dynamics of the cars. Again, front-engined and rear-engined, totally different, but absolutely seem to be matched like for like. What was interesting on the last round, and you just about the weather, John, if it were to get damp, the Porsches absolutely came to the fore in the damp in the last race. Certainly at the beginning, they were
Porsche weather.
extraordinary, and the Mercedes seemed to struggle, and the Mercedes has been basically 90% consistent over all conditions and laps, part of the circuit, wherever.
It's Raffaele Marciello in the yellow and black AMG GT3, and he's got Mathieu Jaminet for Manthey Racing right up his tailpipes, so get speed and Manthey. And it has seemed as though that whatever's happened, we've had bunches of cars that have pretty much stayed together for hours on end. As I said about an hour ago, there was that middle 2 hours that seemed to be consolidation, and all of a sudden there just seemed to be maybe 2.5 hours ago. Yeah, about that. 2.5 hours to go. So about an hour ago, there seemed to be that little change in attitude by one or two of the teams and started pressing harder and going for more overtakes. And, that's when we came out of recovery going on there, just as they whizzed through, car being towed by one of the flatbeds. So when we sort of switched out of comment into more commentary mode and started to watch and see, trying to understand what about that was going to be important towards the end of the race. And to be honest, I'm none the wiser now. I really can't see who's got even the smallest advantage. Peter Dumbreck's just coming out of the lead in the 30, and that means he can't go to the end from here. So this is what I was talking about. Everybody's still got 2 laps to go. Or Peter Dumbreck, should I say, has just gone out, having taken over from Ragginger. So that's his out lap at the moment. But they'll have to stop again. Right now, we're sitting at, let's call it 90 minutes. We're lapping at about 8.5 minutes. So you're still talking 11 or 12 laps, and that possibly as many as 13. And, that for most people is a stint and a half. I tell you, the Octane Ferrari's going to be interesting, because Ludwig's only done 4 laps in that car at the moment. The other Mercedes to watch is the number 2, because Marciello's only done 3 laps in that car. They've not yet done an 8-lap stint, though. So unless it gets slowed down massively, I still think they need a couple of laps. Oh, is that the Conrad car? That's the Conrad car, isn't it?
It most certainly
It's
is.
gone off.
In the barriers. Well, not the back of it. No, it's spun off and swapped ends, hasn't it? Hasn't caught the brake.
Is that
the wind's
Gallenkopf?
straight.
It's Gallenkopf. It's the Gallows Hill. Yeah, that is the unmistakable front end of the... Now, that car was in with a shout. Marcello Di Martino. Michele Di Martino, sorry. Well, that happened about 3 or 4 minutes ago, maybe a bit longer. So that car in the barriers, and then that's definitely a car that was in with a shout. What you've got to look at now, if you're on the timing and scoring at radio-show.co.uk and you're into the screen that has the strategy overview in it, look at the cars, not the ones that have just started a stint. Look at the cars that started a stint 4 or 5 laps ago, ideally 3 or 4 laps ago, actually. Because with a bit of code 60 or slow zones, they're not a million miles from going to the end. You're talking about 85, 86 minutes now, and a lap is about 8.5 minutes at the moment. Comes down to closer to 8. So 10 laps if it's 8 minutes. 12 laps would easily get you to the end, even at 8 minutes. That's 96 minutes. So that's going to get you to the end. So that's what you've got to think of. Break it up into the lap stints that you're looking at and see who can get there with just an 8-lap stint from their next pit stop. So what you're really looking at is somewhere, I mean, you're still half an hour away, really, from wanting to pit for your last stint. And I don't think anybody is going to be able to do that who's still out there. I still think we're going to see splash and goes at the end, Snowy, as the battle between 6th place Raffaele Marciello and Mattia Jaminet. And actually, watch out for Nicky Katzberg in the number 99 Rover racing car, because he's not too far away. That's 6th, 7th and 8th. There's a big gap between that battle and Mirko Bortolotti in the Audi that's in 5th, about 1 minute and 10 seconds. He's got 30 seconds on the KCMG 4th position Porsche, who's got 14 seconds before he would catch up with Luca Ludwig in the Ferrari. Then it's 40 seconds between 3rd and 2nd Luca Trudi. Sorry, 13 seconds between 3rd and 2nd, and 40 seconds between Luca Trudi and Peter Dumbreck. So those are the gaps at the front of the field. For all that battling we had earlier on, hasn't really changed the order that much. What will be the deciding feature on this, I absolutely believe it, is not any of that wheel-to-wheel racing. It's going to be who stops for the least amount of time for their last pit stop.
I think you're absolutely right, John. Just watching that battle, as you said, between Marciello and Jaminet in the Mercedes and the Porsche, that had opened up a bit there, just a bit of traffic, so played it back into Jaminet's hands. What is interesting, though, watching those two cars, certainly from the Helicam shop, it's a great opportunity from the airborne shot looking down. How much less of the road that Jaminet needs to use all the time in that Porsche. He's barely running wide. I'm not saying the Mercedes is all over the place, but it just seems like he just doesn't need to work the car as much, and he's sitting there. And I just wonder if that's that consolidation thing again. He's dropped back 3-4 car lengths once again. He closed up a few minutes ago because of traffic, and did have a little sniff just so I was there, but there wasn't really the opportunity. But it's almost as if he's just sort of watching and waiting and just working out. He's driving that Porsche, but working out what's happening to that Mercedes, in my mind. That's what I think he's doing, just sitting there watching Marciello. Where's it strong? Where's it weak? Can he pounce?
They're a lap difference.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lap difference in their strategy, except for the fact that that Porsche has consistently, from its first pit stop, been able to go... No, it hasn't, actually. It only did it on the last lap with Lars Kern, last stint, and that had a lot of yellows in it. Had 8 laps of slow zones and yellows. So Jaminet potentially could go 2 laps longer than Marciello, which would take them a little less time to fill with fuel. I presume they both changed tyres at the last pit stop. We can't know that, but it would make sense. So then the question will be how many laps to go after that. What have we got in terms of time remaining? An hour and 21 minutes. And that's assuming nothing else happens. Watch for the KCMG number 18. That car has, in fact, stopped last time around, isn't it? Dennis Olsen's jumped into that car. Another one of the Porsche Works drivers, young drivers there. Saw him first in Carrera Cup Middle East. Very impressive. Christina Nielsen started as well, racing out there. I noticed she was racing in Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia. Or was it Denmark, actually? Recently. Nice to see her back behind the wheel of a car. Champion in IMSA racing. Thanks very much for Kerry and her hard work up in London. It will be Rob Lomax who'll take us to the end, so he's come in to be the closer for this race. Hour and 20 minutes to go. Gets the glory laps after Kerry's done all the hard work, and all that fuel saving. Don't forget, tomorrow it's Pikes Peak, and we'll be involved with that in the Mobile One Facebook page. Sound and Vision with some splendid guests. And after this race, go to RS3 for the audio and radio-show.co.uk. Go to the homepage there. We've still got some ELMS racing to do this afternoon. in the latest round of the European Le Mans Series. That's at Paul Ricard, and that is the second time at Paul Ricard after the cancellation of the Barcelona event, and that is the Le Castellet de 140, Le Castellet 240 minutes. Well, Peter, we've got ourselves into a situation here where the times have started coming down again because the slow zones have gradually been removed. We've got a slow zone at Schwedenkreuz, and between Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg, a code 60. So that's just at the top of the hill before you head into the foxhole. But other than that, it's a green track. And the lap times ran about 8.5 minutes again. Anybody who is on the ragged edge for fuel is going to be very happy to see those slow zone flags, because they will stretch a bit of fuel saving there. And the Get Speed AMG just heading up to that area now as he comes through the last of the left-handers before he crests the hill into Schwedenkreuz. There's the double yellows, so he'll have to get on the brakes and slow right down, all the way down to code 60. That's 60 kilometers an hour. There's out on the track, there's a track vehicle, one of the Q5s, two of the Q5s in fact. That looks like there's been a big accident at the top of there. There may be some barrier repair.
Is that driving the Conrad Lamborghini?
I thought that was at Gallenkopf, to be honest.
No, it's just that was it. It was just there. It was on the, on the left there. That was the Conrad Lamborghini.
Okay.
Unless it's something else very similar, which I hope it isn't. Just to
I didn't see the piece of right in front of the Get Speed car in the middle of the foxhole. That was one of the BRZs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Pulling across from extreme left to extreme right. New set of Goodyears going on the 39 39 Ferrari, the blue Ferrari. That's the SP9 AM leader, sitting in a very handy 11th position. But they will have to make another stop from here. 60, 70, no, maybe not actually. Maybe not.
And that answers answers your next question, John, your previous question. Where do you fill a Ferrari on a 488? It's on the offside.
Well, but they've got an overfill on the other side.
And that's what it was.
That's
exactly.
the breather.
Yes.
So that was coming out of the breather on the left-hand side.
So it was slightly overfilled. We were right then. Yeah.
And still the oddity of seeing a pistol grip going into the fuel filler for a race car, and all the fuel pumps fill slightly differently, which is one of the reasons that why for a quote-unquote standard stop there is a mandatory pit lane time to try and equalise some of those differences in how the fuel is delivered. But that disappears in the last part of the race. So if you can get into that window, your fuel stop or your last pit stop is as long as it needs to be and no more. So depending on how much, that's when you make the decision, Peter. How much fuel do we need? We need half a tank. Can we change all 4 tyres in the time that it takes us to do half a tank? Because if you can't, there's no point in doing it and costing yourself time in the pit lane.
There's just so many variables on there, but I mean, these teams have complicated software and stuff to try and work these things out now, but it's still, at the end of the day, it's still down to the driver reporting back all the time, saying that, what the car's doing. Something may happen, it may not. Temperatures make things different, and of course, it's such a long lap here. You just get one sequence of corners here. Normally on a lap, a corner doesn't really make that much of a difference. It does, but percentage-wise, but it's not that bad. Whereas here, you can suddenly have a bit of a rough sector, if you like, in terms of time-wise, getting through traffic. And it's changed your strategy completely. So everybody's got to be on board, no pun intended, with that. So they're keeping ahead of the game, because it can change what you're trying to do completely and change the face of a race in a matter of seconds.
The car offered Gallum Cop a little while ago, I've now gone back through the ticket, was not, in fact, the Conrad car.
Oh, my
I've
apologies.
just lost. No. You were right. That was the Conrad car at Arenberg, right? That was the 7 at Arenberg. It was, and it's just scrolled past, so I've missed it again. It was the 504, which is the Aviazorg Rennsport BMW 330. The Thomas Aldelt, Emir Azari, and Carl Frederick Kolb with Philip Shurate. So you were right there, mate. I'm really struggling with these overhead shots. I see the sort of radius of the corner and then have a bit of a sort of think about where it is.
The Glickenhaus into the pits once again. I just wonder why the yellow flag has been waved into the pit lane entrance. It's because the Glickenhaus, it's so low. It's behind that first bit of concrete going into garage 1 there. And then I saw it reversing back out again because we know that car hasn't got the lock to get it over there. Now we've got looks like a 3 Series, or is it an M4 over on the right-hand side of just coming up to Tiergarten, and it looks like
Donniger Hall, just where the tourist laps comes out. So that is going to cause an incident as well. And at the moment, it's being looked at under yellow flags. World's gone mad, says Marco Baransvard. Paul Ricard, south of France, rain. Le Mans, central France, Moto 24, rain. Tour de France, rain. Spa, dry. Nordschleife, dry. World's gone mad in 2020, he says.
It's a great summary, actually. If anything, as if we hadn't had enough.
2020, Mark, you just have to say it's 2020, mate.
Exactly.
That's the way it is.
Yeah. The world's most useless purchase this year being a calendar or a diary, wasn't it, really?
I think we're on our 3rd iteration of wall planners. Now, we've made little tents out of them. You know, we've listen, it's what you've got to say is well done to all the series for getting things going, and however it happens, it's happened. Another pit stop which will be close to maybe not, I was going to say close to the last pit stop. Well, it might be. They get a clean run for number 54, not the house with the bamboo door, but the Glickenhaus, of course. This is its first ever race. They have moved up to 123rd in that car, and tell you that their last couple of pit stops have been more regular than the longer stops for clearly remedial work. I'm certain from the result of the fire, last pit stop was only 5 minutes and 4 seconds, so that's absolutely perfect. And it's mine, in fairness, they had only done 3 laps before that, but they've done another 4 or 5 laps there. 4 laps since it's come in. So it's still not good, but you know, spirit of endurance is keeping that car running and learning about it. And that's exactly what they've done. The car that looks absolutely stunning and is clearly a continuation of the styling from the P45 that Jim Glickenhaus had a few years ago, which was a glorious looking machine. And why nobody thought at Ferrari it was a good idea to go along with something like that. They have had success here with the 003, which used a LMP detuned LMP2 engine from Acura, from Honda. Some very clever engineering on that car as well. And now with the V8 supercharged motor for the sharp end of 700 horsepower in that car, in the competition spec, a car that you can buy for the road. And they are registered as a manufacturer with the US Department of Transport, Motor Vehicles. And that car is coming back out again, so a much more standard stop then for the Glick, following out the Ferrari number 26, which has just made its stop. Now, again, I think we've got to say here, Peter, that that looks good for that Ferrari. Obviously, it's dropped down. Number 26 car, the Octane 126, which is running not the number 126 this week, but the number 26. The organisers do try to keep the numbers in order, other than the number 1, which goes to the car that won the championship, the driver rather, that won the championship last year. So, that was almost spot on 70 minutes, Snowy, wasn't it, when that Ferrari came back out again with Luca Ludwig at the wheel?
Yeah, I was just watching exactly that, yeah.
So, I think they can go from here.
Ooh, it's a long call. You say it's
8.5.
Yeah.
8.5, that's 64, 68 minutes. No, they can't. They can't. They can't. So it is going to be splashes at the end. It's going to be splashes at the end, or a 3 or 4 lap run with full fuel, and then top back up and send it to the end. Or, now if you were the driver, hey Snowy, I'm going to give you the option. I'm the team manager. We know we're going to be, let's say, 3 laps short, depending on when time runs out. Would you, at that point, I'm not going to give you a new set of tyres. So you're going to do 10, 11 or 12 laps on the set of tyres that you've got right now. So you're going to have to look after them early on. Would you rather I got you filled up at the first possible opportunity and you went to the end, or would you rather I left you and brought you in as close to the end as possible and did a time stop for fuel only so that your tyres were carrying less weight around at the end?
Definitely the latter. As you say, it's all about the tyres on here, so the less weight on them, less fuel on the tyres, the better. Just look after those tyres. It's better to do the stop later on, I would say.
Okay.
That'll be completely disproven now. Of course, now I've said it. It's not set in stone. It's just an opinion. But yeah, that's what I would tend to go to.
The thing about this that makes conventional wisdom in any endurance race is that if you're at the sharp end of the field in any way, shape or form, challenging for the lead, and you don't have to do something silly to try and get yourself some places back, you make your last pit stop as early as you can, because you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of a safety car. However, that doesn't apply here, because there won't be a safety car. There might be slow zones, but you will never get stuck behind a safety car around here. Might get stuck behind a very slow moving course vehicle or some code 60s. So I think your workings out there, as you've explained it effectively in the margin of the exam paper there, Snowy, I reckon that stands up, because you want to put this little extra energy through the tyres when they're at their worst at the end, is what you're saying.
Exactly. Take a little life, give them as much chance as possible, take a little life out of them as possible. And I think the absolute key point you've made there is that at this circuit, and it's different, you're not going to get a safety car. You are going to get potentially slow zones, gaps, a little bit of pausing, whatever, but you're not going to get stuck behind a safety car for 2 or 3 laps of an ordinary stint, and that could completely throw a spanner in the works. Given that we know that's not going to happen, I would just try and look after the tyres, as you said before, are absolutely key around this place, but they're now the most important element towards the end of this race. So make them work the best for you. Always make the car work for you as much as possible. So why wouldn't you give them the chance? Look after those lovely 4 tyres for you.
I'm just pausing for a moment, checking a couple of things out. I'm indebted to Mario Paulsen, who has tweeted at RSL_studio a couple of significant penalties coming through for code 60 speeding. First for the number 34, Jordan Pepper's behind the wheel at the moment.
Oh, the Valkenhorst car.
Valkenhorst car, which is only 0.3 of a second behind Frickadelli, and I thought those 2 cars were in pretty good shape. And secondly, for the number 3, that's the Dirk Werner-driven Falken Motorsports car, and that is in 15th position at the moment, and that is 35 seconds apiece for speeding code 60. Now they will be assessed, of course, at the end of the race. Talked about earlier on, the Frickadelli racing team normally running 2 cars. Well, in the Pro-Am, they are indeed running a car. I missed that earlier on. And that car is gently, quietly, and rather stealthily worked its way to 21st position, but more importantly, to the top of its class by about a minute over the Iron Force Racing Audi, which seems to have been at the head of that field for quite some time. Now, give me a second. Lance David Arnold behind the wheel of that car. I will tell you how they're standing on pits. They're both on the same pit strategy, those cars, so they pitted exactly the same time. So that is a real gap then for the Klaus Abelin number 30, currently in the charge of Lance David Arnold. So Arnold and Reicher battling to the end with probably still a splash of fuel at least to go, and some very, very threatening dark rain clouds that look like a science fiction movie that is Armageddon in an hour. But the question is, how long will it be before those clouds dump? Will they dump? And that's another good reason, Snowy, isn't it, to stay out as long as you can, because it would give you, it opens the window if you absolutely have to go to another tyre rather than the slick you're on.
Absolutely. Just while you're talking about that, the lead car coming to the pits, number 29, that Matteo Drudi driven Audi Sport is into the pits.
Okay. He squeezed, I reckon he squeezed 8 laps out of that.
Yeah, but a 7:58 was his best on that, so extraordinary. Yeah, so doing pretty well there. So Drudi into the pits.
I should expect Bortolotti in as well in the 32 car, unless he's going to go for another one. Ludwig's got at least one more. Sorry, Ludwig's in. Ludwig's in, isn't he? In the
No, Ludwig's back out on the track.
Gone out.
Yeah, he's back out on the track.
He did a short stint. Yes, sorry.
Short stint. That's the one we discussed about now. So we've got the two Audi Sports at the top of the table again. You said, Drudi, I think you're absolutely right. Bortolotti will be in very shortly, but we've still got that battle between Marciello and Jaminet, who are now in 3rd and 4th, and they're still duking it out.
Should be in next time around as well for Rover Racing. And it was a BMW, you were spot on by the way. Oh, a little bit of weaving around.
Yeah, a little bit of gamesmanship going on there between the BMWs. Yeah, jinked out, didn't he? And just said, no, you don't, Sunshine. It's not gone green, yeah?
I'm not going to give you... Well, it was actually. It was green, but never mind.
It was.
See how they come through Tiergarten. The two BMWs, line astern, and still not really there. If you want to go to the end, they go across the line and complete the lap. And in there behind them is the 31 Blake-Molen car. So that was Schnitzer Klingmann, Valkenhorst with the 35-second penalty for Pepper, don't forget, Jordan Pepper, then Blake-Molen, and then now we wait for the Ludwig car to come back around, which has made a stop, remember, but I think we'll have to have another little splash. The two BMWs, well, they're not teammates, they are mark mates, and through goes the 34. Great move by Jordan Pepper. I would presume, Snowy, that whoever's talking to Jens Klingmann there will be saying to the young BMW driver on the phone, you've still got 34 seconds on him, even if he pulls out a second. You're not actually racing him.
Let him go.
Yeah.
No point.
And that's so important, isn't it, that the team lets us drive, because you could be battling him and do yourself a mischief. And in fact, even now, in fact, the positions are reversed in terms of how if it was to finish now. Really important to give the driver that information.
It is, but also we know drivers are drivers, and the instinct is not to let somebody pass. It's as our colleague Joe Bradley said many a time over the years, that you can't teach a racing driver to drive slowly, and to let somebody through is it's against all spirits. But that's the difference. That's what you have to do, and that's what we were talking about earlier about how much of a team effort it is here. We have pit to car radio, obviously, with these cars, and they say there is no point in racing it physically on track because it makes no difference. He's gonna lose that place anyway. Just let him get on with it.
Just hearing about a significant penalty in SP9 AM for the number 23 Get Speed Performance. Janine Hill back at the wheel of the race. A 3-minute time penalty for causing a collision with Assenheimer at the start of the race. That is Unbelievable.
Well, that's taken a while to come through, hasn't it? But unbelievable. So we thought it was a tyre failure then, didn't we? And that was Assenheimer that was in the wall down at and before Tiergolf at Dottinghoe, wasn't it?
Well, and I thought that was the Stifler car that was behind them.
Yeah.
To be honest, but it clearly was another Mercedes. That's not how I saw it from the number 3 car on board that we saw, unless there was side-to-side contact that we couldn't see because of the traffic, because there was a Porsche in there as well, and that's what did the damage. Yellow flag at Bergwerk.
Tires.
So pit stops, and crucial pit stops at that. Final pit stops for classes throughout the field, as we're now under an hour, 55 minutes to be precise. Bortolotti in the pits for what was the leading Audi. He can go to the end from here. Katzberg in the very quick number 99 Rover racing car. Now, what about the cars in between? It's Raffaele Marciello for Mercedes, and the number 2 car has gone through in. Oh, the four cars had a problem. Oh my goodness. Peter Dumbreck out on the circuit is getting a tow back from one of the DMSB staff cars, the Opel Mockers that will tow that car back. Oh, the Glickenhaus goes by. What a cruel blow for that car. Had been running right at the sharp end. It's been stopped for a little while as it's dropped a couple of laps away from the lead. Dumbo was out. I think he was on his out lap. He might have just completed a lap and been going on to his second lap. Wow. Drama then for a car that has been right up there. That will obviously now drop down. Let me give you the rundown of who's doing what at the front of the field. Bortolotti has stopped. So when that car comes back out again, whoever gets in the Audi Sport number 32, it will be fueled to the end of the race, and I would suspect that that's going to get a brand new set of tyres. Raffaele Marciello for Mercedes, let me get back to that, who has a 2-second gap to the Manthey 911 with Mathieu Jaminet. Well, both of those guys have got to make a stop. Marciello probably in at the end of this lap. Jaminet maybe one more at the end of this lap, but that still means they've got to stop. Giorgio Piana in the 17, the bright red Mercedes AMG HRT. He is in at the end of this lap as well, I would think. Piana. Yes, because they've been doing 8 laps fairly regularly. So that is going to leave Jordan Pepper in the lead in the 34, but he's only got one more lap to go, and he's got a 35-second penalty for speeding in, might not have been him, the car has got a 35-second penalty for speeding in a code 60. Then we go down to 7th, 42, BMW Team Schnitzer, Jens Klingmann. That car, nope, he's got a couple of laps before he comes in. So we finally get down, I think you've got to go down to the Octane 126 Ferrari. So the number 26 car in 9th position is 3 minutes 28 off the lead and stopped just on a lap ago. So depending where that car is, it's just starting its second lap out of its pit stop.
Just going onto the Nordschleife now.
Onto the Nordschleife now. If that car can go to the end, the pit stop, it's going to be down to how quick the last pit stop for all those other cars I've mentioned. So where Bortolotti comes out is very, very important. He's come out behind the Octane car, but he doesn't have to stop anymore. So what I need now, and we probably won't get it till the end of this lap, I'll just see how it works, is the gap between Luca Ludwig and Bortolotti. Because Ludwig, it might be worth Ludwig just stopping for a splash. 1 lap of fuel. Good to see that the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus SCG 004C, after a terrible weekend, well, terrible Friday, car was a little bit noisy. They made some changes to the exhaust. That caused a fire in the car. Fire was put out, car was rebuilt overnight. A few of the other teams helped with some noise attenuation devices. Snowy and I would have used big bing tins back in the day if we'd needed to. Just bend them over and so that the exhaust noise goes down and away from wherever they had the decibel meter.
That's it, a big fat Jubilee clip or a U-clip and your job done.
Yeah, you've done that before, haven't you?
What was it, Bizzit Gun, was it? Are we allowed to, other mates are available too?
Oh, you've taken me right back there to patching up exhausts to get them through an MOT because you didn't have the money to buy a full new exhaust. By the way, stainless steel exhausts, manufacturers, thank you very much indeed. I remember how many times I had to change my exhaust in my early days of motoring. Nowadays, stainless steel exhausts seem to last longer than the cars.
I can remember doing the complete opposite. You couldn't afford an exhaust system, so front and rear silencers. The rear one rotted, so cut it out and put a piece of straight pipe in.
Yes, yeah.
Wouldn't be allowed to do it now. It wouldn't pass the MOT.
No. JG, thanks for your help today, JG. Good to hear from you. So, what do you reckon? Should the pit lane arrangement with the COVID circle be retained post-corona? I think it works quite well. I don't disagree with you.
I agree.
The problem, I think it's all right for NLS, Johannes, but I think the problem would be for something like the Nürburgring. There's so much, that takes up so much room for the 24, should I say, with the additional room needed for the support races and the young timer and all that sort of stuff, that it might be an issue. And don't forget, we've got World Touring Cars, WTSC, for the 24-hour race weekend as well, so they'll need a bit of paddock space. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. BMW coming into the pit lane with a right front puncture.
I'm not sure. I think he just locked it up, actually, John. Has he got a puncture? I think no, you're right. I think you could be right. Yeah, you have. You did. You're absolutely well spotted. Yeah, it has. I think he just locked it up under hitting the speed limit. That's the reigning champion car, number one.
That's last year's champion car. Yeah. So that is the Pixum CFM Teen Adrenaline BMW. So that'll be able to go to the end from here. That's leading SP10 in a brilliant 21st position overall. He's got laps in hand. So he's got about 13 and a half, 14 minutes on second in class. Oh, no, he hasn't. Sorry, he's got 26 seconds on second in class. FK Performance BMW, the 169 car coming through shortly. But that should be his last pit stop. Rather lucky that it didn't happen too far out. He kept a decent run through.
So it's going to need a front right at least, isn't it? There's an absolute minimum.
Yes, true. So again, now we wait at the front of the field. We have to see how this shakes out. Bortolotti, absolutely certain for me, has finished his pit stop. He'll go to the end, and he may be the first car that can do that. It's between that car and I think it's between him and the Octane Ferrari. I think Piana, unless Piana stopped last time around, let me scroll across. That's not the easiest thing to do on the screen. I need to look at it rather annoyingly. The Alfa Romeo, by the way, had some problems earlier on. And they've been gradually working on it. The Giulia Quadrifoglio, I think it's had a couple of electrical issues. It's done a couple of laps, then it stopped, then it's done a couple of laps, then stopped. Piana's only done 4 stops. So I think he has some
bodywork repairs on the front at the moment, but Alfa Romeo electrical issues, who'd have thought, eh?
You can't say that nowadays, Snowy.
Well, clearly we can.
Can't.
Clearly we can.
Well, the road
I get
cars.
Your point. I know.
The road cars are super reliable. I had one of the original press cars, which had 18,000 hard press miles on it by the time I got to it. It was turned out by the press department perfectly, of course. Brand new set of tyres, all cleaned, no dings or anything like that. But it clearly been ragged for 18,000 miles in not a lot of time. And there was not a squeak or a rattle or anything that didn't work on it. It was brilliant. 482 is another of the Hyundais, and that indeed is an i30 hatchback, fastback, which we were talking about earlier on. Now, that one doesn't run, as far as I remember, to full TCR spec. I think that runs in the VT2 category. Yes, it does. So that's 1620 to 2 litre with a turbo. And that car then is the i30 Fastback N, i30N Fastback. Robin Jahr, Olaf Jahr, Luca Engsler, famous touring car name there, son of Franz Stengsler and Peter Schumann. And that 4.82 then in...
John, just as you speak there, numbers
prepared.
2 and 17 in the pits, Marcello and Piani in the pits with both Mercedes.
Right, that makes sense. So I thought Piana had to come in, but he's done another 8-lap stint. That's pretty good.
And Pepper in the Vulcan-Horse car as well.
That'll be his last stop. So that's all of their last stops. So, okay, so what we need to watch now is down the front straight and see who comes through, who we think can go to the end. The 42 Klingman can't. I think he's got one more lap in the 42, so it's not going to be the 42 that cycles round to the lead. What about Bleekemolen for Frickadelli? Bleekemolen, no, 2 more laps before he comes in. Bortolotti is the car. Bortolotti is the car. That's who we've got to keep watching for. Ludwig and Bortolotti. And I think Ludwig's ahead of Bortolotti in the 26 Ferrari. So when that Ferrari crosses the line, it goes into the lead of the race. And that is going to be really close as to whether that can go to the end. That Bortolotti number 26 Ferrari, the Ludwig 26 Ferrari, the Octane 126 car. But I cannot see any other car that will go through that can do that. Just let me check the Manthey. No, Jam's got to come in next time around. Into the pits comes Jamie Green for Phoenix in the number 15 car. So there's Chris Meese going, having gone through. Meese is good. Meese is probably good to the end, and right behind him, the 32 of Bortolotti, I think, is absolutely to the end. Meese has been out 1 lap longer than Bortolotti, and the Ferrari has been out 1 lap longer than Ludwig. So the Octane Ferrari is going to be close. So how far ahead is the Octane Ferrari for Ludwig? He's not, I don't think he's far enough ahead. He's 38 seconds. That's not enough in this pit lane to get in and get a splash of fuel. So if he has to stop again, he's giving up a podium position. So these 2 Audis, for me, are in the box position at the moment, in the best position at the moment. Although it could come down, Snowy, as we've been saying, to how much slow zone and yellow flag there is. We could be looking at the battle for the race win right now going on to the Nordschleife between those 2 Ferraris.
2 Audis.
Yeah.
They've been out there from the beginning, haven't they? They've been nearly always, when everything's shaken out and settled down, as you said, every time, John, those 2 Audis have been there or thereabouts, if not at the very top of that timesheet. And it's those Audi sport cars, Miles and Mies and Bertolotti's, 29 and 32. Those R8s just in tandem once again, and we've seen quite a lot of that this race, haven't we, of cars just running in tandem. We've got 2 Mercedes together, 2 BMWs together at the moment, and 4 Audis in line, not obviously all quite together there, but and then that Octane 126 Ferrari of Ludwig there. We've got some Get Speed performance footage with the Mercedes. It's our number 2 car, it's the Marcello, the 2nd place car. We're just waiting for, as you said, Bortolotti. You think's got a
He's gone through.
Has he gone through,
yeah.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, no, he's gone through. He's out on the Nordschleife ahead of those 2 Audis. Those two Audis have gone through. Mason Bortolotti, 29 and 32. So the cars that are out on the Nordschleife at the moment, Jaminet is the leader on the timing screen and on the road, but he has to stop at the end of this lap. At that point, there are going to be about 36 minutes to go. So 5 laps of fuel he needs. So there's the question. This comes back to that question that we were talking about, Snowy, about what do you do? Do you tyre the car? Do you not tyre the car? 41 minutes to go now is a minimum of 5 laps and possibly more. So every minute that goes down, and we're doing 8:37s at the minute because of the slow zones. It's Adenar Forst and Witmerman's got a code 60. Hedvig's here also. Because of those slow zones, this is playing into the hand to anybody who's stretching the fuel. And I reckon this is massively good news for Luca Ludwig in the number 26 Ferrari. Remember, Jordan Pepper's got a 35-second penalty for speeding in a slow zone. That car has. I don't know if it was Jordan. Sorry, I keep saying that because that's just who's in the car at the time. The Phoenix 5 gets speed 8. Caldarelli in the FFF Racing Group Lamborghini, and Juncadella in the 10Q Racing Team. I haven't mentioned that car very much, actually. They've all come in for their last pit stops. The Hyundai leading TCR is in for its last pit stop as well. So this is all playing out nicely, I think, to Luca Ludwig. And I'm going to now do what I should have done before. I'm going to see when he came out the pit lane. So driver stints for Ludwig started 15:49. That would make it an hour and 10 minutes. I don't think he can go that far. That's 70 minutes.
It's a big ask, isn't it? It's a big ask. 70 minutes.
8 to 64. 8 and a halves is 70. 68. No, 68. Oh, I think that Ferrari might still need a splash. But these slow zones are definitely helping it, and they're not going to jump right now just in case something happens. If it was to rain, although it's lovely sunshine on the Dottinger and the Tiergarten now, then, you know, it's all bets are off, Snowy.
Well, exactly.
Unless you're out there, I mean, now they've rolled the dice. So the Ferraris rolled the dice. There's nothing that they can do. They'll either have to stop for fuel, and they will know because they're looking at their own fuel numbers. So they'll have to stop for fuel for maybe 1, maximum 2 laps of fuel. That's so frustrating. But that will take them out of contention for a good podium finish. The interest for me now then is Mies and Bortolotti, who are 40 seconds further back down the road and half a second between them. They're separated by a lap in terms of how much fuel they've got on board. But I reckon both of those guys are going to be within a gnat of getting that hole.
Well, just under 40 minutes, in fact, it's under 38 minutes to go now, John. So I reckon we'll start to see some final decisions at around the 25 to 20 minute mark. I think that's when it all could have that flurry of activity. You're going to do a splash and dash, or, as you've said, do you do it that little bit earlier? And if you're going to do it, do you do it right at the end? It just depends where everybody is. Jaminet is in the pits.
Yeah, spot on time. Now he can go. Now here's the other part of this. He can go full rich, full no nonsense, turned up to 11, mindless boogie, because they'll probably put the better part of a full tank into that new set of tyres and send him. From what I'm seeing from Chris Mies, his best since he got in that car is a 9:01. Now he got in at 2 minutes to 5 local time, so just over an hour to run. I reckon he's fuel saving already, and Mies is going to go and try to go to the end. The other Audi in that is the 32, isn't it? Yes, it is. That's Bortolotti, and he got in. See, he got in 10 minutes later. He got into Bortolotti here. Bortolotti is in a banging position. An absolutely banging position.
And crucially now, remember, John, of course, the fuel strategy penalty time thing is no longer valid because it's in the last 40 minutes of the race.
Well, I don't think either of those cars will stop again.
Yeah.
That's the key thing. All the pit stops that we saw just under the hour, I think people will try and stretch it. I mean, Jaminet is going to be very interesting because, you know, you drop a lot of time in the pit lane because you've got to drive around. But let's see. In fact, he's still in the pits at the moment. Jens Klingmann will have to stop. He's just come on in the pit lane in the 42. We'd mentioned that car wasn't really in contention, but he's rung another 8-lap stint out of that car, as Van der Linde Farfus did before them. But they had a couple of 6-lap stints early on, which has rather upset the apple cart there. 9:16 coming into the pits for Klingmann. 9:06 coming into the pits for Jaminet, so 10 seconds difference there
And also, is
on the
Jaminet going to stay in the car, John, do you think, or going to hand over?
That's a good question. That's a good... All right, so this time I'll swap over. And I will say to you then, you are Olaf Mantai, and in your armoury, in that car, this is the 911 that we're talking about, you have got Jaminet, young Porsche driver of some repute, works driver. Lars Kern, fastest man in a Porsche road car ever round the Nordschleife. Or Matt Campbell, Australian superstar. Which one do you put in?
Well, you'd have to look at the data, wouldn't you, and see who's done the best times on...
on the... Yeah. Have you got wood chippings in your backside there, Snowy?
I would be potentially... I don't want to disenfranchise anybody here, but tempted to either lead Jaminet in it or maybe take a punt on putting Matt Campbell in it.
Okay.
You've got nothing to lose.
What to do. They've left Jaminet in it.
Yeah.
And I think that's not a bad move. He knows the circuit. He's in the groove.
Exactly. He's got the rhythm. He's dialed in.
Yeah, exactly right. New set of tyres, full fuel, and sending. So Jaminet and Klingman will drop down the order. Niederhaus has come in as well at the end of that lap from what was 7th position for car collection in the Audi R8 number 44. So now we're getting a clearer picture, a little bit of a clearer picture in terms of pit stops, at least. Blake Molan in the 31 will come in at the end of this lap that he's on at the moment. And where is he on the circuit? He's about halfway round at the moment for the Fricatelli racing team. Then again, you've got Blake Molan, who's fueled to the end of the race and on full attack mode. So then Klaus Ludwig, I knew I was going to do it, and Luca Ludwig will take the lead of the race. He's 2 minutes down on the current leader Jaminet, or was when Jaminet came into the pits. So whatever Jaminet spends in the pits, take 2 minutes off that, and that's what he's got to start to claw back in the last half an hour or thereabouts of this race. Wow. Ludwig last time around did an 8:52. So again, and we've still got a code 60. In fact, we have 8 code 60 zones, but that doesn't mean 8 separate ones. Some of those could be strung together. The weather in the distance on the Eiffel, there's rain. You can see the rain in the distance, but which way is it going? I think we're going to stay dry. But my rubbish weather forecasting credentials are legendary. I was the one at Quarter a few years ago when it started to drizzle, said, it's been raining this time every day this week. It'll be a passing shower. You stay out on slicks now, tough it out. Anybody else goes in, that's the wrong idea. Within 4 minutes, you needed a canoe to get round turn 17, and we had about 6 cars in the gravel at the end of the back straight because they just couldn't stop even at walking pace. Although Darren Turner, in fairness, and next time I see Dazzle, I've just remembered this, I must thank him for this. He stayed out there on slick tyres and was brilliant, and they red flagged the race. And he didn't really get the benefit of that because they undid the Parc Fermé regulations and let everybody else, because by the time they restarted it was good enough for dry tyres again, and they let everybody else come off the wets and put onto dries again. So Dazzle proved me right. I knew I liked it for some reason. We haven't run through the classes for a little while, and we're coming into that time when we really should do. So Jaminet stopping at the end of this race is leading SP9 Pro for a moment at least. I think that will go to Luca Ludwig, but he's on the bubble as far as fuel's concerned. I think he's the wrong side of the bubble, if I'm brutally honest. Pro-Am Fricatelli, the number 30, sitting in 19th position. That's David Arnold in that car. SP9 Am, in fact that car's just come into the pits for Fricatelli. Helipagid Racing 1, SP9 Full Am, it's the 39 car in 20th. SP Pro has the 350 car of Black Falcon That car is in 25th position, 169, leading SP10 FK Performance BMW. I think that's led the whole race, as has Black Falcon, and the number 155 in 28th for SP8T. Cup X, another one of the Teichmann racing cars. It's the 930. That's the white car that we saw spun, actually, but has regained the lead. Team Mathol Racing AV Porsche 718 Cayman is leading Cup 3. That is the Cayman class. And that is in 31st position for the 966. 79 SP7 as a GT3 Cup car. 35th position for that 79 car. 320, the Bio Concept car still leads its class. 40th position, 830. Mark Bessing for Hyundai Motorsport GmbH in the TCR Pro class. SP3T is the Coronel car. That's the 333 Golf GTI TCR. That's the GT sponsored car for Max Cruise Racing, the 333. Cup 2 is the Leismeister driven 911 GT3 Cup. That's the 120, 44th position, all inside the top 50 here. 51st for Schmickler's Porsche GT4 Cayman. That's a 212 car. Still Pixum CFM Team Adrenaline in the golden 650. It's been golden all day. It's 54th at the moment and leads Cup 5 in the 240i Racing Cup. Audi R8 LMS GT4 for SP8 in 58th position for GT Time Motorsport. In 65th position, BMW 330i. That's another Pixum car. It's the Stahlschmidt driven car, and that's the 480 car. That's just in the pits as well for a last stop. V5 444, another Pixum Team Adrenaline leading car. That's the V5 winning leading Cayman. The Cayman S, the V6, slightly bigger engine, 396 in 77th. So they're one position apart on the timing screen, and so that's 3 Pixum CFN Team Adrenaline cars leading classes VT2, V5 and V6, all inside the top 80. H2 is the Overbeck Renault Clio, as it has been from the start. That's 78 for the 614. 81st is the OPC Astra class. It's still the Strycheck 856 car. That's in for its last pit stop. Another Pixum Team Adrenaline leader in the 325 class. This is the V4. The cars that look fairly stock. 88th position for the 701 car that leads that. Peugeot with Team Rally Top and the 385 RCZ leads SP2T. SP4T is another Porsche Cayman, this time a GTS 718. The 263 in 93rd position. SP3 Toyota GT86, the pit lane AMC Zangt 5th Motorsport car. That's 100th position for the 270. SP5 Subaru BRZ, the 222 BRZ. It's a car with a weird engine transplant, isn't it? We talked about earlier. That's in 110th. Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus have worked their way up to 115th from dead last early on and lead the SPX class, of which they are the only entrant, of course. 252 BMW 350i is leading SP4. Finalement, it is the Team Mathol Racing EV Porsche 718 Cayman S that leads another Porsche class, the VT3, the 474 car. Those are your class leaders then from the top, with under half an hour to go.
And what a half an hour it could be, John. It's
watch out for people running out of fuel here, Snowy, I'm telling you.
Exactly. We talk about 4 hours of racing being exciting, and it still goes down to the wire. And we've got, we've had 4 hours of racing, we've had 5 hours of racing, we've had 5.5 hours of racing. Still just under 30 minutes to go, and it's still undecided. What's the car at the top at the moment? Bleekemolen's in the pit, so the Octane 126
Correct.
Ferrari of Luca Ludwig, not Klaus. Luca Ludwig is in the car, in the lead.
Now, I reckon he's got 2 or 3 laps left in that car, and there's 27 minutes, nearly 28 minutes to go. 3 at the moment. He's running at nearly 9-minute laps. 3 9s is 27. My goodness, that's going to be close. It'll depend where it comes out.
30 seconds over Mies, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's what you've got to look at. That gap is 30.7 seconds between Ludwig and Mies in the Octane Ferrari and the Audi Sport team. Now, if Ludwig's in trouble fuel-wise, which I think he is, Mies is 1 lap better off. He might not be that much better off. Bortolotti is another lap better off. And then look back, another 15 seconds, and charging by far the quickest car in that last lap is the number 911. And that's Chamonix. 8:26 for Jaminet. Last time, sorry, that's not correct. It was his outlap last time around, so I can't give you that. But watch Jaminet's next lap, because we have got Olsen and Marciello, who are good on fuel, doing 8.5-minute laps, when the guys at the front end of the field who we think are saving are doing 8:50, 8:40.
Yeah, but
So
8:38 for Chris Meech, as you said, so 11 seconds quicker in effectively second place, because obviously that Buchenwald car's in the pit. So I think you could be spot on that Ferrari wasn't at the top of the time sheet at the moment. They are most definitely fuel saving, are they not? At an 8:49 compared to an 8:38. There's nothing else in that sort of realm.
The first car for me who has absolutely nothing to worry about is Chamonix. Bortolotti is close. He's the closest of the three cars currently sitting in podium positions. He's half a second behind his teammate Chris Meese, so his lap time is exactly the same. It was 2/10 difference. The 99 car, Nick Yellerly, back behind the wheel of that, has just set the fastest first sector of the race. I did an 8:18 last time around. Now, he is 98 seconds away from the leader. In the big scheme of things, that's nothing at all, with still 25 minutes to go. Because if he starts taking 20 seconds a lap, which is what he's doing at the moment, out of the leader, that is going to evaporate in 4.5, 5 laps, which is certainly doable. But he's got to do that every lap, and that's the problem. Sad sight as the number 4 Falcon Porsche, that was Dumbo who was driving at the time, is on the back of the flatbed.
John, just going back to what you're saying, also look at the car in P6, number 18, Daniel Olsen in the KCMG Porsche.
Correct.
He's doing an 8:26, whilst it's not the 8:18 of the BMW, but that's still very, very quick, and he's 5th overall, so that's a car that could still come into play yet.
Oh, and Olsen's very, very quick indeed. He's another young charger, and he's only 3 seconds behind Jaminet, so those two will be charging up to the Ferrari and the 2 Audis that are ahead of them. They've got no worries about fuel. Those 2 cars, no worries about fuel, and I suspect they're on brand new tyres as well, which were the perfect tyres for the conditions. The bright blue 311 Seat Leon Cup racer, 4th in its class, SP3T. There goes the number 3. That's the Falcon Motorsports car into the pits for its final pit stop. So that car's going to drop out to 10th position.
Dirk Werner at the wheel of that now.
Yeah, he's coming out, isn't he? Yeah, coming out now. I think we've got a clear track, and that's not necessarily the best news for Luca Ludwig, for Chris Meets, and possibly for Bortolotti. I still think they're managing their times. Bear in mind, their best times for those cars, those 3 cars, the leader's best time, an 8:01, 8:49 last time around. 7:58 for Meese, 8:38 last time around. 7:57 for Bortolotti, fastest lap of the race, 7:57, 7:77, and another 8:38 last time around. Let's see who's got the power and who's got the fuel at the end. That's what it's going to come down to. You can still be quick around here, Snowy, as you well know, and save fuel. But losing 5 or 6 seconds around here is really the blink of an eye. Even losing 10 seconds is fairly easy to do, particularly if you're saving fuel and you hit traffic. And if you've got the right, lad, turn that up to 11 and go for it. There's no better thought with a new set of tyres, less than 40 minutes or thereabouts to go when you've got that fuel and tyres. You're going to be in pretty good shape. And they're basically saying, right, let's get it up to qualifying pace now for those 2 young Porsche drivers.
The only problem with that is there's 2 elements to that, John, as you're quite rightly saying. 5 or 6 seconds can be in the blink of an eye here. If that happens 2 or 3 times in a lap, it's not just the cumulative effect of that, the 10, 15, 20 seconds of that. It's the fact that because you've backed off out of it, the weighted fuel save is nice and steady pace all the time consistently. Correct. Keeping it flowing, keeping the car momentum. If you've got to back off, you've then got to pick up again, so you're using more fuel. It sounds silly, just like the road. It's like your cruise control cutting in. Your balance throttle is going to save it all the time. accelerating, you're going to use more. So you're going to, and if it's that marginal, if, and we're into the last, we're 30 seconds off, 20 minutes to go. If you've got to suddenly start using fuel, and it sounds silly because we're trying to get to the end of a race and have as little fuel on board as possible. It could just make all the difference in the world. I want to see what Ludwig's last lap time when he comes around, as you say, 8:49 compared to an 8:01. That's a big jump. As you say, the other cars around it board for 8:38, 8:26, 8:27, 8:29. It's I'm not saying the writing's on the wall there, but we need a better lap than an 8:49, don't we? Really, for that to be in control.
Yeah.
Fricadelli racing car in second at the moment. Nico still sitting there.
Don't think he is. No, he's
no, go
it's
the
not.
timing script. Is it?
At best, he is.
My apologies. You're right. Sorry, it's got to come out on this lap. My apologies.
He's battling with the Muller-driven Falcon car. Those are the two cars there. But what's he dropped down? He's dropped probably somewhere in the region. Well, let's see where he comes back out when they go through the next. So Ludwig is the leader on the road, Luca Ludwig. We've got under 20 minutes to go. He will definitely go 2 laps, I reckon, after this one. No, he'll definitely go 1 lap after this one. It's a question of whether he can do another one. So 1 lap after this one. Where's Ludwig? He's coming into the final sector now in the Ferrari. So let's see what it is. It's 19 minutes. Here he comes to cross the line. He's got another Ferrari with him, but that's a lapped car.
Stay down.
Well, no, he's going to stay out now for sure. He's got at least this lap in the tank, possibly one more. 18.5 minutes. So it's too much. It's too much. He's going to be about 30 seconds. I reckon he's going to be 30 seconds wrong, unless he can. No, he can't. He's only got 18 seconds now on the chasing Audis.
I think his last lap was an 8:10.
Yeah, so he's picked up the pace. That suggests to me they're going to splash. So they're not going to win. They aren't going to win. But now what he's got to do is, if he's got half or 3/4 of a tank of a lap of fuel extra at the end of this lap, then it will save him a little bit of fuel fill time, but he might as well get his foot down and try and get as big a gap as possible and drop in for a better result in the top 6. Dennis Olsen comes in for KCMG. Yeah, that's spot on. That's another 8 laps for that car. So Mies now becomes the car we've got to start watching, because he now, at the end of this lap, he'll have about 16, 7. I think Mies can go. I think Mies can go. It's going to be close.
Yellowy just getting past Haupt as well there on the run up to Tiergarten. Change of position. 9th to 8th. Yellowy in the M6 getting past the AMG of Haupt. Team HRT car right in front of him. Getting that done on Dottingerhoe on the run up to Tiergarten.
I've got goosebumps here, Snowy, and it's not because I'm cold, because I'm not. This is all going to be about when the clock runs out and when they get back to the line, because it's always the case here that one more lap is not like one more lap anywhere else in the world. But today, with the way the strategy has run, now Audi Sports team seldom get things wrong. Bortolotti is sitting 2/10 behind Chris Mies, and at the moment they are 42 seconds actually behind Ludwig. The question for me is, can Ludwig work it and manage that 40 seconds and use that 40 seconds so that he doesn't have to do another lap? Because if he does, at the end of this one, he'll have to. He can't have enough fuel. They've not. Let me just check.
Or have they played just throwing a variation in here? Not suggesting this is necessarily what's going to happen.
Not done 8 laps in that car.
Have they played a blinder by doing that 8:49 lap and fooled us completely? Is that the real fuel saving lap? Is that the one where they've just could they have judged it that marginally, that finely? That
car. This is the octane car we're talking about, has done 5 laps, 7 laps, 7 laps, 7 laps, 6 laps, and now on the 7th of a 7-lap stint. It's not yet done an 8-lap stint, and it's going to have to do an 8-lap stint and more, I reckon. So I think that'll peel in at the end of this lap and will just splash the fuel.
They've won here already this season.
Yeah, they have.
They've got the data. They've got the info.
Tell you what, the weather's been kind. It really has. It looked a bit foreboding in the middle of the race, and we tried not to talk about it. The track looked a bit greasy at times when the temperature drops. Late afternoon sun now at 5:45, 5:45, Central European summertime in the Eifel. Sun will be in the eyes of the drivers at 1 or 2 places, with it getting a bit lower. So, Sportolotti, Chamonix. How far back is Chamonix from the 2 Audis? Because that could still be the battle for the win. 10 seconds. 10 seconds between Sportolotti and Chamonix. The 2 Audis in lockstep, the 29 and the 32. Then 18 seconds further back, 21 seconds further back is Raffaele Marciello, as Olsen has had to make his last stop for KCMG. What's your bet then? Mees or Bortolotti? Not fighting for the lead at the moment. Remember, Mees is 1 lap worse off than Bortolotti. 1 lap better off than Ludwig, who leads the race. 13.5 minutes to go. Raffaele Marciello, down towards the bridge at Adenauer. Heading up towards the uphill right-hander at Brunchen. He's got that little tricky left-handed kink first of all to go through. Code 60 on the Steilstrecke, on the ticker, and all of a sudden we've got some slow zones, the Schwalbenschramps and the Steilstrecke. This is going to slow down. This will push everybody's lap times out. Exactly what the teams that are struggling for fuel need. It's the number 700 BMW that's in strife there. And the 169 at Schwalbenschwanz. God, my goodness. Other classes still battling as well. 962 just going through. That's the 4th place Cup 3 car for Fricatelli Racing Team, the 718. Not likely to gain up on any of its competitors. Still 42 seconds at the front of the field. But in that last middle sector, that long 3rd sector, Snowy, 5 seconds taken out of the leader Ludwig by Chris Mees. 5 seconds.
Yeah,
that's the sort of thing we're talking about.
There's only 12 minutes to go, though.
Yeah, but 12...
I'm a believer. Come on.
Oh. This next sector is round about 3.5 long, and then you've got a short minute or 50-second sector for 5. So I can't see Ludwig ringing 9 laps out of that car. I just cannot.
And I think more to the point, you're saying that Chris Mees in that sector 3 there took out 6 seconds, as you say, just in that one bit. Couple in sectors 1 and 2, maybe 3 seconds, but then 6 seconds in that sector 3 was a pretty impressive jump there. 8:22 was his last lap. Chris Mees, 8:10.
I love side-by-side racing, particularly in an endurance race, but I get as much, if not more, pleasure sometimes from seeing a couple of tenths or a couple of seconds going either way in cars that are, 40 seconds away. They're fighting just as hard as if they were racing side by side. And Chamonix, by the way, matching the 2 Audis, 10th for 10th, took a couple of tenths out of them in the 1st sector, half a second out of them in the 3rd, 3/10 out them in the fourth. So he's now under 10.5 seconds away from the Audis. As I say, if Luca Ludwig stops, and I think he will, that is going to be the interesting battle for the lead. Bortolotti and Mies, both Audi Sport teams, team orders, question mark. I don't know. Here comes the Ferrari, down the Dottinger Höhe, past the entrance from the tourist fahren and heading towards the bridge, a 3:59 fourth sector. Remember that. Remember that. Where are the Audis? How much time have they taken out of him? If he's stopping, he loses any chance of a victory. 10 minutes and 3 seconds to go. He's going to have to do a 9.5 minute last lap on fumes.
8 seconds in that last sector, the two Audis.
Yeah.
8 seconds quicker, John.
If he's got fuel, it's going to be close. If he's got fuel, it's going to be close. He's at the last part of the chicane now. Is he coming into the pit lane? Is Ludwig pitting? If he doesn't pit, they've really rolled the dice. I don't think he's pitted. I think the Ferrari's gone through. I'm not seeing it. It's showing in the pit lane. So they have rolled the dice and gone on to the 8th lap with 9.5 minutes to go. Well, he can't. His last lap was a 9:06. Well, he's not going to win, but does he think he can hold on to a podium by doing another 9-minute lap? Surely
that's
he
going to be
can't
the
win.
problem. He's got to do another lap after that, hasn't he? That's the problem, to get to the flag.
Well, unless he can control this, he's got 25 seconds. So 16 seconds has gone in that lap. 16 seconds have gone in that lap, Snowy, and he's got to slow off even a bit more to let the time elapse on this lap. We've got no slow zones. We've got no cone 60s to help him. So now the chase is on.
John, when they won this round in round 3, I know they got disqualified later. Let's just talk about winning on the track.
Cross the line first.
Cross the line, exactly. Okay, so they went on to the last lap in second place, about 0.3 of a second adrift. They won it by 3 seconds.
Right.
It was that close. So they have done that before. The scene has been set. It's you say you can't get much closer though. A 9:06 and 8:48.
Yeah, they are. The Audis are hunting in packs here. A 1:08.3 on the Grand Prix Strecke for Luca Ludwig. A 1:06.1 for both of the Audis. A 6.1 and a 6 flat. So there's 2 seconds gone. It was 24 seconds. It's now down to 22.
But the Octane team from Switzerland are going to want revenge for that, winning that race round 3 and having the disqualification afterwards because of the incorrect compound left rear tyre. They're going to want to get that one back and prove they won it on merit, and they're going to win it again. They want to win it again. It's really, really important bragging rights here. As you say though, John, Audi Sport rarely make a mistake. A helicam showing us now, as you say, those two Audis hunting in a pack, coming down there to hunt down that Ferrari. What was it, 17 seconds a lap quicker than the last lap?
It's going to be tight, but the problem will be, will they cross the line before time elapses? 1:06.8 in the next sector for Ludwig. This is what we're looking at. We're reduced now to watching sector times. What the Audis are doing is not racing. Mies and Bortolotti are not racing each other. They are getting their heads down and racing for the win. Jaminet, by the way, dropped a couple of seconds towards the end of that last lap. He's now 13 seconds behind the leaders and behind the Audis, and 38 seconds behind Ludwig. So Ludwig here might be trying to play himself in to the checkered flag coming out. Now here's another thing. The Audis are pushing. The Audis are undoubtedly pushing. This is a clear lap. They've done 8 laps, but they've not done 8 laps at full speed. And Mies will have done 7 laps at the end of this one. So it may be that Mies doesn't want to go on to a last lap either, Snowy, and another lap of fuel. They will have done these calculations down to the last drop of fuel.
Quite literally,
3 seconds.
Yes. Yeah.
Another 3 seconds has gone. So that's now 19 seconds. Less than that, sorry. It was down to 22, so that's 17 seconds now, the gap between Ludwig and the first of the Audis. 106.8, 103.1.
Now, John, what happens if it becomes visual? What if the Audis can suddenly see that Ferrari and get a sniff of that victory? That will change anything. It's just a natural thing in a driver's mind, isn't it? They suddenly see it.
Absolutely.
On the clock, we're saying about it, how the team orders, you said about that 40-second gap. It's just as exciting watching side-by-side racing, but there will be something visceral will happen. They will see that car and they're suddenly, oh, we can do this, we can do this. Equally, the same will happen for Ludwig as well, because he won't want to let it come through. So we're talking about the last 5 minutes. It was a matter of seconds to go. In 10 seconds hours, it will be 5 minutes of a 6-hour race to go. And as you said, we're not reduced, we're elevated to looking at sector times to try and work out who might just win this race. One of 3 cars.
That's a good way to look at it, Snowy. And the other thing is the clock. Time is the enemy of Luca Ludwig here, because what he wants to see
is the checkered flag.
Is the checkered flag. If he's got to go onto another lap, then he drops. He's got to pit at that point. Unless that Ferrari, unless he's Fred Flintstone in that Ferrari at the moment. He's pushing it along with his feet through the hole in the floor. I've got no clue. 4.5 minutes to go.
Maybe,
so everybody going through now, going on to their last lap as time will elapse.
Sorry, John, getting too excited. I just wondered if you got a Walkinshaw fuel tank there.
Well, how much fuel line have you got in that Ferrari?
I wasn't going to say anything like that.
Well, the Walkinshaw trick was an absolute belter. I'll tell you all about it the next time I see you.
I'll do the same. I'll tell you one from Mr. Win Percy, one of his drivers, how to win the Spa 24-hour. The trick Mr. Walkinshaw came up.
Winston?
Yes, it involved a torch, and that's all I'm going to tell you at the moment.
Okay, we'll leave that to one side.
Exactly.
So Mies and Bortolotti, another 3 seconds in the third sector. So that is 2, 3 and a bit, nearly 4. Let's call that 6, and then let's call that another 9. So that's 9 seconds. So they're down then to 15 seconds. 15 seconds behind, I reckon, at this point, on what may or may not be the last lap. And at the moment, they are coming into they are in the long 3-minute plus sector, which the leader last time took nearly 4 minutes to go around. Now, there was some slow zone there, but if you're fast through here, it should really only take about 3 minutes and 8 seconds. So the pace has had to pick up from everybody. There's no real improvement from Chamonix. Gained a little bit in the last sector, but nothing behind that. So he's still sitting at about 12 or 13 seconds behind the Audis, and still some. So he's now a little bit closer to the leader, of course, but not any closer to the Audis. And that may just be what they are looking at Octane 126. Can we get a run at the lead? Is that the leader slowing?
No, I think that's the other Ferrari.
It's the other Ferrari.
Don't do things like that. That's the black one.
Well,
that's the other one.
Why we were seeing it on the screen, and then the Audi slows. So what's going on there? There was a pass, and here come the Audis. So at the Gallows Hill corner, we've got a Ferrari on the long Dottinger. I think that might be the leader. It is the leader. They've taken 12 seconds out of him. They can see him now. There's yellow flags were out there, and that's why the positions were reversed and redressed. The problem is there's just under 2 minutes to go, 1:45. There's not going to be a checkered flag this time. There's not going to be the checkered flag this time, surely. Ludwig.
No, it can't be. 1 minute 30. 1 minute 30 to go.
Here we go.
Yep.
Here we go. There's a bit of a block. And it's Chris Mies who's there first, and Bortolotti's not quite there into the Tiergarten. Still over a minute to go. Expect to see the Ferrari pull into the pit lane. He can't do the last lap. He goes to the right. Oh, he's gone onto the lap. He's gone onto the lap. No way. No way. There's no checkered flag. They go through absolutely together and down the inside. That was the leader that was slowing. It was a slow zone on the track. And there's the pass for the lead going into what will be the last lap. And that's extraordinary. Ludwig then has completed 8 laps. He's going to go for 9 in that Ferrari. He's in between the two Audi's now
13 seconds taken out by that Audi new leading Audi in the Sector 4 alone, John.
new fastest lap of that car's race for Jaminet in the Manthey, 8:01. He's only 14 seconds further back. The top four then, let's call it 15 seconds, 14.9. The top four separated by 14.9 seconds. The top three separated by 0.8 of a second. Well, this is mighty fuel saving by Luca Ludwig. He's going to have to put in a stint, the like of which we have not seen in this race. Ludwig still sitting between the two Audis, and Chris Meese is going to have to make this an 8-lap stint. Now, that car has done that before, but not at the sort of lap speed that he might need to do. It looks to me as though Bortolotti, who's got a lap more in the tank, literally, than his teammates. So that means 2 laps more than the Ferrari. They're on the Nordschleifer and the Hatzenbach for what will be the final time. Time has expired. We promised you 6 hours. We're going to give you 6 hours and about 6.5, 7 minutes. Always under promise and over deliver, I reckon. Well, now it gets interesting. And the benefit of being able to follow this battle around with the Helicam, outstanding. Well done to our TV colleagues for getting that in. Well done to the series for the not inconsiderable investment that means that they have put in. What a remarkable 6 hours. The Rover ADAC 6-hour Ruhr Pokalrennen. Just extra. I cannot believe that Ferrari's going to edge out another lap, but clearly that's what they're trying to do. And at the moment, it's going to be down to what Jaminet can do. There's the pass, heading up the hill.
Yeah, Ludwig let him through. Ludwig let him through there. Let Bertolotti through. That was he just eased over and just let it sort of blended it over and let him through. He knows the job's done. They've hunted him down in that pack, and it's a fruitless exercise trying to stay ahead. He did cross that line onto that last lap, I believe it 0.041 of a second ahead, as on our timing screen. But of course that pass was then made a couple of corners later at best.
Now, Snowy, the 2 questions I've still got, because that is not the end of the drama here. Chris Meese on his 8th lap, Bortolotti on his 7th, so Bortolotti does not have to think about fuel saving. That is a genuine fight if Audi Sport wanted to be a genuine fight. And what about 3rd place? Jaminet is only about another 9 or 10 seconds back down the road in the Grello 911. And for Jam Jam, there is the potential of a podium finish here with Luca Ludwig not really able to fight at full speed. He will be babying that car. He'll have taken his race boots off and put a pair of slippers on to get him to the end from here. Down through Callanhard, round the hairpin, and now down the hill to the crossover bridge.
You say that,
on the
John,
left-hand side.
That Ludwig's sector times aren't that bad again now. He's almost picked it up again. So I'm not sure Jaminet can if he can get in touch, whether he can do it in time. To be honest,
he's not taking enough out of him. He's only taking about another 3 or 4 seconds out of him. But he's got to be under 10 seconds now behind him.
But interesting, when we were talking on that last lap, we were taking 3, 4s, 5s at one point, about 7 or 8 seconds in one sector. That Ferrari, Luca Ludwig now, is only 2 seconds off the Audi's paces. So have they backed off into his pace, or has he not had to? That's the point.
Well, that's a very good point. I did say I thought Chris Meese was not tight, but marginal. He's on his 8th lap. They've done 8 laps before in that car, and you never know just how much is left in the tank at the end of an 8-lap stint. You know, if it's half a lap, you could have gone a bit quicker. If it's, a couple of litres. And Bortolotti now seems to me to be getting the hurry up. They're at the right-hander at the base of the carousel, the run up the hill to the carousel. And Jam Jam is, well, he was slower in that sector than Bortolotti. He was much slower than Meese, but he took 2.5, 3 seconds out of Ludwig. He's going to be able to see him shortly. There he is, as the Ferrari is just coming out of the Caracciola carousel. The bright green-yellow, Grello as they call it, 911, is there. He's going to be able to see him shortly. We're into the twisties now. So for the moment, at least, Luca Ludwig is going to have the advantage of being round the next corner. For the next, it's going to come down to the Dottinger Hohe. It's going to come down to Flansgarden or the Dottinger Hohe for third place. And the win comes down to Chris Meese's Fuel and or Team Orders, because Bortolotti is closing. No doubt in my mind that Bortolotti is inexorably closing every corner. He's running deeper.
Yeah, photo finish.
Is Meese managing a fuel situation here, Snowy? And a bit of lift and course going into corners, because it looks to me as though Bortolotti is running deeper into any major braking area.
As you say, Team Orders. I'm saying photo finish. Sorry to cut across you there, John. I just think it's been. I'm not saying it's been staged, but I think it's just a good job for these two Audis. Or is it now? Is he caught up all of a sudden? Really has
right
caught
there.
up. All of a sudden, maybe not. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe he's going to try and threaten for. You said he's got nothing to lose. The two Audis side by side with the clock has actually stopped.
For the win. Final lap. They were about just over a minute away from the last lap being the final lap. Under a minute, perhaps. And what about Jam Jam? How close is he to Luca Ludwig? Running in. This is the run for home now for the two Audi Sport team cars, 26 and 29. It was the 29 car on pole position with a new fastest lap of the year for NLS. They're on the Dottinger Hohe now. 7:56.2, they're qualified. And here, well, Bortolotti pulls out of the slipstream early, almost as if he's showing the front of the car to Chris Meese. Does that mean he's saying, I've got it, I'm not coming through, I understand. He's holding station at the moment, halfway down the Dottinger Hohe. It's going to be 1-2 for Audi, but is it 29 from 32 or 32 from 29? Bortolotti's dropped away.
He's dropping away, he's slowing down.
Very slow indeed, Bortolotti. There was yellow flags. There was yellow flags there, and Bortolotti slowed, and Chris Meese didn't. Are we going to see late drama? 7 minutes past the hour as the Audis come through, and the win will go to the 29 Audi Sport car. Chris Meese brings it home from in second place, their team car with Bortolotti. Now, what about third? Here's the Ferrari, and there's the Porsche. Oh, very close indeed. The Ferrari just holds on for Ludwig with a brilliant last stint to wring 8 laps out of the Ferrari, which had previously only done 7 and done more 6s than that as well. And at the end, it was 4.5 seconds between Ludwig and Jaminet for the last spot on the podium. Magnificent. 6 hours, ADC Rowe, Pokalrennen, round 5 of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. You've seen it all. You've heard it all live here. And it took us almost 7 minutes over the 6 hours to find out who had won that race. And you know what? If you look back, you see that the Audi Sport team of Matteo Drudi, Kelvin von der Linde and Chris Meese were on pole position, and they won the race. So nothing happened at all in that race, except it did.
Everything happened. As you said earlier, John, exactly. Audi Sport rarely make a mistake, and it was proven to be absolutely spot on. What an extraordinary last lap.
Audi, Ferrari in third in the 26, somewhat getting a bit of redemption for crossing the line earlier in the season and then having the race taken away. Jaminet's the first Porsche for Manthey Racing, and the top 4 after 6 hours and 7 minutes of racing ran the most challenging circuit in the world, separated by 18.5 seconds, with vastly different strategic runs and pit stop tactics all the way through. Then Nick Yellerly will come through for BMW, ROWE Racing the 99, the bright red number 17 Mercedes of Team HRT. The 17 is in 7th. 8th, Jens Klingman for Schnitzer BMW, just ahead of David Pittard. Those two had a cracking battle all race long and were separated by a second and a half at the line for 8th and 9th, and the top 10 made up by Jaron Blakemolen. Good run for Frickadelli Racing, who led the race on the pit stop strategy, but couldn't quite get with it. Only the top, no, that's not quite two. Blakemolen hasn't crossed the line just yet. Well, extraordinary stuff at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and proof, if proof were needed, that it's never over till it's over here. You don't have to be side by side. You don't need 10 cars in a train. We were watching the seconds tick away, and the addition of the helicam giving us a view that we've not had in an NLS race, certainly in my remembrance. Normally only get that for the 24. Brilliant stuff. And the rest of the season of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series will continue here in sound and vision. And don't forget, the next time out on the Nürburgring Nordschleife will be the 24-hour race last weekend in September, the weekend after Le Mans, and it's live in sound and vision. Take a breath, settle down, get your heart rate down to normal. Peter Snowden and me, John Hindhaugh, we've enjoyed that so much.
Understatement. I'll tell you what, Bertolotti there on that on Dottingerhoe, literally the dying yards of that lap, and I saw him slowing, which we then realised was a yellow flag, which we hadn't seen for that first second. I thought, is it going to reverse again? All that effort of the Audis to get past that Ferrari, is that Ferrari going to get it back? And it's not going to win it, it's going to get stage 2. I've got to, P2, I've got to say though, for Ludwig and the Swiss team, Octane 126, so a little bit of redemption for them there from that win on track 2 rounds ago, but what a stellar effort. You're quite right, Audi Sport rarely get things wrong, and they've just proven that with the result. As you said, John, nothing happened, whereas in fact everything did. Ferrari nearly pulled the surprise of the season off there, but not quite. Close, but not quite the cigar. But a great job from all three. And as you say, the story there, those top 3 cars, where would you start?
I mean, by the way, you've got 1,800 words to put that in the magazine at the weekend. Yeah. Well, thanks very much, guys. I've had that before. Confirming then that the winner in SP9 Pro, the overall winner, was the 29 Audi Sport Team Audi R8 Pro Am, was 16th, and that was Frickadelli Racing Team. So a good day for Lance David Arnold, Klaus Abelin, and the rest of the team. In SP9 Full Am, that's GT3 cars, but just the Am drivers, in 19th position, inside the top 20 for the top Am car, for the Hella Pagid Racing 1 Ferrari. So Ferrari do get in the top step of that podium for the 39 car. For SP Pro, the 350 led that pretty much from start to finish in that very pretty tones of grey GT3 Cup MR. 155 won SP8T, the Black Falcon Mercedes-AMG GT4. That was in 27th position. In 28th position for the Cup X, the KTM Crossbow winner, the Teichmann Racing 930. I think that led from the start as well. Drivers' champion from last year, this year in Pixum CFM Team Adrenaline, BMW M4 #1 in 29. By the way, Pixum CFM Team Adrenaline win the team's championship because they've won about 6 different classes here today. They've won SP10 in 29th position. In 30th for Cup 3, the 917 numbered car, which is a 718 Cayman. The 320 wins the AT G class, the gas class. That's a good run for that Porsche as well, with the Bio concept car in 36th position. TCR Pro never headed. Hyundai Motorsport started from pole with a Veloster NTCR and came through to 37th in the 830, winning their class. The Max Kreuzer Racing number 41 still yet to finish there. 212's come home, winning SP6 for Porsche in 40th. 41st, the Max Kreuzer Racing was Ben Leuchner, who brought that car home. That's number 10. SP7 Lernet. Porsche just going through. The 120 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup has won Cup 2 in 50th position. In 51st, Team Avia Zorg Rennsport with the 240i Racing Cup with the 695 car. Some of these cars still finishing. I'm watching for any changes. GTI tyre, GTI Tyre Motorsport, GT Tyre Motorsport, Audi R8 win their class, which is SP8 and 57th for the 128. That car has definitely finished. 614, the Clio, the Overbeck car, 71st, wins H2. The various Porsche classes. This is a Pixum Team Adrenaline benefit here. V5 won by 444 in 74th. 75th V6 winner is the 396. 82nd, the 701 is another Pixum car. That wins the V4 category, although that is a BMW. The Stride Check Opel won its class, the 856 and 83rd position. The SP4T was another Porsche. That was the GTS car in 86 for 263 team. Team Rally Top Peugeot won SP2T for the smaller engine turbocharged cars. 222 won SP5 for the Subaru BRZ. Glickenhaus got up to 94th position after their issues. And of course, win SPX, only car in that category. But a good turnout for them in their first competitive effort for the 004C. 270 and 97th won SP3 for Toyota GT86. That's the pit lane Zank 5th car. The next EK 252 BMW 325i win SP4. And the Team Mathol Racing EV Porsche won the VT3 category down in 474. That was in 120th position. I think that is all of the winners. Of quick couple of final thoughts from you, Snowy. The extra 2 hours did make a difference, didn't it? You know, you were talking about 26, 27, 28. What did we get to in the end? We got 41 laps. So that was an extra 13 laps in 2 hours. So very, very interesting indeed how that came through. And that was clearly a strategic game as much as was a pace game, Snowy.
Absolutely spot on. It's a little bit different. That extra 50% running another 2 hours. I hate to say it, the cream always rises to the top, as you said. So to repeat it again, John, but you're absolutely right. Teams like Audi Sport rarely get it wrong, and they got it absolutely right today. But what a fantastic effort, I think, from Octane there. And also that Glickenhaus car, I mean, given it, you say it's its debut, what a weekend they've had. And to even finish that race, I think, is fantastic. They had the car on fire, for heaven's sake, and had to work on it overnight. We just say it so casually as, oh, they've done it and they've repaired it. Well, we know, we've seen it often enough in this endurance racing and these all-nighters, we just use as a phrase, but the work they've gone through to get that car out there. So, Jim Glickenhaus.
Are we going to call that from now on the 004C? The C is for competition, but now do we have to put a P on the end of it? The 4CP for Phoenix, because it really did rise from the flame. It had its competition baptism of fire this weekend. All of those will be rolling out, I'm sure, in somebody's press release. What you can't knock, will they be disappointed? Yes, they will, because they're an engineering-led company, Snowy, and they'll be annoyed with themselves that the fix that they tried for the car being too noisy and not passing the noise test caused them an issue. So I know they'll be disappointed with that, but surely they can take some solace and a bit of pleasure to say that, right, they got the car to the end, they'll have found other things as well, and they've got some competition mileage under that brand new car's wheels.
And the depth they've had to go to get that car right, absolutely right. Yes, it's had a problem, a fix that's created a bigger problem than they anticipated, and anybody could have anticipated. But to then recover from that, I think that's the greater achievement. As it comes exactly into the pit lane right now, I think that's the greater achievement, getting that car back out there and getting it finished, and they come around and. It's an extraordinary looking piece of car. It's an amazing piece of engineering, and there's obviously some serious quality in that team to get that car out there. I know it's not the winning car. I know we're talking about it quite a lot, but just to have it on fire and then I think it's fantastic.
Well, brilliant work from all concerned. Thanks to Rob Lomas for bringing us home. Kerry Cobb in the MCR in London made sure that we were on the air this morning. To all of you who tweeted in our RSL_studio, thank you so much indeed. What a brilliant run. Peter Snowden kept it all together, having seen the first 4 round of this season. I was the interloper that jumped into that. I've enjoyed that massively. And a particular thank you to our TV colleagues at the Nürburgring, who made sure we saw even more of the Nürburgring Nordschleife than ever before. Over on RS3 now, we've still got some action for you this afternoon from Paul Ricard. I think that might just be coming to an end. In fact, it's just coming to start at the moment. The Le Castellet 240, very wet and starting behind a safety car with Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer, and in sound and vision at radio-show.co.uk. Michael, David, the rest of the team on the TV side, thank you. The responsible adult kept us all in check. I'm John Hindorf. Don't forget, tomorrow it's Pikes Peak on the Mobile One Facebook site, but get yourself over to our coverage, live coverage from Le Castellet for the Le Castellet de Saint-Quatre. 240 minutes starting behind the safety car in the rain, which we've dodged here at the Nürburgring. Round 5 is in the books. Next time we're back here, it's for the full Monty, 24 hours on the Green Hell. Bye-bye.